we're going ready to go, City Clerk? Hi, Peter.
Good morning, Councillor. Sorry.
Yeah, can we go?
I am just going to confirm that we have quorum. I do see I'm just going to go through the list, Mr. Chair. So I see Councillor Santos, who's present in chambers, Councillor Vicente, yourself, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams. So we do have bare quorum.
Councillor Singh is also here.
And Councillor Singh, sorry, my apologies. Mr. Chair, we do have quorum. You can proceed.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk doing roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Dillon.
Present.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Fortini has indicated he is away and he'll be joining the meeting late for personal reasons. Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens. We'll come back to you. Councillor Vicente.
Present.
Councillor Santos is present in the chambers. Chair Medeiros. Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens is absent. And Mr. Chair, you do have a quorum present.
Thank you very much. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting?
Councilor Medeiros, it's Councilor Dillon. I would like to add something.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Dillon. Just remind other councilors that you can use the chat box to request to speak. Go ahead, Councilor Dillon.
I wanted to add an item on short-term rental bylaw, as there's somebody who would like to delegate in regards to it, and we've informed the clerk, and the clerk is, I believe, the resident has sent it back to the delegation form back to the clerk. I just wanted to confirm if they have Mr. Fay.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Councillor Dillon is requesting to add a discussion item. Would be under the Legislative Services section as 12.3.1, Short-Term Rental Bylaw 165-2021. And we also have received related delegations for this item. And there are 3 delegations, one from a Steve Kella, second from a Harry Barir, and third from a Bhupinder Sidhu. And those will be identified as added delegation 6.8 on today's agenda.
Okay, thank you. I believe our next item, staff, and staff can confirm a staff report regarding a budget amendment request for begin procurement for the design contract administration advisory services of a cricket stadium. And I do believe that there's in closed session advice that wants to be provided, open meeting exception under section 239 and K of the Municipal Act. And staff just want to confirm that.
Mr. Chair, yes, yeah. So thank you for that. So there is supplementary information related to that staff report 11.2.2 that staff wish to bring to committee's attention in closed session. So it would be proposed item 15.4 under section 239 2C and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition and negotiations. And the request is that committee consider that closed session item before consideration of the public report 11.2.2. Therein, staff are requesting that public report be held until after closed session is concluded.
Okay, thank you. So duly noted. Then we do have some additions regarding delegations. So I believe there's been a request to add Dave Capel to the BIA delegation regarding downtown revitalization. Is that correct, City Clerk?
That is correct. So Dave Capel will be added to the group of delegations that are identified as number 3 on item 6.5 regarding downtown revitalization.
Okay, thank you. And now regarding item 6.6, there's been an added delegation from Mr. Robert Sells, Brampton resident, regarding pool enclosure fence. It was withdrawn on September 21st at the request of the delegate, agenda item reordering. And also staff reordered the following items to their correct section. So item 9.27, staff report regarding Brampton Arts Walk of Fame program recommendation report. Item 10.2.6, staff report regarding electrical vehicle charging stations, amendment to traffic bylaw 93-93 as amended, and administrative penalty bylaw parking as amended to create administrative monetary penalties for parking violations and electrical vehicle charging. And item 10.2.7, staff report regarding medical grade masks for transit employees, review on the continued use of medical grade masks for all transit employees that include employees beyond the bus operator. And I see Councillor Willens, you would like to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Peter, maybe this is better for planning. I'm not sure. It's in regards to street naming.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Councillor Willens, can you just repeat that? I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it may be better for planning. I'm not sure where this would fall, but it's in regards to street naming in a new subdivision.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it could be an item that is added to this agenda. You're right, street naming is within the purview of the Planning Development, Economic Development Department, but Council and Committee have dealt with it on their respective agenda. So if you wish to add a discussion item.
Okay, but it could wait. It could wait till our next planning. It's not urgent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. And as I do not see anyone else on the board, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the agenda, that the agenda for the Committee of Council meeting of September 22nd be approved as amended as follows. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? I see none. So we will move forward, and there are no objections, so the motion carries. Just as a reminder, meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well, with a few precautions and limitations. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways. Watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in the meeting, or submitting questions about the agenda, business, and decisions made by Committee of Council today, emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15-minute public question period before the end of the meeting. Our next item is declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest? I see none, so the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. Consent, we now go to that portion. Committee, as part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items will not be subject to the consent motion for approval: announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period, public question period. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. Item 8.2.1, a staff report regarding continuing partnership with the Founder Institute Startup Accelerator. Item 9.2.1, a staff report regarding purchasing activity quarterly report.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
please hold 921, 922, 923, and 924.
Okay, and I'll proceed to 9.2.5. So 9.2.5, a staff report regarding request for approval, temporary art activations pursuant to the integrated downtown plan, meanwhile strategies. Okay, and consent. Item 9.2.6.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
My apologies. Councillor Santos did indicate hold. She hit the mic. Councillor Santos, can we just verify your mic's working? Is the light?
The light's flashing. Yeah, I think you could hear me. Can you guys hear me on the other end? Testing?
Mr.
Yep,
Chair?
we hear you.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Santos, Mr. Chair, has requested to hold 9.2.5.
Okay, so noted. Item 9.2.6, a staff report regarding 2021 second quarter operating budget and reserve report. In consent, item 9.2.7, a staff report regarding Brampton Arts Walk of Fame program recommendation report. In consent.
Hold.
Can we hold that, Mr.?
Okay, so noted, city clerk will note. Item 9.2.7 has been held. Now we go on to item 10.2.1, a staff report regarding initiation of subdivision assumption, registered plan north of Steeles Avenue, east of Heritage Road, Ward 6. In consent, item 10.2.2, a staff report regarding initiation of subdivision assumption, Fernbrook Homes, east of Airport Road, Ward 10. In consent, item 10.2.3, a staff report regarding request to begin procurement, hiring of construction management services for the design and construction of the Center for Innovation. In consent, item 10.2.4, a staff report regarding a request to begin procurement, design, and contract administration services for Century Gardens Youth Hub, Ward 1. In consent, item 10.2.6, a staff report regarding electric vehicle charging stations, amendments to traffic bylaw 93-93, parking as amended to create administrative monetary penalties for parking violations and electrical vehicle charging. In consent, item 10.2.7, a staff report regarding medical grade mask for transit employees, review on the continued use of medical grade masks for all the transit employees that include employees beyond the bus operator shield. In consent, item 11.2.1, a staff report regarding approval for authority to sign the Youth Hub's funding agreement with the Region Appeal. In consent, item 11.2.2, staff report regarding budget amendment request to begin procurement for the design, contract administration, and advisory services of a cricket stadium.
Mr. Chair, so that item,
Yes.
as mentioned, should be held until after closed session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to note that. Thank you, Peter. Item 11.3.1, Brampton Sports Hall of Fame Committee, September 9th, in consent. Item 15.1, an open meeting exception under section 239, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, instruction to be applied to any negotiations carry on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. In consent.
No,
Item
hold,
fif-
Councilor Palashi.
Okay, thank you.
And
Item
hold,
Okay. So item 15.3 now, open meeting exception under section 239, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. In consent. And I will hand it over to the clerk to do a yeoman's job of summarizing all these items to be included on the consent motion for approval.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, I'll reference the items that have been held by the respective members. 9.2.1, I'll read the item. Staff report regarding purchasing activity, quarterly report, Q2. 9.2.2, staff report regarding active consulting service contracts. 9.2.3, staff report regarding consulting service contracts with a value up to $25,000 from 2014 to mid-2021. 9.2.4, staff report regarding capital project financial status report. All four of those reports have been held by Councillor Palashi. Item 9.2.5, a staff report regarding a request for approval, temporary art activations pursuant to the Integrated Downtown Plan Meanwhile Strategies. Councillor Santos has held that item. Item 9.2.7, a staff report regarding Brampton Arts Walk of Fame Program Recommendation Report. Councillor Visante has held that item. Item 11.2.2, the staff report regarding the budget amendment and request to begin procurement for the design, contract, administration, and advisory services for a cricket stadium has been held pending conclusion of closed session deliberations. In the closed session, item 15.1, an open meeting exception under 2C and K of the Municipal Act regarding a proposed or pending acquisition of land by the municipality, and negotiations has been held by Councillor Paleshi. Item 15.2, an open meeting exception under Section 239, 2C, H, and K of the Municipal Act regarding proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land. Information supplied explicitly in confidence to the municipality by another senior level of government, and a position planner criteria subject to any negotiations. That item has been held by Councillor Paleshi. And then finally, just of note, 15.4, the added closed session item will be considered in closed session before consideration of item 11.2.2. And those are the items held for consent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to approve the consent motion that the following items to the Committee of Council meeting of September 22nd be approved as part of consent. And I believe this is a recorded vote, so I'll hand it over back to Peter.
Members of committee, please indicate your approval or opposition. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon.
In favor, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Favor.
Thank you. I don't believe Councillor Fortini has joined yet. Councillor Williams.
In favor.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Vasante.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Santos.
In favor?
Thank you. That's an in favor. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chair Medeiros.
Yes, in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. That carries unanimously, 10-0 with one absence.
Excellent. We now go on to public delegations, and I do believe we have a delegation from Metrolinx representatives regarding a preliminary design business case for two-way all-day GO service on the Kitchener line. In May of this year, Council passed a resolution to invite Metrolinx to come to the city to present the preliminary design business case for two-way all-day GO service on the Kitchener line. Joining us today is Matthew Goetz, VP Planning and Development, Greg Medulon, Director of Community Engagement for the West, and Megan Mendonça, GO Rail Extensions Program Sponsor. We also have added correspondence item 10.4.1 from Sylvia Roberts for consideration with this delegation. Welcome, Matthew, Greg, and Megan. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good morning, Brampton Council. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Clerk. As I was introduced, my name is Greg Medulon. I'm the Director of Community Engagement for Metrolinx, and I am joined by my colleagues Mathieu and Megan. Before we get going, respectfully acknowledging your very busy agenda that you do have, Clerk, asking for an incremental 5 minutes on top of the 5 minutes that we have been allotted to take Council through this presentation, please.
I'll move it, Councillor.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Singh. All in favor? Anyone opposed? No? Go ahead then. You have the extra 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Grateful for that. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Matthew Getzky, who is our VP of Planning.
Thank you, Greg. Members of Council, Mr. Mayor, so we're very excited to have the opportunity to present an update and on the status of the Kitchener GO Rail expansion that goes through Brampton and will extend GO Rail service significantly. So it's, as you know, maybe next slide, please. So this is a major investment project that aims to achieve two-way all-day service across Brampton, connecting Brampton to all the other destinations along the corridor. So west towards Kitchener Waterloo and east towards downtown Toronto. Our forecast shows that this program will generate an increase of over 55% of new riders. So our forecast shows that will generate about 10.9 annual riders by 2041, and by increasing frequency and significantly reducing journey time and I'll go over that in a little bit more detail later. So this is a big investment project. So it's over $1 billion in investment. Some of the key elements that are of the capital infrastructure that will be upgraded are expanded tracks, platforms, bridges, signaling, as well as fleet storage capabilities. And the complexity of this project is also connected to the multiple ownership of the corridor. So it's a piece of work that we're doing in partnership with CN in order to make sure that we're bringing the level of passenger service that's needed on the corridor, but also still being supportive of freight movements, which are so important for the economy of the region. Next slide, please. So just a quick, and maybe if I can bring your attention to the little graph on the left side there. So the main improvements that this will bring, and you'll see on the second line is reducing the travel time from Union to Brampton from 69 minutes today to 38 minutes in the future. So that's a significant change in the speed of the service, and that makes a huge difference, because as you see on the little graph, that means we become the rail service becomes really competitive compared to driving time, with or even without congestion. It's an 8-minute difference. So that's really where the difference is going to be noticeable for customers. And the other one on the lower end, on the lower bars of that graph, show that it's also true for the travel from Brampton to Kitchener, so giving access to that labor market to the west. So there, again, travel times will be reduced from 79 minutes to 62 minutes. So a significant gain again, and making it really competitive compared to what you can do today by car. So again, this is a key corridor for us, because it's directly connecting 4 urban growth centers that are rapidly growing, both in population and in terms of jobs. So it's really a key element of the regional transportation plan to support the growth of the region. Next slide, please. So just this details a little bit more about the opportunity of the program, but I think what maybe one thing to remember from there, and to notice in particular, is that two-way all-day service to Kitchener will enable Brampton to be connected to all these job markets around it, and vice versa, so that the level of continuous service throughout the day in the peak direction and in counter peak directions is really important to be able to both support a variety of transit needs and travel needs, whether they're professional or personal. And so there we can see that, this shows that between Brampton, which is the fastest growing large municipality in terms of population and kind of cornered by major Canadian tech markets, that will be key to facilitate to support the growth of the region. Next slide, please. And I won't go through the entire history there along the Kitchener corridor, but it is, what really gives us a lot of comfort in investing in this corridor is that every time we introduced additional service along the corridor, the ridership grew. So that's what that graph on the right shows, is that every time we hiked up service, the demand was there to meet it, and there was really a lot of interest from customers, residents, employees, staff, business owners to ride the rail service. And so already, just without any significant capital investments, just by really optimizing the service, we were able to grow ridership by 30%. So part of it is population growth, and the other part is really reveals that there's a lot of latent demand, that there's as soon as we can get the level of service to what is really expected by customers today, they will respond favorably. Next slide, please. So overall, this is a quick summary of the preliminary design business case that we're presenting today. So that business case is really about evaluating the economic impacts of that investment. So as I mentioned earlier, it's about, the benefit ratio is near 1. So that means we're in terms of strict transit impacts, we're getting economic benefits that we're investing through capital. And this is without all the wider economic benefits that are generated along the corridor. So if I unpack kind of these economic transit benefits, these are really focused on what transit users and what transportation gets out of this investment. So it's mostly how much time is saved by travelers by using transit compared to today. How much they value a reduction in crowding, and how many and how much we can reduce greenhouse gases and kind of proportionally reduce auto usage on roads as a result of that. So these transit benefits, they're equivalent to the investment, so that's a very good sign. And then we know in addition to that, there are significant economic benefits, especially along this corridor where, connecting Brampton, Kitchener, and Toronto, making people closer to their jobs and making that job market more productive and more efficient. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the train service that we're proposing. So as you know, we've already been able on the corridor that we own to bring a 30-minute counter peak service to Bramalea since September 7th. And the objective with this project is to be able to bring it to 15-minute frequency at Bramalea. So that's really, that really makes you use it. It's a similar level of service as you will get on a bus, but with higher capacity and higher reliability. So this is really what customers are looking for today, so that people, if your meeting is going over, or if you have to pick up your kids earlier from daycare, you're not constrained by waiting for either half hour or, today off peak 1 hour, which would, make you miss your appointment or what you're trying to do. So this is really where it's a step change in the service that completely changes the way that people use it. And then to Brampton and Mount Pleasant. So there we know that on the CN corridor, there's the interface with freight traffic is a little bit more trickier to manage, but we're still really looking at that 30-minute frequency, which is a very good kind of standard performance for this type of regional service, and which really enables you again and that's the column on the right, beyond Brampton towards Kitchener, to have continuous service all day to connect to that job market or the universities there, and that makes a huge difference also in how Brampton will be better connected to the west side of the corridor. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, and before I move on to what it means in practice in terms of investment. This is a reminder of some of the complexities of the project. So the Halton subdivision here shown in blue is owned by CN and is a significant corridor for freight movement. So this is where our work is really done in partnership with them to make sure that we are supportive of goods movement across the region. It's always a fine balance between goods and people, and that requires a bit more attention on that segment to make sure that we're getting both elements that are supporting the economy are in there. Next slide, please. So just to kind of wrap it up on what is actually going to happen around Brampton. So as a whole along the program, so it's mostly modifications. So additional track and signal infrastructure. So passing tracks near stations, some additional tracks in some bottlenecks along the way, especially to accommodate freight and passenger trains. That implies modifications to bridges and platforms. So on bridges, that means that there will be some bridge widening. So this is where it interfaces a lot with also with the city street grid as it is today. So in Brampton Go, working on parking provision, kind of optimizing that. There's the planned addition of the third track and the new platform there. So that's the piece that requires a lot of kind of careful collaboration with your staff to make it work with the integrated downtown plan and with the projected transit hub there to make sure that the Brampton Go station is well connected to all of the transit services and that they're in sync so that people can get to the train or get off the train and connect to local transit very smoothly. At Bramalea, it's the new parking structure that was opened September 13th, and the station building that will enable us now to build the bus loop and again continue to support also local transit connections, as these are key for our customers. And at Mount Pleasant, it's site upgrades again on all the different access amenities on the parking, elevators, platforms, and the bus loop. Further down, so there's the layover facility, which is important to be able to manage the new volume of fleet that's needed for that 15-minute service. Maybe I'll just stop there for now. Just a few next steps. Next slide, and then I'll wrap it up. So just to say, we'll continue to work with CN and with you at the city and your staff as partners to find to really craft the way that it's articulated, especially within downtown Brampton, where there are quite a few constraints. And we'll continue to advance design and construction and keep you updated as we go on. And we're happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Woolens.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation. It's always exciting to hear about better GO service coming to Brampton. In your evening hours, are you looking at expanding the hours to later in the evening as part of this expansion?
So the objective in terms of the service is definitely to go beyond counter peak. So expanding it to off peak in the evening is one of our objectives too. Yes. So we still have to, again, we have to figure it out with this freight traffic, but that's part of the objectives.
Yeah, I know that's some of the concern from some of the people I speak to is that if they can't, after 7:30, they got to wait and catch a bus. But if you just extend it into the evening hours, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and I want to thank Metrolinx for coming by and presenting. I think it's very important that we get these continuous updates. I just want to also acknowledge this. The 2-day all-day GO is something that is warranted for the city of Brampton. It's united by members of council, different levels of government as well. Even though my wards, the GO station, there's no stop. This is very critical for my wards to move people around. A lot of people work in downtown Brampton. Connectivity to the GO station is vital, so that's why I'm always pushing for example, Bramley Zoom as well, because it connects to Brampton GO station. And additionally, and I saw on the second slide, there was a reference to the Highway 7 BRT, which is also going to be important as we move into all-day, 2-day GO to connect my residents in particular to it's on the second last slide, sorry, to connect them to the GO station as well. So I just wanted to, I saw that there's an RFP for the PDBC targeted for tender in early 2022. I just wanted to, I guess, acknowledge, the IBC, looking at the report, was approved at Metrolinx in October 2020. So, I'm a little bit concerned about the timeline because it's been over a year. And if we do go to early 2022, it'll be a year and a half. And knowing that this is a vital project for the city of Brampton, for example, the MP's election, federal election, they all pledged, and one of the projects they pledged for is Highway 7 BRT. So I guess my question is there any way we can speed up the RFP and make sure that this project is moving along, given the interest from all levels of government and council on this project?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I'm particularly excited also about the BRT projects. So we have 3 right now across the region that are moving ahead, and we are trying to speed up this RFP to be there before early 2022. I can't write it in the slide today, but we are. I think we've very clearly heard from your staff, with whom we've been working actively, and we're also mobilizing York Region on their end to make sure that the connection along Highway 7 goes all the way to make that connection to Vaughan Metropolitan Center, and which is the service that we're looking for. So we are trying to speed this up. So this is kind of the conservative estimate that we have, but we know how important this project is for you as a city, and we're very happy to be able to continue to support it.
Yeah, and I'll give you a prime example. After the federal elections, the MP in my area called me, and he's like, how do we start on the Queen Street BRT? Because I've been talking about it. They did a pledge. So, yeah, you have all hands on deck. Let us know. Obviously, this presentation is also mostly geared towards all day, 2 day go, which the city's been advocating for years and years and years. Super exciting, and looking forward to make sure the connectivity, especially for residents of my area who don't have a GO train station, it's there and that infrastructure is there when the all day, 2 day go is full steam ahead. So looking forward to also updates on the BRT, but thank you for coming to delegate. Really appreciate it and enjoyed the update.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Metrolinx, for coming today to delegate and provide us with this update. What I am looking for, though, is timelines on all of those. The slide that we're looking at now, timelines specifically for Mount Pleasant Go, the Heritage Road proposed station, and then additionally the parking lot at Mount Pleasant as well. And I'd like to understand what site upgrades are planned for that parking lot.
Thank you for your question. Maybe I'll hand it over to Megan, who is really in the thick of the project, who can give you a little bit more information on that. Megan?
Yeah, thanks, Matthew, and thanks for the question. On Mount Pleasant specifically, we are in the design period. I would say we're early in the design period. Mount Pleasant actually has two projects supporting the delivery. Part of it is the Kitchener extension that Matthew gave an overview today, and then we have another parallel program to deliver station upgrades across the network. It's called our Existing Station Renovations Project. So specifically on Mount Pleasant Go, we're looking at a number of off-corridor improvements, some accessibility upgrades. At Mount Pleasant within the corridor, we are looking currently at adding another track to the north side of the corridor. So we'll actually likely be making some modifications to the north platform as well, and intend to make some modifications to the parking lot on the south side. With regard to timing, like I said, we're early in design, so we anticipate that we'll take that to 100% design and then tendering as early as next year.
Okay, so Brampton delegated to then Minister Stephen Del Duca in 2015-16 requesting that the province reduce their time frame for two-way all-day go from 2025 to 2024. Is that still a possibility for completion of the entire project?
I do think that the way we're rolling this program out, we will be doing incremental construction across the corridor. So as you saw on the slide that shows this program encompasses from Bramalea through to Kitchener, we have works underway already on the Guelph subdivision. So that's a section between Georgetown and Kitchener. We have procurements that are active right now. I think the way we're phasing it, we intend to introduce incremental service throughout the program construction as phases of infrastructure work are complete. And hence, we just introduced the additional service expansion in September 2021 at Bramalea with additional service. So I think what you'll see is Metrolinx is working to bring more service to Brampton, and you'll see that it's not a flip the switch. It's an incremental rollout. So Brampton will benefit from additional service expansion before 25.
Before 2025. Okay, that's great, Megan. I guess it's really important. First, I need to be able to let my residents know when they'd be able to, when this is anticipated for. It's been a huge concern, two-way all-day go with the amount of traffic that travels along Sandalwood, Mayfield, Sandalwood, Bovaird, and Williams Parkway, when a lot of people want to be able to use the two-way all-day go out of Mount Pleasant. We've always stated that it'll be done and completed by 2025 because that's what the province has said. And So are you saying that we'll definitely have an increased service, but it won't necessarily be two-way all day go by 2025?
I think we've already started rolling out two-way all-day go services to Brampton, specifically at Bramalea, and I know we've increased services to Brampton and Mount Pleasant over time. There's not a specific hard date I can give at this time, given that we're just working through the construction schedule with CN at this point. But our discussions with CN are positive, and we're collaborating very well with them. So given that design's underway, I think it's feasible.
Very good that you're collaborating very well with CN. I'm glad to hear that. The other question that I did have about when do you think that Metrolinx may know about the proposed station at Heritage Road, when they will make a decision? We're currently under our secondary planning process for Heritage Heights, with a lot of people coming to the area and a lot of jobs coming to the area, and it's a huge benefit for a huge economic impact, not only for Heritage Heights but also for the city of Brampton as well. So is there any idea when Metrolinx may make that decision?
So we're currently really engaged in advanced conversations. So we are, in this in the transit-oriented communities approach, we are we look carefully at developing an initial business case for the station with the local partners. So that's the phase that we're actively in. So that means we're really working towards, we're in the, I would say, advanced stages of that initial business case there. So we should be, I would say early next year, we should be able to give an update on what are the benefits that it would be provided by that station, and how that would kind of support ridership and the communities around them.
Oh, that's great. That's early next year would definitely work with our advancement of the secondary plan. My very final last question, outside of this slide a little bit, the GTA West 413 had early talks a long time ago about the possibility of having a transportation corridor, a transit corridor within the 413. Are those discussions still happening with Metrolinx at all?
Today, I'm not aware of these discussions having advanced in any recent times.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Metrolinx, for coming here. I was the one who, with council, moved the motion for you to come here and present this business case to us, because this is a really huge priority for the city of Brampton, and so we're so grateful that you come here. We'd like to see you here more often. Whenever you have an update, please consider an open invitation from the city of Brampton for you to engage with us. A couple of questions. I want to ask you about weekend service. It's good to hear that conversations with CN are going well. You haven't provided any timeline from when you would provide or be able to provide some degree of weekend service, even if it's just to Bramalea. Have you thought of whether or not you can provide some indication of when that will happen, whether it's a pilot or enhanced service that's permanent?
Thanks for that question. I think we might have to take that one back and check if we can provide a timeline. I know our team is constantly looking at opportunities to bring more service on the available infrastructure. So I will just have to check back with our service planning team and see what's feasible.
Okay, because I can tell you that there is a lot of interest from transit riders for more service, especially on weekends. You have a lot of folks who want to go back and forth, attend games or other events, special events, not just in Toronto, but in Brampton, folks who want to come up to Brampton on the weekend and have to find other means. And so if there is anything that we can do as a city to work together with Metrolinx and advocate for that to happen sooner rather than later, we would definitely be partner with you. Like a little bit more information on what could happen in the downtown area. As part of the third track work that you're contemplating and in discussions with, will there be a new bridge that would need to be constructed over Main Street?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we've been working to refine the infrastructure requirements with CN. As you've noted, the current plan is to add a third track. We're looking at a new track and an additional platform through Brampton GO Station. The construction staging and phasing, we're going to be working out as we progress design on that. But as you've noted, there's a number of bridge structures through downtown Brampton, quite close together. I'm sure you're all familiar with that site. Main Street Bridge, we intend to put a third track over Main Street Bridge. That's the current plan, and there's a number of other bridge structures to the east and to the west, which will be expanded as well.
Okay. When would we, at City of Brampton, when would we be able to see those designs and how that work is coming along, as that informs a lot of the work that we're doing in and around downtown?
Thanks for that question. I think we've been working quite closely with city staff on just trying to make sure that we plan for and collaborate together on some of the city's requirements through downtown Brampton and make sure that our plans integrate together to get the best outcome for residents and customers in the area. So I would say we're early in design, but we'll continue to work with city staff to make sure that we're getting the best outcome for everyone here.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question from a resident with respect to the Silver Grate separation. What more specifics can you provide to us here, where it might be located, and when would design and construction for that start?
Sure. So we've been working with CN to confirm that scope. Currently, the plan is just west of Winston Churchill. So I think that is just outside the city of Brampton boundaries, but there'll be a rail-to-rail grade separation that enables Metrolinx service to cross the CN tracks and get from the south side to the north side. Design is underway for that, and we will be looking to start an environmental assessment on that as well, where we anticipate doing more public consultation on that component.
Okay, thank you very much again for coming here today, and open invitation always, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My very, very last question. Currently the region and Metrolinx at the Eglinton LRT has a community benefits program for people that don't have the skill set but want to learn. Is Metrolinx looking into this and able to provide that community benefits program also with the two-way all-day go?
Councillor, hi, it's Greg Medlin here. I can take that one, and the answer to that is yes. We can certainly we're certainly looking at that as well as some other projects across the province, and we're hoping to have some more feedback on that, hopefully sooner than later, and definitely by the time we can come back to council, we'll have some information on that.
Thanks, Greg. If you need any help with that at the region, please let us know. That's something that we can bring forward at the region, just to bring the parties together to look to see if we can do that.
Thank you very much for that offer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So there are no further questions. So I do have a motion moved by Councilor Vicente to receive the delegation. And I believe it's up on the board, and we'll take it as read. Anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. Now we go on to our next delegation. It is from Todd Call, CEO, and J. Paul Massey Singh, Chair, Brampton Library pre-budget progress updates. And I will welcome Todd and J. Paul. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Todd and J. Paul, just before you start, J. Paul, we're not able to bring you into the session. We're going to unmute your microphone. And we have your presentation on the screen. And sorry about the technical difficulty, but please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Todd Kyle. I'm the CEO of Brampton Library. I've already met a number of you virtually. That's certainly a real pleasure to speak to all of you as a group for the first time. And as said, I'm joined by J. Paul Massey Singh, who's the Chair of the Brampton Public Library Board. We're here to set the stage for the 2022 budget process by outlining the impressive progress the library has made the last year or so, and our plans to build better library services in the future. Next, please. If you take nothing away from today's presentation, I want you to take away these three things. The library is essential to pandemic recovery. The library is planning major growth in line with existing city building projects, and the library is simply building better services. Next slide, please. The library's mission is to be a world-class destination that creates opportunities for everyone to discover their full potential through literacy, learning, and building community. Next slide. So I did say that I would outline our contribution to pandemic recovery. Next slide again. The library supports pandemic recovery by providing critical social infrastructure. We support economic opportunity, academic equity, accessibility, marginalized residents, newcomers, and we do help alleviate social isolation. Next slide, please. During the pandemic, the library was uniquely positioned to pivot to a remote environment through things like our digital library of ebooks, learning, and media, our mobile app with a virtual library card, our online chat service, a wide variety of virtual programs, our curbside pickup service, and even calls to check on seniors' well-being. Next slide, please. We also, during the pandemic, temporarily removed all overdue fines. Contrary to conventional wisdom, fines are actually not an effective method of getting materials returned, and they're not a reliable source of funding. So the North American-wide trend is to permanently remove overdue fines, and we're planning to do so. We find that fines are at odds with our mission because they simply impact the most vulnerable. Next slide, please. So a very brief update on our facilities master plan. Next slide. We are just completing a facilities master plan, which will guide the next 10 years of growth of Brampton Library. Our mission is world-class libraries at your doorstep. Next slide, please. In the survey that we did preparing for the facilities, we found that 87% of residents said that the library is important to them. Next slide. And our consultations also showed us, and you can see it here, the services that people find are the ones they use the most and the ones that they would like us to expand. Next slide again. Most importantly, our research made it clear that there's a major gap in square footage of library space per capita between Brampton and the average of large urban public libraries in Canada. In fact, we're less than half of where we should be. This is why this is an important plan for us. Next slide. So now I'm going to turn it over to J. Paul Massey Singh. Next slide.
Thanks, Todd, and thank you to Council for making the time for our presentation today. As we've shared in the past, we think it's very important not only that you as leaders in our community are aware of how Brampton Library is functioning and the services we're providing to our residents, but quite frankly, our collaborative and joint commitment to ensuring that we have a best-in-class library system available for Brantonians. So thank you for making this time for us today. As Todd's already highlighted some of the achievements for this year, but I just want to point out a couple key ones, and one in particular, the launch of our inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility strategy. This is an important priority of the board and our community to ensure Brampton Library continues to engage our community and staff, in addition to a number of the other initiatives that Todd spoke to. Next slide, please. We're also excited about the growth in use and borrowing of our digital materials, of about 250% growth since 2016. So a trend that precedes the new movement toward digital engagement as part of the pandemic. As you can see here, one of the reasons we're really proud of this is it just demonstrates that our service offerings are aligning with the needs of our customers and our community. Next slide, please. We're also happy to report that our plans for facility growth are in line with the city's priorities for the community's growth. And there's three in particular that we want to highlight that the board is quite proud of. First is the Center of Innovation, which, as we all collectively know, will feature a new downtown city library for Brampton residents. Our engagement in the Urban Community Hubs project, which we're working on incorporating library presence into some new locations of high service within the community. And lastly, if I get the slide to flip, please. The Southwest development, which we're planning on expanding the hours of our small branches commercial plaza there. As you're aware, this is our newest branch, and it's been a great success for that community. And we intend to grow our presence as this area continues to grow and develop in future as well. So not just meeting the needs in present, but we're really proud of this particular initiative because it shows our capacity to grow with the city as your strategy and our strategies align. Next slide, please. Last couple of pieces is it is a priority of the library board to set aside resources for fund development to continue to enhance programs and services through community engagement and partnerships, which we believe will give Brampton Library the opportunity to continue to be innovative in both our services and our programming in the long run. And last slide, please. And then finally, our plans for the next year include expanding our maker spaces, which we know is an area of interest to all of council, but also introducing some new digital library services, including the recently launched BrainFuse, which is a tutoring and employment counseling service, O'Reilly, a new professional learning service, as well, and I know many counselors have a great interest in this, expanding our after-hours study hall to continue to work and support the needs of our students and, quite frankly, the post-secondary partners that are part of the Brampton landscape, permanently removing overdue fines, as Todd had spoken to, and then continuing to work toward, as Todd touched on earlier, the need to support those in our community who are vulnerable, increasing the loaning of hotspots and mobile devices to reduce the digital divide, which we've seen in this pandemic time be an even more exaggerated impact on our community. I said that was my last slide, but there's one last one. If we can get one more flip, please. As is our tradition, whenever we present to council, we always want to leave on a resident comment showing how, in this case, a young resident, a young girl in our community, helped win a spelling bee through her grab and go engagement and utilizing of library services. We're always proud when we can support the development of young people as leaders in our community, and we thought, as always, we want to leave on a positive note. So we're here for your questions. We appreciate your time, as always, and your leadership in supporting what Brampton Library is doing in Brampton.
Great, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Hi, Jay, Paul, and Todd. Thanks for being here today to give us an overview of the library and how you guys have been able to get through the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I just have a few questions. It's always really exciting to hear about the plans moving forward. And it sounds like with the master plan that around regarding, space and expansion is so vital to the library's future. When it comes to the conversation that we've been having in expansion, you had some really great locations that you were looking to expand. How does that translate into like a dollar figure? Because we're coming up to budget, and we know that there are asks from the library. And so what is it that all of us at council should be aware of, and how do you propose we get there? Because I think we need to get there. We need to support our library. You're vital to the community.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's two separate things here. There's the operating budget and the capital budget. From an operating point of view, there are fairly immediate things that we will be seeking, including the funding for, as we mentioned, removing overdue fines, expanding the hours in the Southwest, expanding after-hours study hall and electronic resources, that sort of thing. In the longer term, We are about to release, next week is the library board meeting, so we will be about to finalize a draft of our facilities master plan. And the costing is a bit more long-term, capital oriented on that one, and which is a process that we have not yet begun. I think we have to look carefully, as we mentioned, at the opportunities to dovetail with existing civic developments. So the infill community hubs, the 15-minute walkable neighborhoods, and as well greenfield developments, the southwest and northwest quadrants area. So that is information that will be coming.
And that's good to hear, because I think we should start having some kind of idea in our minds, so that we know what the end goal is and what we need to do to get there. Because we do know, on the agenda, there's a conversation about international students, and we're starting to get a little bit more of a sense of how much the impact has been on our community. And I think definitely the library has experienced that, because we do need to expand our after-hours study, our study hours, the availability and access to our resources there. So it's important that we continue having the conversation with the library to know what some of these ripple impacts are, and how we need to cost that out. So I'm curious to know, with the no late fees, and as a parent with kids, thank you. Always been an advocate for that. The no late fees. And when you look at the
Counselor,
no late fees, yes?
Sorry, we just had a brief blackout here in the chamber. Just bear with us a moment. We just want to verify that the WebEx session is continuing and the recording is continuing.
Okay.
Just please stand by a moment. Okay, thank you, Councillor, members of committee. It looks like we're okay, so you can continue. Sorry for interrupting you.
No problem. That's okay. So I think on behalf of many parents, thank you for the no late fees. And I know I sit on the board, so always like, this is a great thing. And so is this a long-term plan? I know you talked about it briefly, just to kind of get a sense of what our residents are going to expect. And with the COVID-19 impacts, could this be brought back to kind of offset some of the financial impacts that we've seen from COVID?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate your words of thanks. As you know, the library board had already, a couple of years ago, prior to the pandemic, permanently removed fines on children's materials. So the real question right now is remaining users and remaining categories of materials. And it is absolutely correct. The pandemic has made it clear that fines are a major impact and a major source of stress, particularly on the most vulnerable, but as you've mentioned, anyone who's a parent, because the objective always is to borrow as many, in terms of quantity, as many books and other items as possible. And this is a part of a North American-wide trend. So right now there are, at last count, over 40 municipal libraries in Ontario that have permanently removed overdue fines from their plans, and across North America, it's quite a sweeping trend. So certainly, from a financial point of view, it is something that we do have to consider, and we will be going forward with a budget proposal that has plans to offset the revenue loss due to fines. And I should say as well that revenue from fines has been declining, not just in Brampton, but across the board for years, due to things like larger digital boarding where there is no fines, much easier ways of renewing materials online, returning materials 24/7, and of course, all sorts of electronic reminders to return the materials. So even the budget goal that we have in our existing, so for example, our 2021 budget is not one that will realistically be made, because beyond our control, that revenue is declining.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for reassuring parents everywhere that we won't be bringing it back despite any financial challenges we have. And I'm sure that's going to resonate very well for parents and students across Peel and across Brampton, sorry. And so I have no further questions, but thank you both, J. Paul and Todd, for coming today. And we look forward to your budget request and for budget, because we do need to support the library. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the delegation. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams, and we will take it as read. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is a delegation from Take a Stand regarding intimate partner violence policy paper. And joining us today is Iatad Kunle Osu, and my apologies up front for the pronunciation, Lohit Kaushik, Shivoham Nar, Nordeep Chima, and Rachel Furtado. And welcome, and you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Mr. Chair, we have received a video delegation from this group, and I will play it now. And also for the next item after this, 6.4, there also is a video delegation. So I'm just going to play the video delegation now.
One in 3 women worldwide are survivors of intimate partner violence.
Every day, 137 women are killed by a member of their family. Fewer than 40% of the women who experience violence seek help of any sort.
Intimate partner violence is not an issue that stays behind closed doors. It seeps into the lives of our children and challenges our communities. A 2019 report by Statistics Canada details the alarming rise in family violence over the past 3 years. The COVID-19 pandemic came with the emergence of what UN Women describes as a shadow pandemic. Good afternoon. My name is Aitade Kunle-Ladoshu, and I am the co-chair of Take a Stand.
Good afternoon. My name is Shivoham Nar, and I am the Legislative Committee Director for Take a Stand. Good afternoon. My name is Lohit Kaushik, and I am the other co-chair of Take a Stand. For the past year, the Take a Stand team has been examining existing public policy, consulting past research, and meeting with young people in order to create a comprehensive paper that provides recommendations focused on a trauma-informed approach, a gender-informed approach, and an anti-colonization approach to both domestic violence response and prevention. In addition to our presentation, we have also submitted our policy paper, which contains an in-depth examination.
Our policy paper is divided into 3 sections: the principles, concerns, and our recommendations. Our principles serve as the foundation and guiding statements behind each of our recommendations. Each of the recommendations has been evaluated against how well it allows us to achieve our principles.
Our concern section highlights the key facets of the issue, specifically focusing on the sectors where we believe the most reform is required. Lastly, our recommendations use our research and the prior 2 sections to discuss what we believe the most effective policy to address the issue would look like. To address some gaps in our paper, we have also included a limitation section. Our domestic violence policy paper focused on 6 areas of concern: the COVID-19 pandemic, domestic violence education, domestic violence in the LGBTQ2+ community, Indigenous and racialized communities, equitable treatment options, and police public relations, policy and legislation.
At this time, we have the honor of welcoming our Legislative Committee delegates who will be delivering the principles and recommendations section of the paper.
Good evening. My name is Nordeep Chima, and I'm a Legislative Committee delegate.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Furtado, and I'm a Legislative Committee delegate.
A full list of our principles can be found in the policy paper and on the slide. However, we would like to highlight the principle that all people have the right to be protected from intimate partner violence in all its forms.
A full list of our concerns can be found in the policy paper and on the slide. However, we would like to highlight the concern that policies relating to intimate partner violence do not offer support to those affected in secondary and tertiary forms like children.
Here are recommendations.
We recommend that existing awareness campaigns like the It's Not Okay campaign should continue, particularly expanding the number of languages that the campaign is translated into. We also recommend that additional statistical evidence be collected by the city and this data shared with community organizers and leaders, such that they can better understand the needs of their communities.
To address domestic violence in the LGBTQ2+ community, we'd recommend that the city's equity office evaluates the number of LGBTQ2+ organizers required to increase representation in domestic violence services and intimate partner violence prevention.
To address the racialization of domestic violence and the increased rates of domestic violence in racialized communities, the City of Brampton should place emphasis on achieving the steps outlined by the Federal Truth and Reconciliation Commission by auditing their efforts and progress against the demands of the Commission.
In order to address the lack of equitable treatment options, we recommend citywide training programs specifically designed for treatment staff like shelter staff. This will equip them with necessary skills to accommodate queer people, people from varying ethnic backgrounds, and those with mental health or substance abuse concerns.
Police public relations, policy, and legislation can be better by having town halls and consultation events concerning mandatory arrests, particularly what those mandatory arrests mean for racialized communities.
We would also like to briefly highlight the key limitations of our policy paper.
The first limitation is that we do not place heavy emphasis on people with disabilities who also experience domestic violence. This is largely because of the very limited data that exists for such groups. The second limitation is that we were not able to receive input from Indigenous community organizers during our community consultations. Therefore, their perspective is not as represented as we would have liked.
We hope our presentation provided meaningful and comprehensive information on some of the steps the city can take in order to rectify intimate partner violence. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the delegation.
Okay, and do you know, are they on hand to answer any questions, City Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not have them in the session. They were provided connection links, but they may be predisposed. So that's why we received the video delegation.
Okay, so I do see Councillor Santos, but there's no questions of clarification. But I'll hand this over to Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just I wanted to share that, yes, they are not here today because they are in school and aren't able to join us to answer any questions. So I promised them, I spoke with EATAD yesterday about the delegations, and I promised that I would speak and share to council that if there are any questions, they'd be happy to answer those via email or have one-on-one meetings in relation to this policy paper or the policy paper following. In speaking with EATAD and all of the youth of Take a Stand Youth, they represent 50 youth across the city of Brampton. And I spent a lot of time with them over the summer on a Sunday afternoon talking about these particular issues, and they were asking incredibly tough questions. These are incredibly bright, organized, and smart young people in our city, and I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge them. And of course, if anyone has any follow-up questions, please reach out to this outstanding group of young people. One thing that I would like to do is, because this issue is in relation to intimate partner violence, I'm just wondering if we could just make sure from staff's perspective, particularly the Community Safety Wellbeing Office or Community Safety Office, if we could make sure that the policy paper is taken into consideration as we move forward in the It's Not Okay campaign and any other issues related to this particular file. That's it.
Okay, I see no further questions. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Santos and to receive the delegations, and I believe the motion's on the board. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so we go now to our next video, item 6.4, Take a Stand Youth Employment Policy Paper.
Good afternoon. My name is Lohit Kaushik, and I am the co-chair of Take a Stand, an extension of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Aitade Kunlelarashu, and I am the other co-chair of Take a Stand.
Good afternoon. My name is Shivoham Nar, and I am the director of the Legislative Committee within Take a Stand.
We would like to extend our gratitude to the members of the City Council for engaging with young people. For the past year, the Take a Stand team has been examining existing public policy, consulting past research, and meeting with young people in order to create a comprehensive paper that provides recommendations focused on eliminating youth unemployment within the city. In addition to our presentation, we have also submitted our policy paper, which contains an in-depth examination.
Today's delegation will happen in two parts. The first will be an overview of our policy paper framework, and the second will be an examination of our recommendations.
We will begin today's delegation by providing an overview of the format of our PCR, our methodology, and our approach.
Youth unemployment is as much of a social issue as it is an economic one. Therefore, our paper takes on an anti-oppressive, gender-informed, and harm reduction approach. The paper seeks to acknowledge historic systems of oppression that contribute to youth unemployment.
Our youth unemployment policy paper focused on 6 areas of concern: the COVID-19 pandemic, barriers to employment for youth, geographical limitations to youth employment programs, mentorship support, and the cost of employing youth in small/medium enterprises.
Our policy paper is divided into 3 sections: the principles, concerns, and our recommendations. Our principles serve as the foundation and guiding statements behind each of our recommendations. Each of the recommendations has been evaluated against how well it allows us to achieve our principles.
Our concerns section highlights the key facets of the issue, specifically focusing on the sectors where we believe the most reform is required.
Lastly, our recommendations use our research in the prior 2 sections to discuss what we believe the most effective policy to address the issue would look like. To address some of the gaps in our paper, we have also included a limitations section.
Today, we will briefly present our principles, concerns, and then provide the corresponding recommendations.
A full list of our principles can be found in the policy paper and on the slide. However, we would like to highlight the principle that youth should not face undue barriers such as discrimination based on gender, ability, race, sexuality, or socioeconomic class when looking for employment.
A full list of our principles can be found in the policy paper and on the slide. However, we would like to highlight the concern that marginalized communities are disproportionately affected by youth unemployment and are more likely to be victims of discrimination, which can be reflected in a hostile work environment, pay disparities, or impaired career mobility.
Here are our recommendations.
The City of Brampton's existing economic recovery plan does not acknowledge the disproportionate effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on women, nor does it account for intersectional identities like race, class, ability, or immigration status. Therefore, we recommend that the execution of the plan prioritizes marginalized and racialized communities. The plan should focus on economic disparities faced by young people and create corresponding programming to develop transferable skills and build experience. The City of Brampton should continue communication with the Ministry of Labour to ensure equitable working standards and the protection of young workers.
To rectify barriers to youth unemployment, the city should collaborate with interest groups like unions and the Ministry of Labor to advocate for hiring and fight for policies that maximize equity and accessibility. This could manifest in the creation of a mobile app with job availability updates or bettering the user experience of the existing website.
Geographical barriers serve as a major contributing factor to youth unemployment. The inaccessibility of public transportation and the fact that Brampton is not a walkable city means that youth are often confined to very short distances, which limits their employment opportunities. The City of Brampton should continue the existing affordable transit program and create a version that seeks to alleviate the transportation costs for youth.
Another recommendation would be to increase the number of online job opportunities for youth through government programs and incentives for businesses to do the same.
For unemployed youth, there are currently very few training and support programs in place. Additionally, these programs face a wide variety of challenges. For instance, many of these programs are severely underfunded, under-advertised, and not accessible to a wide variety of youth.
Young people are oftentimes not given practical career assistance services during their elementary or secondary education, and existing public services suffer from inaccessibility.
The City of Brampton must invest in existing youth mentorship programs. For example, existing partnerships with youth mentorship organizations like the Hammerheads program should be expanded, and there should be a focus on encouraging young people who are underrepresented in these industries, like women and racialized youth, to participate.
The last aspect of youth unemployment that we will be discussing are the costs of employing youth and the investment into youth employment for small and medium enterprises. To combat the unwillingness to hire young people, the city should implement probationary programs with subsidized wages. This program can be implemented by requiring businesses to hire a specific number of youth members, as it will give youth the opportunity to gain real-life work experience and allow businesses to grow as well.
Our paper is not an exhaustive examination of the issue. Therefore, we have also included a limitations portion to our presentation. The first limitation is that we do not analyze the links between urban planning and youth unemployment. We also do not heavily acknowledge the historic systems of oppression designed to prevent specific groups of youth from gaining employment. To rectify this, we will attempt to reach out to organizations and groups that can provide us with data and guidance.
Thank you for your time and involvement with the youth of the City of Brampton. We hope our presentation provided meaningful and comprehensive information on some of the steps the city can take in order to rectify the issue. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the delegation.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions, so if I can move that the chair be heard. I would just need clarification from staff or from anyone involved. Can I get just a quick sort of, is this a council youth, City of Brampton Youth Council, or is this the mayor's youth council? You know, I'm quite impressed. I was on Mayor Robertson's youth council, and I was 17 years old, and I could not articulate many of these issues, and I would not tend to have these on my radar. So it was quite impressive the way that they're tackling these issues. And so if I can get clarification, you know, from staff or from whoever, you know, city clerk, is this a council, youth council, or is this the mayor's youth council? Or Councillor Santos, is this your youth council?
You, Mr. Chair, to the chair. This is a youth organization. I believe they were in touch with the mayor's office as well, and they reached out because they wanted to speak to somebody on council as an organization of 50 youth across the city of Brampton about these two particular issues. And so I spent time with them, talking to many of them about the issues. They asked me questions. I provided information on who they should maybe go, else they should talk to. I encouraged them to reach out to other councillors. And then I encouraged them to share their findings with council. So not any different than any other youth organization that's come to delegate to council in the past, or committee to council in the past.
So just so that, so it's not a city youth, it's an private organization or a youth, and it's a Brampton organization?
Yeah, correct. 50 young people across the city of Brampton. Similar to Stay Woke and GEMS and Peel Climate Council and other Brampton youth organizations that have delegated on various issues. I think it's important we hear from our young people.
Thank you for the clarification. I confess this is the first time I've ever heard of them, and so maybe some of the advice too, many of the issues that they've raised, you know, they're probably more appropriate at the region appeal and at the police services board. So hopefully they get that that advice. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Santos again to receive the delegations, and we'll take it as read. Do I have anyone opposed? I
Through
see
you,
none.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Councillor Santos wishes to speak.
Oh, okay. Councillor Santos, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, there's something wrong with them. Okay, there we go. Can you hear me? Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to your point about the region, I believe that they will be sending information to the region as well, but I'm happy to move that we send these two delegations as correspondence to the region for them to consider.
Okay, so we do have a motion of referring this as correspondence to the region, moved by Councillor Santos. Anyone opposed? I see none. And also to receive the delegations and taken as read. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Our next delegations are regarding the Downtown Revitalization Plan. And joining us today is Tom Wasak, Vice President of Asset Management and Electra Utilities, Armando Porco, Senior Manager, Wireless Real Estate, and Joanna Corona, Senior Manager, Wireline Network Bell Canada, Carrie Percival, Chair Rick Evans, Secretary, and Susie Godfrey, Executive Director, Downtown Brampton BIA. And I do know Mr. Capel was added to this delegation. And before we hear the delegations under Council's procedure bylaw, we will receive the related staff presentation first, item 10.1.1, followed by the delegations and any clarification questions for the delegates, and then we'll bring forward the related staff report 10.2.5 for consideration, as well as referred notice of motion from Mayor Brown, item 10.3.1. Is that okay with committee? Is anyone opposed? Okay, go ahead and I'll hand it over to, Councilor Vicente, do you want a clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you have actually answered my question that we will be considering the report following the delegations up on the board. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll hand it over to staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today is a very important day for the city of Brampton. We are coming with the 90-day report and a presentation. It's very important for us today to have council make a decision and choose a direction for the downtown revitalization program. Today, we also have a major achievement in terms of aligning the utilities. We came a long way from 4 months ago. Today, we have representatives from the region and Bell Canada, as well as Electra. And without much ado, I'm going to pass the presentation, the floor to Tim Kucharik, the acting director for Capital Works. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. What we've done is we've worked with the internal stakeholders and external stakeholders to prepare a bit of a program that has different options. It talks to some of the planning aspects and has some of the capital works that are proposed as part of the design. So a lot of it will give different options for council to consider as part of the implementation of the downtown work. We've also included areas for the squares, the Ken Wellens Square and Garden Square, just for council's consideration also. If they'd like to proceed with those works, we can start the design on those to have those integrated also. We have a bit of a presentation, so we'll go over the presentation and then we can answer any questions that people may have. Maybe I'll turn it over to Harry, who's the acting Manager of Engineering and also Senior Project Engineer on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Peter, can you please confirm that you can hear me?
We can, yes.
Very good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Like Tim said, I'm Harry Prasad. I'm the Acting Manager of Engineering in the Capital Works Division of Public Works and Engineering. Next slide, please. So I'm pleased to be here with Shahid Mahmood to present options for streetscaping in the downtown for council's consideration, specifically streetscaping on Main Street and Queen Street for the downtown revitalization program under the broader umbrella of the integrated downtown plan. Shahid is the principal planner in the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department and will speak to the planning aspects of our presentation. Well, Public Works and Engineering, Planning, Building, and Economic Development and Transit also brought forward a joint report to committee today on the same subject. So this presentation speaks to the content of that report. The report has much more detailed information, and the presentation and report should be read together. Next slide, please. So a quick recap of some background information that brought us to today. In 2018, the city partnered with the region of Peel to deliver full streetscaping on Main Street and Queen Street under a region's contract for replacement and rehabilitation of their water and wastewater infrastructure. That construction tender was canceled for various reasons in 2018. In July 2020, there was a regional council directive for the region to proceed with construction of new water mains and new and rehabilitated sanitary sewers, since their infrastructure were old and with some failures, and the region wished to maintain the reliability of their infrastructure. The region will be starting this construction in November 2021 with an expected completion date in late 2023. Around the same time, in July 2020, a city council directive was for the city to proceed with state of good repairs for the roads on Queen Street and Main Street to complete some full depth repairs and resurface the roads, all in partnership with the region's upcoming construction. The limits of construction for both the regional work and the city's work is on Queen Street from Mill Street South, the Theater Lane, and Main Street from Wellington Street to Nelson Street West. In July of this year, City Council also approved a motion to include the replacement of the existing sidewalks and curbs in their existing locations with a state of good repairs, which were approved in July 2020, and again in partnership with the region in their upcoming tender. Next slide, please. So on May the 19th of this year, Council passed a motion requesting the region of Peel to pause their upcoming tender for the replacement of their infrastructure until such a time that a path forward has been determined by the city for the downtown streetscape. This motion was considered at Regional Council meeting on May the 27th of this year, and Regional Council voted to proceed with the region's water and wastewater works as was approved in July 2020. The May the 19th City Council motion also required staff to report back to Council with a list of options to incorporate work on components of the Downtown Reimagined project, that is the streetscaping work, as a first phase of the broader integrated downtown plan, including consideration of future designs for the LRT in the downtown and in coordination with utility companies and the region of Peel's infrastructure work. The motion required the staff report back on the emerging alignments for the LRT, consideration and input from the utility companies and the region of Peel, a prioritized list of work for each option, consideration of public engagement with the BIA and the Brampton Board of Trade, consideration of the impacts of the ongoing pandemic on the downtown businesses, and how improvements in Garden Square and Ken Willans Square can be done to grow the downtown, with a summary of timelines, cost, risk associated for each option, and that staff consultant obtain direction from City Council on a path forward. Next slide, please. So a bit of current information on the future Main Street LRT. Are we missing a slide, Peter?
Sorry, we have the presentation.
Go back up. Go back one up, please. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, so a bit of information on the future Main Street LRT. Transit staff is currently advancing the LRT extension study along Main Street through the downtown, coming from Steeles Avenue to the Brampton GO station. In July of this year, Council approved Transit to take the preferred surface alignment and the preferred tunnel alignment for the LRT extension study forward to the 30% detailed design stage and preparation of the environmental project report. Also in July of this year, Council supported the LRT option as a preferred alignment to be used to advance funding advocacy for an LRT with the province and the federal government. Francis staff also indicated that while the tunnel option is supported by council to advance the funding advocacy, both the surface and underground LRT options continue to be considered. And technically, either one, and only one, could be advanced to obtain minister's approval for the LRT study. Transit staff expect to complete a 30% design and the draft report by August of 2022, and then follow through in the following few months to obtain minister's approval. In preparing our report in this presentation on various streetscaping options, staff consulted with the region and utility companies. We requested that they provide order of magnitude cost estimates and schedules to complete their designs in consideration of the future LRT on Main Street. We seek stakeholders' input in coming up with the various options for streetscaping. We consulted with the region, the downtown Brampton BIA, city departments, ward councillors, and local businesses to obtain their input. Various city departments determined a number of short-term initiatives that could advance the meanwhile strategies of the broader downtown plan, the IDP, some of which could be implemented during the construction of the upcoming regional infrastructure works and as outlined in the staff report. We also consulted with the region, the downtown Brampton BIA, fire and emergency services to help determine the best way to expedite the upcoming regions and cities' construction while keeping a balance between business needs, safety, and traffic management through the downtown. And we will continue to liaise with the BIA and the public during the upcoming construction to keep them fully informed and to address any concerns. Next slide, please. So we came up with 5 options to deliver streetscaping on a Main Street and Queen Street, consisting of what is we refer to as partial streetscaping and full streetscaping. Now, before I get into the details of the 5 options, I would like to give an indication of what we mean when we talk about partial streetscaping and full streetscaping. As many of you know, the city had a plan in 2018 to deliver full streetscaping in the Downtown Reimagined project. That construction tender was canceled in December 2018 for various reasons. That project included full streetscaping. That is a complete redo and included the removal and replacement of everything in the rights of way on Main Street and Queen Street. And that project consisted of narrowing the roads from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, with a finished surface on the road consisting of stone pavers, widening of the sidewalks consistent with narrowing of the roads, with a finished sidewalk surface consisting of stone pavers also. On sidewalk bike lanes, new infrastructure for street lighting, new infrastructure for traffic signals, extensive underground soil cells with extensive tree planting, street furniture, new storm sewers, and it included 100% new utility infrastructure such as gas, telephone, hydro, etc. In addition, the 2018 project included new and upgraded regional infrastructure, that is sanitary sewers and water mains. Now for partial streetscaping, this is generally a removal and replacement of the existing surface elements, that is the roads and the sidewalks, with some streetscaping elements that can be added. It may or may not include narrowing of roads. It may or may not include widening of the existing sidewalks. It may or may not include stone paver finishing on the roads. No new street lighting infrastructure. The existing is to remain. No new traffic signal infrastructure. The existing is to remain. No soil cells and in-ground tree planting. The existing trees are to remain. It includes paver stones on the sidewalks. It includes bike lanes on road or sidewalk, depending on the option selected. It includes street furniture with details to be determined during the project delivery stage. It includes landscaping elements or trees and movable planters with details to be determined again during the project delivery stage. It also includes relocation of some utilities with a road widening option. Next slide, please. So the options to begin streetscaping work in consideration of the future plans for LRT. Option 1, partial streetscaping with replacement of existing sidewalks with stone pavers and road resurfacing in existing locations. Option number 2 is partial streetscaping, replacement of existing sidewalks with stone pavers and resurfacing with a widened sidewalk, plus or minus 3 meters. Both options 1 and 2 do not include provisions for the LRT. Option 3, 4, and 5 are for full streetscaping. Option 3 to provide for a future underground LRT alignment. Option 4 to provide for a future surface LRT alignment. And option 5 to do full streetscaping together with a future underground or surface LRT alignment. So staff in consultation with the Region of Peel staff determined that the full streetscaping work, which was contemplated in 2018, cannot be advanced in standalone portions or components. To do so would require a holistic approach since the various infrastructure and streetscaping elements were tied together. Staff consulted with the region and utility companies to obtain information on timelines and cost estimates for them to partner with the city to deliver any streetscaping work for the 5 options. Electra, Bell, Enbridge Gas, and TELUS provided the requested information and also indicated that they would partner again with the city like they did in 2018 to coordinate their designs to accommodate any future streetscaping work. The region also confirmed that they, as well as Metrolinx, have some very specific design and construction requirements for infrastructure installation adjacent to or under a surface LRT guideway. Worth mentioning is a discussion we had with Bell, in which they indicated that they would be willing and able to provide wireless infrastructure in the downtown at their cost, and that they can do so anytime. Bell also indicated a willingness to work with the city to possibly install spear ducts on Queen Street and Main Street in the upcoming regional tender. To provide for future, sorry I lost you there for a while, just to break up, possible future underground fiber optics. If that is the case, the city staff will continue to engage with utility companies to capitalize on this opportunity to possibly have spear ducts installed for their infrastructure also. Next slide, please. So option 1 is for the city to continue to partner with the region to complete partial streetscaping to include the road resurfacing, removal, and replacement of sidewalks with stone pavers and curb and gutters in their current locations. The estimated cost to complete this work is $8.5 million. The work is included already in the upcoming region's construction tender, which is expected to be completed by late 2023. $12 million was approved by council on July of this year, on July the 7th, that is, to cover these works, as well as any short-term initiatives that could be done in the downtown to advance the meanwhile strategies of the integrated downtown plan. Right now, $10.6 million is available in this budget. Worth mentioning also is that if the existing road is also considered to be replaced with stone paver instead of a resurfacing with asphalt, similar to that proposed in 2018, the additional cost for this option is an additional $11 million. Next slide, please. So for option number 1, other opportunities also that exist include streetscaping elements that will contribute and advance the intent of the integrated downtown plan, such as installation of on-road bike lanes on Main Street through the downtown, on-road movable planters, consideration of semi-mountable curbs, street prints at crosswalks, installation of wayfinding signs, installation of spear ducts within the construction to accommodate possible future fiber optics for Bell. The risk with option 1 is that these new surfaces will have to be removed and replaced in the future should the city decide to do full streetscaping. Next slide, please. Option 2 is for the city to continue to partner with the region to include road resurfacing, removal and replacement of sidewalks with stone pavers, curbs and gutters, but with a widened sidewalk, approximately 3 meters, on both sides of Queen Street and Main Street. This option will require that all road catch basins be relocated to the new curb lines and reconnected to the existing storm sewers. As well, the relocated catch basins will conflict with existing gas mains, bell lines, hydro lines, and cable TV lines in some stretches on both Queen Street and Main Street, and will have to be relocated. This means that engineering design of the widened sidewalk, narrowed roadway would be required, as well as engineering design of the utilities that are to be relocated. This is expected to take about 1.5 years. If this option is selected, the engineering designs can be started immediately to be completed by Q1 of 2023. The city could request that this work be included through a change request in upcoming region's construction, which is expected to be well underway by the time the engineering design is completed. If acceptable to the region, this additional construction could add about 1.5 to 2 years to the region's upcoming construction. That is extended into the fall of 2024 or spring of 2025. The design and construction of the gas mains, however, would have to be completed by Enbridge's contractor under a separate Enbridge construction contract. The cost estimate for design and construction for this option is $16.6 million, or about twice that of option 1. This means that all of the remaining funds in the $12 million, which was approved by Council in July of this year to cover this work, would be used up. A budget top-up would be required. Also, if the existing road is considered to be replaced with stone paver surface instead of asphalt, this additional cost estimate is another $7.5 million. Next slide, please. So other opportunities also exist, similar to option 1 for option 2, to include other streetscaping elements, again, that will contribute to the IDP, including installation of on sidewalk bike lanes on Main Street through the downtown, on road movable planters with trees and some form of landscaping elements. Sorry, I meant to say on sidewalk movable planters. Semi-mountable curbs could be considered, street prints at crosswalks, installation of wayfinding signs, installation again of spare ducts within the construction to accommodate future fiber optic lines for Bell. Similar to option 1, the risk with this option is that these new surfaces would have to be removed and replaced in the future should the city decide to do full streetscaping works. As well, if selected, this option would require budget top-up to complete other works listed as those short-term initiatives to advance the integrated downtown plan. Next slide, please. So options 3, 4, and 5 are for full streetscaping in consideration of a future LRT. With option 1, it is full streetscaping with consideration of a future underground LRT alignment. To make this option tender ready would require the city to engage the region as a stakeholder and to re-engage the utility companies for the utility companies to complete their designs, which were partially completed in 2018 when Downtown Reimagined was designed. Completing utility designs would eliminate the risk which were inherent in a 2018 Downtown Reimagined tender due to partially completed designs. Large contingencies and cash allowances were carried in the 2018 tender to account for the incomplete designs. This can be avoided, of course, with the utility companies finishing off their design. With this option, the city would be required to coordinate the utility final designs, update the tender documents, pre-qualify contractors, and tender the construction contract. The region has indicated that they may not have to redesign their water and wastewater infrastructure work that the region will be constructing in their upcoming construction, and that these infrastructure could remain in place. However, the region may decide to construct valve chambers to bring this newly constructed water main to current region standards. These valve chambers are not included in their upcoming tender in the region's effort to minimize any possible throwaway cost should an LRT come up Main Street in the future. The city will take the lead again for the design, tender, and construction of the city's portions of the work, but would be required to liaise with the region and utility companies to coordinate their work for inclusion in a city's tender, except again for Enbridge Gas, who normally complete their own design and construction. With this option, the design could take about 2 years to complete, followed by a 4-year construction period for a total schedule of about 6 years. The cost estimate for this option is $70 million. The risk with this option is that advancing permanent streetscaping work prior to a final decision on the LRT could result in infrastructure being installed at the incorrect location and may need to be removed and be reinstalled in the future to be consistent with the future LRT works. Next slide, please. Option 4 is for full streetscaping with consideration of a future surface LRT alignment. This option would also require the city to engage the region as a stakeholder and to re-engage the utility companies, again for the utility companies to complete their designs, which were partially completed in 2018. I mentioned, similar to option number 3, this would eliminate the risk with having incomplete designs in a tender. The city would have to take the lead for the design, tender, and construction, again, of the city's portion of work, but would be required to liaise with the region and utility companies to coordinate their work for inclusion in the city's tender. The city and the region would be required to coordinate the utility final designs to meet specific design and construction requirements of the region and Metrolinx for location of utilities, regional, and cities infrastructure. Unlike option 3, with this option, the region would have to redesign their water and wastewater infrastructure that the region will be constructing in their upcoming construction, as this newly constructed infrastructure would become redundant. That is, the infrastructure would be required to meet the region's own standards, as well as Metrolinx's requirements for separation of infrastructure from an LRT track bed. With this option, the design and tender could take about 3.5 years to complete, followed by a 4-year construction period for a total about 7.5 years. The cost estimate for this option is similar to option number 3 at $70 million. Again, the risk with this option is that advancing permanent streetscaping work prior to a final decision on the LRT alignment could result in infrastructure being installed in the incorrect location and may be required to be relocated in the future. Next slide, please. Option 5 is for construction of all of the LRT and streetscaping work in one construction project and would require the city to engage Metrolinx, the region, and utility companies to coordinate and complete the LRT and streetscaping designs and tender documents consistent with the final alignment chosen for the LRT. Not including the cost of the LRT, this option is estimated to cost $70 million also. The risk with this option is that it will be at least 10 years or more before any streetscaping work is completed, assuming that full funding will be in place for the LRT and streetscaping work. So this brings me to the end of the presentation on options. Next slide, please. So we were also asked by council to report back on how design and construction could be completed to grow the downtown. And specifically to for consideration of how Ken Willen Square and Garden Square could be developed So preliminary conceptual designs were completed for both these squares in 2018 and 2019 when the downtown reimagined design was undertaken. For development of these squares, the scope of work would first have to be fully determined by engaging the various internal and external stakeholders. A consultant would have to be retained to complete a detailed design, obtain relevant approvals, prepare tender documents, and pre-qualify contractors. The city would have to tender the construction, followed by construction. The detailed design phase of both squares is expected to take about 2.5 years, with construction taking about 2.5 years also, for a total of 5 years. The estimated costs for detailed design and construction are for Ken Williams Square, $16.5 million, and for Garden Square, about $4.5 million. It is worthy to note that the design and construction of each square is mutually exclusive, and that each could be done as a standalone project, pending Council's direction. Next slide, please. We were also asked to report back on financial impact of all these undertaken. The estimated preliminary cost for full streetscaping and the development of Ken Williams Square and Garden Square totals about $86 million. And this will be captured through a new capital project and a project number. Staff is recommending funding through the issuance of external debt, which will result in an increased annual operating impact of about $4.8 million in order to account for the annual debt repayment obligation based on a 30-year term at a rate of 3.15%. This would equate to a 1% property tax impact. The timing of actual debt issuance and the associated repayment will be aligned with the cash flow requirements of the project, which are anticipated to be incurred over 3 to 7 years, subject to Council's direction for construction options on the streetscaping works. Next slide, please. We were also asked to report back on the COVID impact of the COVID-19. So city and regional staff reached out to the BIA and businesses to obtain their input on how the upcoming construction could be staged or sequenced to minimize disruptions to operations of the businesses. This included gathering information on hours of operation, location of loading and unloading zones, use of existing patios, plans for future patios. The information gathered, where feasible, were included as constraints or requirements in the construction contract for the upcoming region's tender. When a contractor is retained by the region to complete the upcoming works and their construction methodology is known, including the sequencing and traffic management schemes, the region and the city will again reach out to the BIA and businesses through a virtual public information center and one-on-one meetings to share information and again obtain their input to minimize disruptions to the downtown businesses. The region will provide a full-time project ambassador for the upcoming construction to liaise with the downtown businesses and the public before and during the construction. The downtown office, which will be managed by planning, will also provide much needed support during the upcoming construction, and especially providing information on the planning aspects and future growth of the downtown. Both the city and the region have active project websites that will inform the BIA, downtown businesses, and the public with updated construction, traffic issues, emergency access, and other pertinent construction-related information and matters. Through the detailed design of the upcoming city's work and region's infrastructure, staff engaged with the BIA, businesses, and the public by posting online survey, meeting on one-on-one with businesses, and met several times with the BIA to provide project information and solicit feedback. In addition, consultation will continue with the downtown BIA as well as the Brampton Board of Trade during the upcoming construction and any future design and construction undertaking. This brings me to the end of my part of the presentation. Thank you for listening. I'll now pass it over to Shahid.
Thank you, Harry. Is the mic working?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. As a city, we are driving, next slide, please. Thank you. As a city, we are driving real change and building on the bold initiatives laid out in the Brampton 2040 vision document. The integrated downtown plan is a key piece of that vision. As mentioned in presentations before, the IDP is a roadmap for transformational action, including key infrastructure upgrades, urban design, land use and programming interventions, building on the downtown's vision to become an economic driver, regional cultural hub, and an emerging innovation district. Many of the region's infrastructure upgrades and the city's capital projects are staged and, as Harry explained, will be realized over many years. We would like to assure you the IDP is continuing to advance strategies that will create the necessary stimuli and change perceptions that neighborhoods will strengthen local economies. Next. The IDP will ensure downtown neighborhoods are balanced with the provision of adequate community service facilities, parkland, green infrastructure, and physical infrastructure. This is encouraged to support the notion of complete communities and the health of residents, workers, and visitors. Queen Street is one such corridor. A portion of Queen Street, as you may know, is within the provincially designated Downtown Brampton Urban Growth Center, which stretches from McLaughlin to Highway 410. Any future streetscape treatment should cover this area as a minimum, but in our opinion, this should really be extended further to Bramalea Road and connect with Bramalea Terminal. This effectively covers the extent of the Queen BRT routes, which serve over 10 neighborhoods that will be affected directly by 10 MTSA intensification zones. Next. We would like to highlight that staff will be developing a Downtown Brampton Streetscape Manual, reflecting the diverse characters of local neighborhoods in Downtown Brampton. This Downtown Brampton Streetscape Manual will extend public realm treatments from Downtown Reimagined to the rest of the downtown area streets. This will provide design cues to private development and city-run projects in the downtown, including future road construction. Key components of the study will develop: 1, a streetscape typology that includes flexible streets; 2, a palette of unit paving and site furnishings; 3, a public art and marketing zone; and 4, finally, a streetscape and lighting detail package. Next. Part of this will include movable tree planters. Movable tree planters should not be considered a downgrade to trees planted in soil cells. There are enormous benefits for using movable tree planters. These include no impact below grade. They can be positioned at any time and are not dependent on construction schedules. They are able to renew landscaping patterns and design in the public realm. Their flexible placement can respond to special events, street festival closures, and/or for framing bike lanes. And they can certainly incorporate seating and lighting in a very flexible manner. Next. As mentioned, the region will be undertaking some necessary infrastructure replacement work in downtown Brampton. Until the time comes for the construction of the final streetscape, the IDP can certainly propose painting key intersections as a way to invigorate the streetscape here and now. It brings color and vibrancy to the streetscape. This is potentially how it could look. Next. Staff is also developing an urban design activation strategy to study opportunities for temporary and long-term urban design activations. This will provide a conceptual vision for downtown Brampton, connecting and reinvigorating potential site areas bounded by Nelson and George Streets and Queen Street. This strategy will include a design charrette with city and key stakeholders, developing an urban narrative by district supported with key interventional concepts, and a preliminary order of magnitude cost estimate, phasing plan, and block diagram and programming to realize this. Next. Included here could be Vivian Lane that will certainly benefit from minor repair, which includes the resurfacing to match the rest of Garden Square and updating existing chess tables. The city, of course, will consult with the families who donated prior to any action that is taken on these tables. Next. Based on these activation strategies, laneways, as we can see here in Seattle, will hugely benefit from simple lighting and street furniture to more direct interventions. Next. And as such, plazas, as Harry had earlier indicated, are easily animated. And we can do this with simple interventions that include kiosks, furniture, and art installations. Next. This, of course, goes hand in hand with Hydro Sources. The City of Brampton's Film Office participates as a member of the Ontario Green Screen Initiative, an organization whose goal it is to make the film industry more environmentally friendly. More efficient and reliable sources of hydro on both Main and Queen Streets will support film, the Brampton's Farmers Market, which has been very popular, and other such events. Next. Art opportunities are certainly many, and they can be used to animate plazas. Next. There's also opportunities to better align the Art Walk of Fame with ambitions, which we are working towards, for its potential future, and in forthcoming program recommendations to Council, staff will address options for envisioning more suitable designs for this valued program in downtown Brampton. Currently, due to pending downtown infrastructure upgrades, the inlay of granite stones for the Arts Walk of Fame inductees was put on hold. Since then, the temporary provision of vinyl decals has been used as an interim measure until a more permanent marker will be installed. In the future, as part of the downtown transformation, there are opportunities to better align the Arts Walk of Fame's physical infrastructure with the current image of the program and ambitions for its potential future. In a forthcoming program recommendation report to Council, staff will address options for reimagining a more suitable physical representation of this valued program in the downtown core. This is envisioned for September 22nd, 2021. Next. There's another opportunity to use street art, in this case to honor Flower City's heritage and celebrate the LGBTQ25 community. This can be done as a pilot project, exploring the application of different materials while ensuring the ease of maintenance and durability. There are many opportunities to also explore temporary art activations. City staff is engaging an external public art service provider to animate the downtown area through temporary art activations slated for the fall of 2021. These include vacant storefront windows in downtown Brampton and covering utility boxes along Queen Street East corridor with art. The Arts, Culture, and Creative Industry Development Agency is collaborating with the service provider to offer multiple public art 101 workshops, supporting local artists in developing their skills for public art professional opportunities. In addition, this agency will collaborate with Downtown Brampton's BIA and local businesses on free community programming, including artist talks, artist walks, and much more. Next. As you well know, the city has acquired many properties to support the Center of Innovation, including an expanded garden square. A number of the acquired properties are being evaluated as potential locations for short-term leases or pop-ups in the interim. To utilize the properties in the short term, staff has begun discussing a fair and transparent process to identify potential tenants and partners. Here's what we are doing. 1. 3640 Main Street North. With the recent closure of one of 2 bike shops in the city, bicycle repair is a much needed service downtown. We have proposed that the Brampton Bike Hub for the old Wendell Clark's building. Multiple tenants can co-lease the space in the future. Bike Brampton are volunteers who encourage and promote and advocate for the increased safe cycling in Brampton. In partnership with the Punjabi Community Health Services, Bike Brampton established the Brampton Bike Hub as an initiative that aims to provide access to reconditioned bikes to families while providing bike mechanic training and opportunities for personal growth through bicycle-related activities. The old Wendell Clark's building will be their new home. The space is currently being retrofitted. Number 2, 60 Main Street North. The City of Brampton is looking to establish a shared kitchen hub and operation in the former Cycle Path building. The location will provide space to support food culinary production, retail business incubation, and community gathering space as an anchor in downtown Brampton. The commercial kitchen, also known as ghost kitchens, will be accessible to all communities, providing individual training, promoting workshops that support culinary diversity. The city has retained a consultant to scope a schematic test fit for a shared kitchen hub. The city has also applied for federal funding, Canada Community Revitalization Fund, to offset the repair costs for the reoccupation of the Cycle Path building. Number 3, Heritage Theatre. The Heritage Theatre is a landmark Brampton property. It is iconic and has special cultural and symbolic value. Staff has drafted an expression of interest that will reach out to partners to effectively leverage the city asset to best capitalize on the economic development opportunities. Next. Leading mixed-use innovative projects can be complex. Heritage Theatre provides the city some very exciting opportunities. Attracting the right partner to complete this work from exploration, development, construction, and operations is key to its success, and to ensure that it's developed and designed to meet the needs of future vendors and operators and the residents and visitors to Brampton. Next. Brampton is seeing many new districts and neighborhoods grow and evolve in its downtown. It's critical that amendments to the sign bylaw are made, which are being done to revise criteria to allow for a variety of signage forms and types. Next. In only the past year, downtown Brampton has received development proposals amounting to over 6,500 new residential and mixed-use units. Over 1,000 of these are currently in the formal development application process. Downtown Brampton is in the midst of creating a rich blend of cultural, innovation, technological, civic, and ecological destinations. We should note that streetscape and public realm improvements will bring tangible benefits to the city that include an increase in downtown visitation and expenditures, an increase in commercial occupancy, an increase in value associated with new construction, an expedited delivery of new construction, and finally, an enhanced quality of life for local residents. We must stress this development should be balanced with an appropriate investment in infrastructure that is required to keep the heart of the city strong, livable, and healthy. Built form must be shaped so it is compatible with its context, viewed holistically, and improves livability for all residents, workers, and visitors in all forms of development. Next. Future downtown development will have access to vibrant places that accommodate a range of activities year-round. Key transit projects and initiatives will transform downtown Brampton. Many people will also choose to travel by foot or by bike, so downtown streets will need to have generous sidewalk space and a comprehensive network of bike lanes. We call this complete living. Next. Along with new and expanded infrastructure, the development of a connected and expanded network of parks and high-quality public spaces that encourage public life is currently being developed by staff. This is essential for a high standard of quality of life as Brampton grows. Next. And as noted by many residents and councillors, biking economics is real. The Ontario Ministry of Tourism noted in 2010 that 2 million Canadians participated in cycling activities in Ontario, spending in the realm of $391 million, which was an increase of 25% from 2009. Bicycle infrastructure in the city downtown will likely provide a huge boost to local businesses, more so than on-street parking. Next. And finally, we need to talk about transit. As part of GO expansion, the Kitchener line connecting Union Station to Toronto, traveling through Brampton to Kitchener will see significant upgrades over the years. This includes a track expansion, which involves an additional third track on the south side of the corridor and planning for a future fourth track on the north side of the corridor. The work will impact many existing right-of-way provisions. Currently, we are working very closely with Metrolinx and CN to look at opportunities and constraints related to this track widening, bridge works, and multimodal networks. Connecting people and places, the transit hub will certainly integrate people and communities, transit-oriented communities and developments, commercial activity. All of this will be done with two-way all-day GO, the Queen Street Bus Rapid Transit, and Main Street LRT extensions. The transit hub, too, will make Brampton a much more attractive place for investment, easily accessible to a much larger geographic group. A new transit hub will enhance intermodal connectivity and support active transportation. The new transit hub will help revitalize downtown Brampton, ensuring a high-quality public realm with vibrant transit-oriented communities. Next. As you will see, there's a lot of multidisciplinary work for us to coordinate. A downtown office has been properly staffed, and I will let Claire Barnett speak further on this very exciting endeavor.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to update you on the Downtown Brampton Project Center. We have been virtually operating for the past several weeks. The Economic Development Office now has an acting downtown coordinator who I am working very, very closely with. We are connecting with downtown businesses, offering support, resolving issues, and identifying systemic issues for which we will bring solutions forward to council. We are also at the market each weekend to speak with the businesses downtown and for those businesses at the market. The person acting in the role right now as downtown coordinator has been in a similar role in economic development in the past. He is familiar with downtown, has excellent relationships within the city to help resolve issues. He worked out of the former Downtown Reimagined office, and he has managed and implemented the former Main Street Revitalization Fund. I expect to post the position to recruit someone permanently during the next week. I will be hosting a virtual Downtown Connect session each month with the Downtown Coordinator. This will be open to all downtown businesses to come and ask questions, and we can share information. The first one will be on September 24th, which is Friday of this week. You may have seen it promoted on social media, and we will also be delivering postcards to promote the session to downtown businesses. We will be helping to mitigate the construction anxiety by sharing information from the city and the region and promoting the information sessions we heard earlier about in the presentation. We are meeting with other cities and the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses to learn how they supported businesses during construction projects and how they physically set up downtown project offices as well. The physical downtown project center is under development. It is located by economic development on the main floor of City Hall. We are working with communications for a new brand for the center, and we have updated the downtown web pages on brampton.ca to highlight this. We will post on social media and deliver a direct mail to local residents and businesses to let them know when our physical doors are open. We expect that to be by October. The downtown coordinator will be there daily with the lead planner for downtown and others as required. And in the meantime, we are very present downtown and also, of course, virtually. Colleagues from across the city have been working very collaboratively. We will also be applying for a My Main Street grant. My Main Street is a $23 million investment from the Government of Canada through FedDev to help drive business to local communities in the aftermath of COVID-19. What this means for Brampton is that we will be able to apply for up to 6 new My Main Street ambassadors. The salaries and other programs will be covered through this project. The ambassadors would be present across the city, and we would identify one for downtown. We will be able to provide local businesses with 10 grants of up to $10,000 in each of these areas. We will also be able to support businesses with market research and data as it helps with their businesses' operations. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on this project, and I welcome any questions at the end of this deck.
Thank you, Claire. Could we just end with the next slide, Peter? So tied very closely to the Downtown Project Center is the Welcoming Streets pilot program. So although the intent of the Welcoming Streets program is to promptly respond to businesses' concerns about the activities of individuals who loiter in the downtown, as well as address perceptions of community safety, this is one initiative with a huge social heart. Welcoming Street staff will act as liaisons between the vulnerable and downtown stakeholders with the objective of building trust, effective, and inclusive relationships over time. These 2 staff members will run a lot of their administrative paperwork through the Downtown Project Center. Currently, we are meeting bi-weekly with the region and are in the midst of setting up and posting 2 positions to staff this program. Some recent upcoming activities will include educational workshop for businesses to understand the program better and specific activities to build awareness of this program in downtown Brampton. I thank you for your time, and that concludes this presentation. You can probably end on the last slide, Peter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll hand it over to the city clerk who will administer all the delegations.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the first delegation is from Electra Utilities. Tom Wasik is present. Tom, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic and your video should you so choose, and we're going to bring your presentation up momentarily, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. So Tom, I do see that your mic is unmuted. Can you just say something? Just make sure we can hear you. So we're not hearing anything at the moment, Tom. And we'll just have a moment as we bring up the presentation, so we'll see if that can be resolved. You should ensure that your WebEx application is connecting with your device. Tom, are you able to, can you confirm that you can hear us? And then secondly, most importantly, we can hear you, because we're not hearing anything at the moment. So, Mr. Chair, what I'm going to suggest is we just stand down Tom's delegation and we proceed to delegation group number 2, representatives from Bell Canada. And Charlotte, if you can bring up the Bell Canada presentation, if there is one. And Armando Porco and Joanne Karuna are present on behalf of Bell Canada. You are in the session, and Armando and Joanne, you can unmute your mic to address the committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Confirming you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully my mic's working as well.
It is, yes.
Perfect. Well, thank you, and good morning to the city councilors, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Mayor. Also, a gratitude to Mr. Harry Prasad for partnering with Armando and I with this joint venture in the city's proposed downtown streetscaping. Before we pivot to our plans and future infrastructure on the Bell Canada wireline and wireless services, I'd like to do a brief introduction. So if you don't mind, could you go to the next couple pages? Thank you. So good morning. My name is Joanne Caruana. I am the senior manager on the wireline side. So my team oversees the engineering as well as the construction of fiber facilities to both residences and businesses within the Peel and Halton region.
And I'm Armando Porco. I'm the senior manager for wireless real estate. And so we oversee basically the leasing and approval of all of our wireless infrastructure pretty much for all of Central Ontario.
And next slide, please. Sorry, next. Perfect, thank you. So this is just our current infrastructure for wireline. As you can see, today we cover 25% of fiber within Brampton to about 42,500 residents and businesses. Clearly, we want to improve our fiber footprint within Brampton and accelerating our plan in the next 3 to 5 years to offering FTTH, fiber to the home, to 124,000 residences. So giving us a full coverage of 167K in the next 3 to 5 years. And with that, we're hoping that with the right conditions and partnerships with the city, not only are we going to place focus on this streetscape project, but we also want to provide better broadband services to all residences and businesses within Brampton. This is just a view. We took a footprint of obviously the undergoing capital works that are happening in Queen and Main Street, not to mention the proposal of the downtown streetscaping. And as mentioned, the collaboration with Harry Prasad and team. We obviously want to expand our fiber footprint. As you can see today, the residences are being offered to 25 to 100 meg, and we would like to improve this with obviously partnership with the city. So our proposal here, as you can see, as mentioned earlier also by Mr. Prasad, is with some of the undergoing water and sewer capital works in this area, we would like to overlay added infrastructure, conduit for fiber facilities, to allow for that 1.5 gig services to both residences and also expand our fiber footprint to businesses. Along Queen Street, we do have existing infrastructure. However, we think there's a huge opportunity to overlay additional conduit and fiber along these main arteries. Armando, may pivot to you.
Sure. And so I guess one of the central messages that I wanted to leave today with the committee is Bell and Bell Mobility are both very much interested in supporting Brampton's integrated downtown plan. Underlaying all of it is the presence of fiber, and then that of course brings wireless. And just listening to the presentation and going through Harry's presentation, it's clear to me that wireless and fiber assets will play a big role in making, I've heard that you want to have a regional economic hub. Certainly you need strong fiber and strong wireless assets. And so what we're proposing specifically is to form, an agreement, an access agreement with the city of Brampton, so that we're able to attach and leverage some of Brampton's assets that they have in the area, specifically street poles for the placement of small cells specifically. So we're not talking about macro sites here or typically what you would think of when you think of cell towers. We're talking about microcells, which are basically small wireless devices. We did a really rough rendering that you can see up on the screen there. There's a shroud on this one, and we envision that as part of Brampton's future, specifically in the downtown core. Now, I wanted to let everyone know we've already started discussions with your digital innovation group and with the Smart City group, specifically Eric Plnicki and Philippe France. We've also had some folks from real estate, and we look forward to building on those partnerships with Harry and Shahid, who we've heard to today, to make this happen. So that was it from us today. We wanted to keep it short and sweet, and I am happy, and I'm sure Joanne will be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you. There may be questions after we complete the delegations. Thank you, Armando and Joanne. We're now going to go back to Tom, and I believe, Tom, your audio has been corrected. We do see you, and we're bringing up your presentation, and please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, Committee of Council, Mr. Mayor, and Council Chair. As introduced earlier, my name is Tom Wasik. I'm the Vice President of Asset Management for Electra. If I could have the next slide, please. Just as a context building, just a quick introduction about Electra. We're a relatively new formed utility that is a combination of merge of some of the largest municipally owned utilities across Ontario. Our service area starts all the way up to Penetanguishing and goes all the way down to St. Catharines. We service about 22% of the electricity in Ontario across 2,200 square kilometers, predominantly in the greater Golden Horseshoe, which includes Brampton and Mississauga. That's approximately 1.1 million customers across 17 communities, and we have approximately 1,600 employees servicing the customers and businesses in those areas. Just for a little bit of clarification, the company is separated into two main elements. The first one is the regulated utilities business, which is responsible for distributing electricity to all the residents and businesses and the customers we serve. And then we also have an energy solutions and services group that looks to provide innovative energy solutions, including microgrids, energy storage, solar, sub-metering, as well as advanced metering and street lighting. So our presence across Ontario is large. We have a lot of experience dealing with mature downtown developments in a multitude of different municipalities. And one of our missions is to ensure that we are very present and supportive of growth including intensifications in all of our communities. Next slide, please. From time to time, we work really closely with a variety of different internal stakeholders to update and put together some comprehensive capital plans to ensure that the infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure, is properly planned and sorted out. So for every 5 years, we work closely with the City of Brampton, including city staff, the region of Peel and their staff, in order to put together a comprehensive plan which is based on growth, population, and electricity load forecasts in order to ensure that the infrastructure we have in place is not only servicing the existing customers, but we were able to take into account future growth and expansion, which also includes the downtown Brampton area. This planning is comprehensive and collaborative and ensures that the capacity that is required to reliably service the customers during specifically the summer peaks is available. We have a lot of experience with rejuvenation and intensification of mixed-use properties, and we anticipate that these planning practices will continue and increase as more details become available about the city's plans. Next slide, please. We wanted to emphasize in this presentation the value of consultation and collaboration, especially when it comes to supporting the growth in downtown Brampton. The mature downtown areas are serviced by underground infrastructure that is very complex and requires an extensive amount of planning in order to reliably supply electricity, not only for future customer growth, but to ensure that we minimize the interruptions and inconvenience during these development processes to existing customers and businesses, as well as residents. In doing so, we do follow a very comprehensive community engagement that includes engaging residents and business to ensure that their needs and understanding of what their future use is are taken into account. This is done in a timely and seamless process so that we incorporate all of those stakeholder needs as we consider and put forward plans for expansion, development, as well as renewal of the system. The collaboration, especially with the City of Brampton staff, is absolutely essential in order to do this work effectively, prudently, and with future considerations in mind. Specifically to the streetscaping on Queen Street and Main Street, we have worked extensively with the planning staff at the city to ensure that the decisions that are made to support what is known now as well as for future applications is taken into account. One of the commitments I wanted to share with the committee is that Electra is working and continues to work closely with the city staff to ensure that all of those future visions are properly taken into account. It is also very important that the timing of that collaboration and communication is done well. We have taken a lot of lessons learned from previous downtown rebuilds in other municipalities and plan to bring those lessons learned into these particular plans and studies to ensure that the timing, the communication, and those lessons learned are brought in so that these particular projects will run smoothly and any rejuvenation plans take into account learnings from other similar projects. We are also very experienced with working with major transit projects like the Light Rail Transit. We have extensive relationships with Metrolinx and other transit agencies and road authorities, and plan to bring those lessons learned into the work that we're doing with the City of Brampton staff so that we would minimize the similar types of challenges we ran into and hopefully streamline the deployment of those particular visions and plans into construction. Next slide, please. So my presentation is quite short and brief, but in summary, I did want to just clarify that Electra is very committed to the development and growth in Brampton, not just in terms of the new green growth development, but also in the intensification and redevelopment of some of the more mature areas. And we plan to be a partner each step of the way along this particular planning process and are happy to answer any questions. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Tom. The third group of delegates is from the Downtown Brampton BIA. We have Carrie Percival, Rick Evans, Susie Godefroy, and Dave Capil. Susie, we do see you in the session. We're just going to confirm. We do see somebody in the attendee list identified as Dave. We're just going to unmute that person's mic. Just to confirm, is that you, Dave Capil?
That is correct. That's
okay, thank you. We'll bring you into the session. And we do see somebody as a telephone call-in user, as we don't see Carrie or Rick Evans in the session at the moment. We're just going to unmute the mic of the person on the telephone call only. Can you please identify yourself? Is this Carrie or Rick?
Peter, I'm online.
Oh, hi, Rick. WebEx. Sorry, I didn't see you there. The person who's called in by telephone, is this Carrie?
I don't think Carrie is able to delegate Peter Susie here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Rick is in the session, Dave is in the session, Susie's in the session. We'll turn it over to you. Thanks for your patience, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Peter. I'm going to start, and then we'll have our board member, Rick Evans, and committee member, Dave Capil, follow my delegation. So I just wanted to start by saying good afternoon, I guess. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. And I just wanted to say it's Susie Godfrey here, Executive Director from the Downtown Brampton BIA, and I will be delegating with Rick and Dave, who are both very involved with the Downtown Brampton Revitalization team. And I did want to just say thank you so much to all the city staff for this morning's presentations. They're very comprehensive presentations and very informative. As you all know, the Downtown Brampton BIA represents many taxpayers in the area. We represent 320 businesses and approximately 140 property owners. And having reviewed the Downtown Revitalization Report last night and listened to today's presentations, the Downtown Brampton BIA is confident that City Council and staff will support this fulsome downtown revitalization infrastructure program to address the much needed infrastructure upgrades, both underground being utilities such as hydroelectric and fiber, and on the surface, meaning wider sidewalks, a cobblestone treatment throughout the downtown, and trees. To build a dynamic downtown that will become a special destination and place for all residents of Brampton and the surrounding downtown businesses in the area, and of course, to become a dynamic destination for the GTA. You have heard from the Downtown Brampton BIA many times, delegating the dire need to build a dynamic downtown for today and to address these deficiencies in infrastructure. We urge Council today to include a beautiful streetscape with cobblestone to create a dynamic downtown core that will enhance all of the incredible cultural assets in the city, as well as to address accessibility, equity, and safety. And now I'm going to pass the delegation over to Rick Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. And I'll say hello from Nanaimo, BC, which is going through similar revitalizations that are nearing completion. First, I'd like to thank Harry Prasad and specific for his commentary, providing us with an understanding of the work that can be done downtown. We, the members of the business community, and in specific of the DBIA, should not and cannot be expected to design an urban center. We can contribute, but it is our staff who have the capabilities, the technical ability, and hopefully the capacity and resources to move on with what is necessary to build this city hub. This council before us, has the responsibility to provide for a complete city center, one in which the city of Brampton will utilize to its fullest and will be representative of the 700,000 member community that we are. We expect all that is necessary to make a city hub a vibrant, public-centric hub included. We are cognizant of the monies spent, or the monies that will be spent. But again, I would reiterate, it is an investment long overdue, and it attracts those investments which will contribute to the culture and the revenue base of the city going forward. I am very cognizant on behalf of our members of the timelines, of the disruption that such an investment will create. I am hopeful that staff, along with the resources that council will be willing to apply, will shorten the timelines and make them reasonable for what is necessary to be done. You've heard from me before. You know my passion. You know I live. You know I am downtown. I've been a Brampton person almost all my life. And I would like to complete my life in Brampton with a vibrant downtown. With that note, I will end and I will pass it on to my similarly passionate friend, Dave Capil.
Dave, you can unmute your mic and you can address the committee.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, council members, staff, members of the public, BIA. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. Rick, you spoke very passionately, and I completely support what Rick is saying. The reality of the matter is we don't know the details as to what has to be done, but I do have confidence in our staff. And when I speak I basically mean New Brampton and BIA, partly BIA, but definitely New Brampton 100%. And we know we need cobblestones throughout the city. We have full support of that. We know we need wider sidewalks, full support of that. We want to ensure there's enough utilities over there. So future development wants to come, a builder wants to put a building there, either a commercial or residential. There's no issues in terms of having your hydro, your all the connections you require. As long as those things are done, along with the streetscape, if it's flexible, I personally don't have an issue with that. I need to talk to New Brampton board how they feel about that, because the report just came out, so I couldn't say. But personally, I think I like the idea of flexible streetscape. I don't have an issue with it because it gives you a lot more choices. My main issue is the downtown needs to look good. We are fully behind you. I'm proud of our council. I'm proud of our staff. In 90 days, you came up with what we have come up with. I know it's short time. The timelines are an issue, like Rick said, but I'm quite sure staff probably, and I'm being very candid, staff probably worked on these timelines so they can deliver a lot. They can promise a lot and deliver more. So I'm sure the timelines will be shrunken a bit. When I looked at the Reimagine timelines, they were way lower. So I'm trying to understand why. But anyway, we trust you. I know you'll do a good job at that. And with that said, all the best. We need to change our city. We need to increase our revenues for the taxes. We need to bring more employment. We need universities here. So we need the infrastructure for all that. So thank you again. All the best. And I'll be around to answer any questions.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that concludes the delegation from the Downtown Brampton BIA, and that concludes all the delegations on this item. So perhaps in terms of just some advice, committee may wish to, if there's any questions or clarification of the delegations, those can be asked now, and after which the delegations can be received, and then council or committee can then proceed to ask any questions of staff and to debate the staff report.
And thank you, Peter, and that's precisely what I was going to do. And thank you for always providing us this guidance. And members of committee, I do see people, councillors on the board. And just as a reminder, are questions of clarification. So my first speaker is Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank all the delegates for coming today. You have been amazing partners with us on this journey. I don't have any specific questions, so I will stay on the board for when we begin the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you to all the people that delegated. This was great. And Jason and all your team, you guys have done an amazing job in 3 months. I just wanted to ask, so while we're waiting for all these designs, construction can start?
Is this to staff, Councillor Fortini?
Yes, it is.
I would just suggest you refrain, and I will go back to you, because right now we're just asking questions of clarification of the delegations. But technically,
okay, I'll wait until I was on the board. That's okay.
Yeah, it's just for the delegations, and we'll go to the staff presentation after, and I'll go back to you. Just specifically the delegation, so we can let them go. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. My question is for staff.
Okay, so we have no questions of the delegation. Councillor Bowman, is it for delegations?
It is, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask Tom. Tom, you're still there, I hope?
Yes, good morning, Councillor Bowman.
Hi. I just want to ask, we've been working on this for a very, very long time. This goes back to previous council. And I just want to know, when were the real serious conversations with Electra started, and at what point were you guys willing to jump in on this and become a full-fledged partner?
Oh, thank you very much for the question, Councillor. We've been continuously involved, even going back to the 2018 plans for the downtown revitalization. And we have already taken some initial steps to prepare. So there's been some renewal and reinvestment into the downtown core system in preparation for what we anticipate to be growth and expansion. The pacing of those investments obviously have to be timed to when the details of when and how the city plans to proceed. So we are working in the background to prepare the surrounding area for ties and bringing in additional feeders and expansion in light of when we think those expansions are going to take place. But the real commitment to planning will happen once the design details are clearly more known, and we do that to minimize stranding costs with passing them. But a lot of the plans and we plan to reuse them for when we had those discussions in 2018, because many of those things are still there. So the commitment's there. We just need to know the timing and obviously the details surrounding how that rejuvenation is to take place.
Okay, thanks very much, Tom. And I've got that's sort of the same question I had for either Armando or Joanne. Because Bell is with the infrastructure, it may be a little bit different, because if we can put in conduits or tubes, the infrastructure can then be added later. But Bell, as far as you're concerned, you're interested in getting this in at the same time all the other digging is going on?
100%. Very similar to Tom. We were also in early discussions back in 2018, and our intent is obviously to partner with your planning team as soon as we are shared specific plans. We want to make sure that our utilities aren't in conflict with undergoing excavation, and then to double back on our presentation, we also want to support that with additional fiber and infrastructure, conduit infrastructure along Queen and Main. So that would be our approach. However, we'd be very dependent on specific details just on the fiber placement.
Excellent. Two great partners to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. So I'll go now, as I see no more questions of the delegations. Thank you for the delegations. And we'll now speak to the presentation and bring the report forward. And I do have Councillor Vicente first on the board to speak to the reports. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to first begin by thanking staff for the incredible amount of work that they have put into this. This has been a journey that the city has been on for quite some time. We were all very excited about what downtown can become, but we have really expanded our vision of what the downtown means. It's not just Queen and Main, but it means all of the downtown area. And we saw a presentation earlier today on staff's vision that it can extend far beyond the four corners. And so that is really important for us to consider. The integrated downtown plan is really taking that holistic approach and what the downtown Brampton can look like. It's not just Main, Queen, it's George Street, it's Nelson, it's Wellington, etc. And so the squares and the laneways and all of those places where people find opportunity for activation and for events and for business. The downtown businesses really have been amazing guidance for us and for staff And we want to thank them as well, because without their engagement, without their continual advice and prodding, we may not be here today. My first question to staff is just to make sure that we haven't committed an omission. Have we had conversations with Rogers Communications with respect to the work that they would like to do to upgrade the infrastructure in downtown Brampton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Jason Schmidt-Chukri here. And my understanding from speaking with our CIO and our CEO as well is that Rogers has been in discussions with the city even before my time here, which has only been 4 months. So my understanding, yes, that some of those discussions have been going on. But if there's other staff who want to jump in, please do.
Through the chair, it's Tim Koslak, the Director of Capital Works. We've reached out to all the utilities to see if they want to do work, as has the Region of Peel, just to be able to coordinate the program, because we want to have as much work done by the utilities as part of our project as possible, so we don't have to have the area dug up again. But to date, I don't believe we've had much response from Rogers on additional work that they want to do, but we can follow up with them again.
Okay, thank you very much, as long as we know that they are part of the conversation. Now, I want to just highlight some parts of the presentation, specifically the flexibility that we are giving to the downtown by the use of trees and planters. It's absolutely brilliant but I want to make sure that we don't fail to underline the flexibility that is gained by the use of these stone pavers. And so can staff just expand on why stone pavers are, not just from an aesthetic point of view, desirable, but in terms of providing flexibility, not just now, but ongoing and into the future, the movability, the reusability, and the ability to put them back. Can staff just expand on why stone pavers really are an exceptional choice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pass this to the two co-authors of the report, to Harry and Shahid, and I'll let them handle the question.
Thank you, Jason. Harry Prasad here. Through you, Mr. Chair. The use of the stone pavers is not a new concept. It actually was proposed in 2018 under the Downtown Reimagine project. I think the main concern would be in the future when it comes to having to repair existing utilities, and how the treatment can be done to preserve the integrity, the look of those pavers, so they don't look a bit dilapidated. Staff can work with our operations group and put together some kind of a repair manual, which has to be provide the details on how anyone cutting a road or having to remove those pavers will need to restore those pavers in the future. So it becomes a specific requirement to any permits we issue to anyone, any other utility, including the region, contemplating work in the downtown.
Thank you, Harry. And so I think it's important for members to understand that that flexibility also means a kind of a future-proofing, if you will, of the choice of materials. Councillor Medeiros and I are very familiar with one big city, the city of Lisbon, and I can tell you, and I'm sure Councillor Medeiros has seen this as well, that crews often will walk into a neighborhood or onto a street, and they pick up the stones and they'll replace gas lines, electrical conduits, whatever it is that requires repair. And by the time that they're done all the work and all the stones are put back, you cannot tell that they were even there. And that is, I think, a very powerful component of the options that we are considering today, because as different needs arise and different situations come up, the downtown isn't going to look cut up and sliced up and put back together in segments and in pieces. It will look uniform, and I think that that is very important. I don't want to spend much more talking, but I want to just thank staff for the time that they have spent. And I have a revised motion that would inform us on how we are to deal with item 10.2.5. And so I would like to ask the clerk to have that put up on the screen. And in essence, what I am asking for council's committee's consideration today is for us to proceed with the downtown revitalization by having staff undertake option 2 as outlined in the report. And in addition to that, I have asked staff to ensure that they follow up with the streetscape manual and upon their recommendation, an urban design activation strategy, necessary planning and budget to undertake design of the squares, Garden Square and Ken Willans Square. And I also have an amendment that will be brought forward by Councillor Santos with respect to the activation of the downtown as a meanwhile strategy and the implementation of art in downtown buildings that are owned by the city. And if I need to read the entirety of the motion, I'd be happy to do so, but I'll wait for the clerk to advise. Mr. Clerk?
Oh, my apologies, sorry, we were just dealing with some background noise. So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Vicente has introduced this motion, and then I apologize, I didn't get all of your question. I was dealing with a technical issue.
Just do I need to read the resolutions out loud for committee to consider? I'm happy to do that.
Generally, if they're not shared with members, so they weren't aware of it, it probably is better in the public interest to read out the motion.
Very good. So I'll just read it directly off of your screen, Mr. Clerk. That the joint staff report from Planning, Building and Economic Development, Public Works and Engineering, and Transit Departments titled Downtown Revitalization Program, DRP, Streetscaping Options, First Phase of the Integrated Downtown Plan to the Committee of Council meeting of September 22nd, 2021 be received. That option 2, as outlined in the report, be chosen to begin the streetscaping work as part of the first phase of the immediate implementation of the broader integrated downtown plan in full coordination with the Region of Peel's infrastructure work. That the city implements key short-term initiatives and strategies noted in this report that will immediately engage the downtown community and enhance the downtown streetscape elements. That staff conduct an 8-week urban design activation strategy to study development opportunities for temporary and long-term urban design activations in the downtown. And that staff develop a downtown Brampton streetscape manual to complement the approval of the integrated downtown plan, which informs the diverse characters and local neighborhoods within downtown Brampton. That staff be directed to include funds in the 2022 budget to undertake the detailed design, including consultation with internal and external stakeholders for Garden Square and Ken Willans Square, and that a copy of the report titled Downtown Revitalization, Streetscaping Options, First Phase of Integrated Downtown Plan be provided to the Region of Peel. And furthermore, Mr. Clerk, if you could scroll down to the additional amendments, that subject to Clause 2, approval of an exemption for the installation of murals, both temporary and permanent, on all buildings and or assets owned or leased by the City of Brampton, including urban furniture and assets located on municipal road rights of way, be granted pursuant to subsection 815 of the signed bylaw 399/2002 as amended, and that authority to approve the content, design, and placement of murals on city-owned properties shall be delegated to the Director of Strategic Communications, Culture, and Events, and that the delegation of authority bylaw 216-2017 as amended be amended accordingly. And with that, Mr. Chair, that is the motion for us to consider. and I welcome the discussion from other members. Thank you.
Very quickly.
Sorry, my apologies.
My apologies. I was just going to indicate from the planning perspective that the amendments, Councillor Vicente, would be just fine. Many of those are elements, and I think we included them in the presentation because they are going to be going ahead in any event through the integrated downtown plan, but the specific direction is perfectly welcome. We'll certainly be looking at the design of the Ken Willen Square and the others and how that integrates with the overall process, and of course the activation strategy and the streetscape manual are all really key elements. So we're definitely happy to take that direction.
Thank you very much, Bob. Our next speaker is Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone. Jason, I just want to thank you and your staff. You guys did an amazing job in the last 3 months in bringing this forward. Again, I'm going to ask the same question. So I know we're going to work on this design, and it's going to take over a year, but it's not going to stop the starting of the construction while we continue working on the streetscape.
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor. And I think Tim wants to add a couple of things along those lines as well. Please go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, through the chair, the work will continue. A lot of this is more the finishing on it. One of the things we'll be coordinating the moving of the sidewalk curb with the utilities. So this will give time for the design work to be done. The region will be tendering out the project shortly. So a lot of the actual construction will be next year, and we're going to time it so we can try and combine the work into one project so it shouldn't delay it.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm glad the utilities are on board. The other thing is the interlocking. You know, we got to watch if we're going to use stone. And like as I mentioned when we had our meeting, our staff with the chair, you know, we got to make sure we use natural stone, not interlocking. Interlocking falls apart, and you know that's okay for a driveway, a little walkway, but not on the road. So we have to use natural stone. I know it's a little bit more money, but if we're going to do it, let's do it right. And you know, and thank everyone for coming in. And I'm glad about, you know, the interlocking also, or pavers is very simple to remove and put them back down if there's any issues in the future. And maybe we could keep some aside if any of them break. So anyway, thank you. And I will support the motion. I just seen it. And as vice chair, I wish I knew before, but it doesn't matter. The downtown councillors should be all happy about it, and we should all second it. And I think it's about time we start this project. It's way overdue. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, I echo the excitement that Councillor Fortini has shared. I think it was a worthwhile exercise, and thank you to staff again for your hard work over the past 90 days to help us get to this point. I think the integrated downtown plan and what was presented today is incredibly comprehensive, and I'm so pleased that the BIA and New Brampton, Dave Capil, are supportive, and we all work collaboratively to get to this point. The motion, and I support Councillor Vicente's motion, I'm happy to second it, even though I know we don't need that. But the motion that I'm bringing forward, I was asking specific questions as the arts representative on Akita on the implementation of art, street art, and murals, and if there was anything that would delay that sort of activity. If staff can comment on that and why I'm bringing the motion forward as part of this discussion this afternoon, that would be great. I think that in many conversations that I've had with the downtown BIA, they have shared with me, we want to see art, we want to see murals, we want to see things that are happening even beyond just this particular downtown revitalization. So the motion I'm bringing forward actually helps to take away some of that delay that may prevent us from moving quickly on art installations, specifically street art, temporary art, and murals. So if staff wanted to just share, that would be great.
So through the chair, Bob Bierke, Director of City Planning Design, I think it's been well recognized through some other projects, some of the delays that have been caused by the I'll say kind of a dated sign bylaw approach. Actually really appreciate the elements of the motion there that really will help accelerate that. We are intending to bring forward amendments to the sign bylaw as well. So I think provide sort of that more broad view to opening up the approach in an appropriate way for the downtown. But this, I think, is totally appropriate. It really does help bring forward those elements that we still have quite a lot of control over to really expedite ways that we can get art and murals into the downtown, which is, I don't think there's any question we need to find a way to get that to happen. And it's a really huge benefit to the downtown to have that vibrancy and that activity. So I think we're fully in support of the proposal here, and we will also be coming back with some additional amendments from the staff side to more broadly open up the sign bylaw.
Okay, fantastic, and thank you, and I encourage my colleagues to support this motion so we don't delay further temporary activation of downtown. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bowman, I see you had questions. I know it was for the delegation. Do you have questions regarding the report or presentation?
No, but thank you for checking, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mayor Brown, so I do see Councillor Fortini wants to speak again. Probably Mayor Brown would be a good time if you'd like to speak, or do you prefer to wait after Councillor Fortini?
Wait until after Councillor Fortini.
Okay, Councillor Fortini,
I
go
believe
ahead.
Councillor Willens was on the list too.
I don't see him, but Councillor Willens, are you on the list? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Fortini, and then if Councillor Willens wants to go on, he can let us know. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, I'll be very briefly. Thank you, through the chair. Just to start, so from present option 1 and option 2, what is the difference in price again?
It's Harry Prasad. Through you, Mr. Chair, I can answer that. Just for the sidewalks, it goes from 8.5 million to 16.6 million, so twice the price.
Yeah, thank you. So we keep talking about the Ken Wellens Square. That's going to be all redone also? Will be part of this?
Again, Harry Prasad, through you, Mr. Chair. I guess it depends on what's included in the motion today.
So I remember last term, we already put money aside to redo all that. If I'm not mistaken. That was all supposed to be all redone?
Through the chair, maybe I can respond. It's Tim Koselak. When we did the Downtown Reimagined work back in 2018, we had done preliminary drawings and sketches for the squares on some of the different options. There wasn't a final plan, and those are the ones that Harry showed through the presentation. So this would be carrying it from the sketches to more of a detailed design that could then be implemented.
Okay, so, you know, when we started this at the beginning, I remember we purchased all those properties downtown to, you know, to continue because of all the tunnels. So now that we purchased them, if, you know, if we have to maybe, you know, sell them or something to developers and build some condos, or office building, and maybe incorporate the front streetscape, the heritage, into the buildings like the Maple Leaf Gardens or Toronto Sports Hall of Fame. That could be an option if we need the money after, you know, once we do our design. So, you know, I'm fully in support of it, and if we, you know, I'm to Councilor Vicenti's motion, and I'm glad we're starting to move on this. This is way overdue. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Now I'll go to Mayor Brown.
Councilor Medeiros, first of all, I want to thank Jason and his team for putting this together. Very impressive how they have coordinated so many different perspectives.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, before.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you, but I think we can hear you better now. You were muted.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can, yeah.
I just want to thank Jason and his team for putting this together. I know it was a bit of a hornet's nest when he inherited this file, and I think this option 2 is really exciting for the downtown. It's great to see our stakeholders in the downtown recognize that.
Mr. Mayor, you've been cut off. We just, you're muted now, or we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
It's so odd. I want to thank Jason and his team for putting this together, and I know he's made a lot of progress getting different stakeholders connected on this. And so I wanted to say, in terms of some of the progress. I know Jason is being modest, but in terms of some of the progress, where were we with some of the utilities and these different stakeholders when you looked at this file, and how much progress have we seen over the last few years in terms of getting everyone together? Because my understanding is that the utilities were in discussions, but they were certainly not on board in 2018, but they are now. And so how has that evolved, and if you could share that with council?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the kind comments. And to be fair, I will only comment in terms of what has transpired in the last 4 months, because that's obviously when I started working on this initiative. So I think if we look back in terms of May 19th, I believe, when council had the first motion about the 90-day motion, at the time we did not have the utilities aligned. I think at the time, staff were working with the region, obviously, and we engaged in lots of conversations throughout the last 3 months with obviously taking into consideration all the concerns that came from the various stakeholders from outside, but most important, the one-on-ones we had with council members, with yourself, with staff. Actually, the other thing is that we were working very closely in terms of establishing a team. As you know, to date, we don't have necessarily a dedicated team working on this, but what we did, we have a virtual team. We are in the process of establishing a dedicated team to deal on this multi-year initiative. But the very fact today that we had Electra and Bell, and we are in discussions with Enbridge as well. And I understand that Rogers has been in the past in discussions. But yes, I would say, Mr. Mayor, in terms of where we are 4 months later, that's a big achievement, how we had the staff online, the different departments, and having the IDP vision being the blueprint where we can work with our colleagues in planning. Obviously, public work implements. We don't establish the vision. Planning, economic development establish that vision and work very closely with us. And having the utilities aligned and having them today delegate and being ready for once we choose a direction, and obviously with the council's decision, we're going to be able to move forward, putting the wheels on the track and getting a project underway. Many projects, actually, it's not a project. That's why we call it a downtown revitalization program. This is a program that's going to be multi-year and has many aspects, and the level of complexity and the level of details, obviously, is not a simple initiative here. But today, I would say, after we get council's decision in which direction we're going to go, I would say would be an important day in the history of Brampton, for the downtown in particular, but for the overall as well.
Okay, well, thank you, Jason. And to the mover of the motion, I know we also had on the agenda a motion from myself and Councillor Medeiros supporting New Brampton's request to highlight our commitment to a pedestrian realm. That almost becomes redundant by virtue that this is what option 2 achieves, but maybe we could just add that to the motion as a friendly so that we don't have to have another redundant motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be more than happy to absorb that, and it could go in as the second paragraph just above paragraph that says that option 2 be outlined in this report. I think that would be appropriate.
Through the chair, from the staff perspective, again, I don't think that's a problem, and I think it really does bring a fine point to the importance of the pedestrian components and the accessibility, and also that's a key component of what we'd be working on throughout the downtown, not only in the Main Street Queen corridor that we were talking about for the streetscaping, but that pedestrian focus to the public realm work is something that we absolutely have as a priority through the IDP and then the subsequent capital projects that will flow from that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I see nobody else on the board, if I can move that the chair be heard. And
so moved.
Thank you so much. And just echoing all my colleagues, thank you, especially the staff and to really put this together. I also really want to emphasize, often in times we as councillors or we react to issues, and either an issue is either reported in the news or it's brought to us by residents or so on. And, today, really, you got to hand it to people like Mr. Capel, Mr. Evans, BIA, Susie Godfrey, the whole gang, because, at a time where there was sometimes at times differences of opinion at council, which is very healthy, with them pushing with their passion for the downtown, their commitment, and I know there's other people like Mr. Cotrozola and other folks involved in the downtown. We got here today collectively, and I know many councillors have worked very hard. Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, I know Councillor Bowman being a downtown councillor, we've collectively, but really recognizing and Mayor Brown certainly his leadership, and I know Councillor Fortini as the vice chair put a lot of work, and so these are, I would say there's a lot of unsung heroes in this, and hopefully now when people ask us, we have the plan. And just very quickly to our communication staff, and I don't need a response because I have full confidence, we really want to ensure that this gets communicated to the publicly in a very clear way so people understand, as much as we have those timelines, people understand that we are moving on the downtown, and I would just suggest also copies be sent to the different levels of government and see if we can identify opportunities for collaboration or other investments as we're lobbying for LRT and so on. But just great work by everyone involved, and thank you again to our residents, our citizens groups who have really pushed the envelope on this. So we do have, and I think City Clerk, would be appropriate to request a recorded vote, please, on the motion and the amendments accompanying, and to receive the delegations and for the presentation and staff report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee. So there are three parts to this motion. The first part is receiving the delegations. The second part is the Councillor Vicente motion with the amendment incorporating the mayor's notice of motion referred from last week's city council meeting, and including your amendment to refer to also present a copy of this council decision to Brampton MPs and MPPs. And the third part is identified as the Councillor Santos motion, but it was introduced by Councillor Vicente in regards to an amendment to the delegation of authority bylaw in regard to murals in the downtown. So a recorded vote has been requested on those three motions as a package. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon? I will come back to you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Willens, I believe, is still absent. He had to step away for a personal matter. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Santos?
Yes.
That's a yes, thank you. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon, I do see your chat that you're trying to speak. I'm just going to look at your microphone. And your microphone is muted. Try unmuting your microphone, please. So Councillor Dillon, for the record, is indicating yes in the chat. He's trying to unmute his microphone. He's having technical difficulties, so that will be a yes. Mayor Brown?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Chair Medeiros?
Yes.
That motion those package of motions carry unanimously, 10-0 with one absence.
Okay, thank you very much. We now go on to our next delegation, this has been withdrawn. Okay, and our next one is delegations regarding international students in Brampton, various delegations. So today we have joining us Baldev Mutta, Sharon Main, Baldev Mutta from the Punjabi Community Health Services, Sharon Main Devine from the Davis Center for Families, We have Gurpreet Malhotra, Chief Executive Officer, Indus Community Services. And again, I see Mr. Baldev Muda listed as well. We also have a related motion from Councillor Santos and a correspondence from Sheridan College, which we can deal with after the delegations. So I'll hand it over to you to City Clerk to administer the delegations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just before we begin, we do not see Sharon Main Divine in the session, so there is a call-in user, and I just wish we're going to unmute that call-in user. Is this Sharon? The person's connected by phone only? Can the person who's on the telephone please identify themselves? Okay, you can go ahead and mute.
If I could be of assistance, Sharon Main Divine is not scheduled to delegate today. This is in reference to her former delegation.
Okay, thank you. So members of committee, we have two sets of delegations. There are two presentations. So Baldev, you are first. You have up to 5 minutes, and then it'll be followed by the second delegation from Gurpreet and Baldev again. Please proceed, Baldev.
Again, if I might assist, I believe there's been an error. One is in reference to a previous delegation made by Sharon and Baldev. Today, our understanding is that it's myself and Baldev that are delegating.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee and the delegation. So when the delegations first appeared on September 8th, they were, the delegations occurred, and then committee passed a motion to refer them to council on September 15th. On September 15th, the delegations in their entirety were referred to today's meeting. So that's why Sharon, as well as yourself, are listed, as well as Gurpreet. So with Sharon not present, we do have the two presentations from Baldev, and then one from Gurpreet and Baldev as well. So how you wish to address the committee on that, we'll leave that to you, but we do have two presentations.
If it pleases the chair, we'd be comfortable to have one presentation on the international students file presented by myself and Baldev.
So through you, Mr. Chair, okay, that's fine, thank you. I just wish to confirm which presentation do you want on the screen? There was one, I believe, that was 8 slides and one that was 4.
The one that was originally planned for September 15th, the one that you have on screen right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Chair Medeiros of the Committee of Council. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Gurpreet Malhotra. I'm the CEO of Indus Community Services. We have 7 locations, 4 of which are located in Brampton, and we're proud to have been serving Brampton residents for over 35 years. Today, we have just released a report, Invited and Forgotten, International Students in Crisis. And my friend and colleague, Baldev Mutta from Punjabi Community Health Services, will highlight some of the elements of our report, and then I'll follow up with next steps and potential discussion. Slide, please, and over to you, Baldev.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baldev Mutta. I'm the CEO of Punjabi Community Health Services. And I mean, the report is very comprehensive, but I thought I will just, in 1 minute or less, I will just share with you what are the 5 key themes that we have been able to highlight. One is the labor exploitation and financial issues. Second is human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Third is lack of affordable housing or resources on campus. Fourth one is drug trafficking and legal issues. Fifth one is mental health, addictions, and suicide. So these have been the issues that we all are aware that are currently faced by international students, not just in Peace, but not just in Peel region, but everywhere else, wherever the international students are. So, but because we are in Peel, located in Peel, we are seeking a collaborative approach towards working to address the issues that are faced by international students. So today we are just now highlighting the importance of it. We understand, we have been here prior to today's presentation as well. We have highlighted in detail, and today's report that we have released just confirms that these are the issues that we are dealing with. Over to you, Gurpreet.
Thank you. Next slide, please. We have experienced a lot of denial of the issue, but a few things have become very clear, that the issues impacting international students involve several stakeholders, including various levels of government. as well as educational institutions. These students are brought here under federal rules. They pay fees to our public and private, provincially mandated and regulated colleges, but they live and they work in our neighborhoods. They use our libraries, they ride our transit, they draw on our human services where they're eligible, and they need and draw on fire and police protections. They literally live and die in our fair city. We need to collectively acknowledge this problem and work together to support our international students, which are found to be a tremendous resource, not just to the city, but to the nation as a whole. Slide, please. So in order to pursue this, our call to action is who's going to take responsibility and solve this problem. So in several recent conversations with Dr. Janet Morrison at Sheridan, we are very pleased to be able to report that she has a keen interest in working with us and with the city and with other community partners, other government bodies, other social service agencies, to be able to do what we can together to identify the issues, identify the gaps in service, and then potentially advocate for their improvement to whichever body is able to best help. It is in the best interests of the City of Brampton to have a vibrant, healthy, well-integrated international student body being well supported by all the elements that make up the city. The City of Brampton demonstrated true leadership when it declared a health emergency because you saw the impacts and suffering of the residents and wanted to make a difference that way. We as charities ask for your help to help support these young people as they endeavor to become permanent residents and Canadian citizens and support each other that way. I would like to be able I seek the support of the City of Brampton, along with Bill Dave, to be able to work with Sheridan, work with us partners, so that together we can convene a roundtable and then begin working on solutions together. Sheridan continues to actually develop a terms of reference and explore the idea of resources. I can't speak for the institution, but I can tell you that I feel their commitment and I would like that to have the joint support of the City of Brampton as we proceed. I'll conclude there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that then concludes the delegations on this matter, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. So I do have questions of delegations. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Baldev and Gurpreet, for the research paper that you've released this week that addresses a lot of the issues that you've delegated on here today. I'm really encouraged and happy that Sheridan is taking a leadership role and wanting to be involved with the city and with our community organizations. I did bring forward a motion and thank you for your feedback and for your support in putting that motion together. It does include a lot of the recommendations that you put forward, including recommendations from our previous debate at council when you delegated the first time. My question is there may be some folks may suggest that this is not within the mandate of the city to be taking on, and particularly some elements perhaps in the motion itself. I'd love to get your feedback on thoughts as to why you're focusing and coming to the city, particularly to delegate on this issue.
My understanding through the chair, Councillor Santos, is that housing and the accommodation of international students is an issue impacting almost all members of council as far as when it's not done well, when they are between 10 and sometimes as high as 20 young people living in a home that is designed for a single family. And in my conversation with Dr. Morrison of Sheridan, is clearly an issue that is beyond the scope of any one party, and is definitely a concern that is impacted by and needs attention from the city of Brampton, as well as the provincial and federal governments.
Thank you very much. And the other thing that came up, and I know at the region, PCHS delegated as well on this particular issue a couple of weeks back, mentioning and highlighting the impact of private colleges and international students. I know that we've been mentioning Sheridan a lot because they do have a large number of international students, but private colleges also play a role in all of this. Trios College being one of the largest private colleges in Brampton. What are your thoughts in terms of involving them in this conversation as well, and why it would be important to include them in our collaborative approach moving forward?
One of the things that we have been in touch with Dr. Janet Morrison was to see how we can all at the round table bring the private colleges also at the table to discuss it. Because I think that every single entity that has anything to do with international students need to be involved to find a comprehensive solution. I don't think that it is only one entity that can address these complex problems of international students. So I think that we are making both Indus Community Services and PCHS are making efforts to bring every person on the table to have a discussion as to how we can collectively come together to find solutions to these complex problems that international students are dealing with.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, sorry, Gurpreet, did you want to add anything?
I just personally was shocked to discover that we've got approximately 68, and some numbers I've seen as high as 74 private career colleges operating in Brampton. That is a lot and a large number of organizations. So Baldev is absolutely right. We can't do this just with one large public entity, although they have an important role and an important leadership role to play there, and appear to be willing to do so. But that we do need to be able to discover whether or not some of these are these private career colleges at that high a number. Are they legitimately offering a post-secondary level of education, or is there some other advantage that perhaps is being taken of these international students? We've seen exploitation by landlords, by employers, and I would not hesitate to add that some of these private career colleges may also be taking advantage of them.
Thank you so much. And in our, I'm not sure if you know this, but in our Town and Gowns committee first meeting that was also a couple of weeks back, we were prioritizing, and the minutes were just sent, so I reviewed the minutes to make sure that I wasn't off here. But the priorities that were set by the committee in that meeting focused on housing for the Town and Gown Committee to address, as well as safety and well-being of the students in particular, which is consistent essentially with the stuff that you've delegated and presented today. One of the interesting points that came up in the Town and Gown Committee meeting was the only community stakeholder who's currently sitting on that committee is Peel Regional Police. And the question was asked, you know, what are the statistics around human trafficking and sexual assaults? And the Superintendent Gormley had said, actually, Peel Police doesn't actually, the data doesn't reflect that it's an issue. But, he said, but it's important to have and involve the community organizations, because it's quite possible that these folks don't want to come to the police and they're going elsewhere. And so that's part of the reason why the motion that's coming forward includes inviting you to be at that table, because we were missing some of that perspective at the Town and Gown Committee, where we are talking about housing and safety and well-being of our students, whether that's international or not, quite frankly. And then the other important, so we mentioned the private colleges. So I think your perspective is important. You are respected community organizations and leaders, and the people that you are servicing, and I think it's important to note here, are residents. Whether they're international students or not, you do not turn them away. And once you move to Brampton, you are a resident of Brampton. And so when a resident calls me with concerns, or when agencies that they call us with concerns, I feel obligated, and it's our duty to bring those issues forward and see how we as a city can better serve those residents. Thank you very much for coming to delegate today, and I will wait until the motion comes forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Williams.
Thank you through you, Chair. Baldev and Gurpreet, thank you for delegating today. It's always great to see you here. That report was excellent. It was a great overview of, the before, the middle, and what needs to come next. I appreciate the perspectives. Some of the things that just stood out to me was, the government set out targets in 2014, but they were met by 2017, and those targets were supposed to be met by 2022. And so we've extremely surpassed where the government, where the province, where they thought they were going to be by now. And also there were a number of figures attached to the report, and just wanted to get something clear. It's like, I think I saw, what was the figure? $21.6 billion in economic growth has been achieved by international students. But I think it was saying 3.2 billion for Ontario, or is that the region, or is that for the GTHA?
I believe that would be for Ontario. I don't think they've broken down the data into the GTHA specifically, but I'd be happy to work with our researchers to reconfirm that and then get back to you with the precise piece.
Gurpreet, that would be very helpful, because if we know that a large percentage of the students coming into Canada and Ontario are coming here in the region of Peel, and in particular Brampton, that means there's a lot of money being made off of the students here. And my concern is that we are not receiving the money to be able to manage the impacts that this is happening. And so that was one thing that stood out to me. Also, there was a mention of educational agents. Now, currently 60% of the students coming into Ontario or Canada uses educational agents. Who regulates those?
They're completely unregulated. They are, and some institutions don't use them anymore. So you could be in, for example, a rural area of Punjab, put a slate up on your door and declare yourself an agent. You would then need to arrange with a contract with a private or public institution in Canada, and then you'd be able to start making arrangements. And a proportion of the money that comes out of the first year tuition is then what's used to pay off the consultant, who often is able to do everything from arrange for English testing, transportation, and school selection, and then the very desperate international student who is not just coming here for our world-class learning institutions, but is often driven to go this path as a route for immigration. This is about settling here, it more so than it is about getting a Canadian certification. So that drive leads many people to literally mortgage the farm in the hopes that junior is able to succeed academically and financially while here, and then be able to settle and perhaps become a path to immigration for themselves and others in their family.
Wow. And that's a large portion. I know it was stated in there about 500, sometimes to 5,000 per usage of these agents. And if they're unregulated, there's a gap, because my next question was to ask who follows up with the student after they reach here. Do the educational agents do that? And I guess clearly they don't.
No, the young person finds himself out of a rural part of one country in a very urban part of a very different country, and having to figure out how to sink or swim very quickly. One thing they do learn very quickly, though, Councillor Williams, is that they do not want to get sent back. They do not want any trouble with the law. They do not want any trouble with the academics. They don't want any difficulty at all. So when they find themselves being exploited by a landlord, by an employer, by in a relationship, they are absolutely terrified to go to the normal power structures, because they are likely to be sent back home to family and safety on the one hand, but also to failure and financial ruin on the other hand. So they are really caught between a rock and a hard place, and that's why PCHS and Indus are raising this in goodwill and fair concern that there's a problem facing these young people, and there needs to be someone in their corner, and that needs to be a collection of the best minds from the city, from the learning institutions, from community, and from social service agencies like our own.
Absolutely. Changes have to be made, because there are gaps wide open all over the place that is, allowing for this to happen and kids to fall through it. One of the things I noticed there is that students were asked, they say that one of the requirements, I guess it is that they have to provide proof to ensure that they are able to manage their finances afterwards. But some are saying that they were not asked to provide proof. So who regulates that? And at what point is that box checked to make sure they have the money afterwards, after getting here to live?
So what often does happen is that if you're required to have X dollars in the bank at the day of review, you can arrange to have X dollars deposited to your bank account in time for that. That's part, if you will, of the loan process that may be undertaken via these consultants in other countries. You then demonstrate that you have that money, and then after that demonstration has taken place, that money is then returned to whoever it's been borrowed from, or moved on to the next young person who needs to demonstrate that they have a healthy amount of money in the bank account. It goes without saying that the 20 hours a week that they're allowed to work here and while they pursue their studies is not enough for them to pay these loans and to pay for their own well-being, books, residence, internet, etc., as any other student would need. So then they are put in a desperate situation where they start working under the table here in Brampton in order to be able to support themselves financially and potentially pay down loans. So there's a number of things that get tied into the finances that puts incredible pressure on these young people, and that is where we're seeing the mental health, the heartache, and potentially even we've seen the suicides.
Absolutely. It's extremely difficult. One, to maintain your obligation, but then also to just to try and figure all of it out in a foreign place. So I'm always so really disappointed and saddened by hearing information like this, because we know that the collateral damage is so extreme on these youth, and that report that you provided really spells out very clearly, why this attempt to recoup the cost lost, or the money lost from the diminished recruitment or registration from students here in Canada, because that's what they did. They did this so that they can make sure that when they saw the decline in the kids from Canada registering to post-secondary, this plan was put in place. And but they had no structure to manage it. And the growth was so extreme between 2014 when this was developed to 2017. And now, you know, naturally there's such a ripple effect. And I think it is impacting even just the way people live in the city of Brampton. But obviously the kids are getting severely hurt by this and by this negligence, I guess, by our upper levels of government. And because at the end of the day, the funding needs to be there to be able to solve this. You need funding to close these gaps. All of the strategies that you gave at the meso and macro level, even at the micro level, because your organization need to be funded, right? All of these things need funding.
And Councillor, if I could quickly add, sometimes we're already funded. For example, our organizations and dozens others in Peel receive settlement funding from IRCC, the federal government. But there's a regulation in place that prohibits us from serving international students. So, but it would be amazing to have the strength of the city of Brampton, along with all the other partners we'd have at our proposed roundtable, to be able to ask the federal government in unison that, you know what, that's a change in regulation. You can make that change. An international student is not the same as a medium-term visitor. This is a situation where you make that change, and all of a sudden, an existing, already funded, already present resource can then be unlocked to support. And during COVID-19, we asked for and received permission to be able to provide that kind of settlement support. And in some ways, that is what's opened up more information coming into our organizations around the problems these young people face.
Absolutely. So there you go. It's an area, a gap that was not closed when this plan was being created. And that gap, if it gets closed just with the regulation changes you say, will allow you to service these young people and put it on record that you have. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but then also, because I know how these things work, because in that way, the amount of people that you serve is going to increase, so therefore your funding budget line needs to increase as well, right? And so I see why this is extremely important. Now, my last question, I guess, is, you know, I know on the 9th of September, you did go to the region, and I'm glad you did that, because the region is where vulnerable sector and those who are higher up, they manage this, they come up with solutions. Has the working group been created to understand the impacts, the costs, you know, and the impacts to the Peel poverty reduction strategy? Do you guys sit on that working group that's been created?
Go ahead, Will Dave.
So we are in the process of internally allocating a staff to be able to participate in that working group. But at this moment, we are still a little bit behind in terms of not participating. We are also, both organizations are considering to participate in the roundtable within the international students that we are, which Gurpreet kind of discussed in the beginning, that the terms of references are being created. So we are in the infancy stage, but there is I just want to be honest to report, there is some movement now to acknowledge that, yes, there is a problem, and let's all come together to figure out what is the best way to kind of do. So I think the momentum is there, the movement is there, and I think it will take a little bit of time to kickstart the entire process. That's how we both, Gurpreet and I, are feeling now.
Wonderful. That's great. So there is a working group that is being created at the region to address this issue as well. And you will be sitting, and you're right now getting staff to sit on that working group. That's really excellent. And I wonder if it makes sense for one of our city staff, possibly Rasmeen from our community safety office, to be able to sit there as well, to be a voice from the city. And that way there is representation at that regional working group to have some of these issues addressed in the city perspective there as well. But I thank you both. I love this report. I will be carrying it with me and also speaking to others about it because it's important that we get our levels of government to truly understand the role that they play, especially around our policy in allowing, private institutions from opening up, and then also tracking these students, like how many students are actually completing their courses. You said in the report very clearly that language barriers, cultural barriers, understanding what it's like to, understanding the pace of the course, all of these things impact the grades of these international students. So we have this top class education opportunity here, but they're failing because of these impacts that we're not considering. And so how are we really trying to achieve the top, the best experience for our students and the best, candidates and people who are graduating? How are we going to get that if these students are struggling to get through the courses and ultimately dropping out? And so thank you for highlighting a number of these issues. It's a great report, and I really appreciate both of you coming here to speak on this. So thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both Baldev and Gurpreet for coming. Particularly with PCHS, given that they're in my wards as well. I've seen firsthand all the amazing work that they do, whether it's with the drug addiction, computer literacy. I can just name things off. Brampton Springdale Network had the opportunity to work with them for years. A lot of my questions were answered, so I just look forward to seeing where this collaboration gets us, and the research is also promising as well. I did get to briefly look through the report as well, and I think when we all come together to the table, various stakeholders, I think we can address this. But I just wanted to acknowledge, especially Baldev, being in my wards, he's done a remarkable amount of work with the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gurpreet and Baldev, for coming and for creating that report. I do just have a couple of questions for you. Gurpreet, you were sort of critical on career colleges, and I know for a fact if I go on some of their websites, there's actually a space on their website, a click header for become an agent for this college. How do you intend to address those types of things that still exist?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's a really good one. And the answer is not alone. We can't address that issue alone because the impact is on the housing of that young person. There's an impact on the whether or not they're receiving a quality product. 68 of them across working somewhere in Brampton, or at least located or having a function in Brampton, is an enormous number. So you can look at this from the career college regulation aspect. We could look at this from the quality of what the student is receiving. We can look at this from, are there other supports? You see, Sheridan at least has a student services department. The websites that you've been to, do you think they even have someone who would be available to provide assistance when it comes to a crisis in that young person's life, or assistance with improving their educational outcome? So there needs to be more of us at the table with more windows to different strengths, to different aspects of the problem in order to resolve this. This is why we're looking forward to your support in creating a roundtable, because a roundtable at this level will be able to bring together concerns from health, concerns from academia, concerns from the neighborhood. Where I don't imagine any of you are pleased with when you get a complaint from someone who says that next door there's a very large number of people living in a single family home and difficulties have arisen. And I fear, and through colleagues at Brampton Fire are aware that this is a concern for them too. No one wants the potential bad news story that comes out of circumstances that are created by actively and perhaps not honestly bringing people into our city and providing them with a sub-quality product. Can I say that is the case for every career college? I will actually say no, that there's excellent work and excellent academic output coming from from many of our private career colleges. So I do not want to wish to impugn them, but there are some definite if you will, bad eggs in that batch, and we only together will be able to help identify and improve that quality.
Thanks very much, Gurpreet, because if you go through the list of the accredited, you see, estheticians, you see medical clinics, you see nursing clinics, truck driving schools, for example, they're all there. And I'm sort of very happy that all this is coming to a head because, as you probably know, since 2014, I have been a voice on illegal basement apartments and, in effect, students living in those basement apartments and what they go through, the extortion when they have to pay cash, hand over passports, things of that nature. So, after 6 years, I'm happy that this is going to be worked on, because that's one of the very basic areas that really has to be taken care of. And we can't do that alone in Brampton. I've tried a number of times. I've tried writing to our province, and that didn't get me anywhere either. So, when working together, hopefully some of these things can be changed, because even back in 2015, 2016, when Councillor Medeiros and I were working with Sheridan College, it was a big sticking point for me. In terms of the number of students they had, international students, and how they were housing those international students. And we've got large swathes of areas which are nothing but housing, both illegal and illegal. And let me say, we've got some excellent landlords that really care about the students, that really care about the people who rent, and are up and above board. But, the real question is, what can we do about slumlords? What do you think we should be doing about slumlords?
Well, the main thing is that you cannot comfortably have 10 to 20 people living in a home designed for a single family. And what drives that is the economics of the situation. So I believe, and you collectively are far more expert in this, and we participated with the development of the housing policy and the new plans that the City of Brampton has, and it's very exciting that there's new ways of looking at how we can safely and adequately house people in our growing city. But in the case of the situation where passports are taken, cash is extorted, we need to be able to use the tools available to us, or create those tools to be able to shut down places that are unsafe. At the end of the day, no one in Brampton wants to have a fire break out and have the enormous pain that would generate for everybody in many ways, because you've got so many people in a small home using potentially space heaters or other things to make things comfortable. So I would ask, and that's why we need more at the table. What tools are available? What rights does the city of Brampton have in regards to someone who is improperly using the housing that we've assumed is for a single family? And together, I think, Councillor Bowman, we would be able to crack that nut.
Yeah, thanks, Gurpreet. And one of the things that I've been advocating for is that any roundtable or any discussions, they've got to have both levels of government at them. But you also have to have somebody from the real estate industry there, because what's going on is I don't want to use the word criminal, but it's bordering on illegal activity, and so you need somebody from that industry as well, sitting with you and discussing, what happens when a house goes up for sale, who actually buys it, who's it registered to. All of that needs to be discussed too. But I'm very happy that we've got a panel working on it. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowen. I do not see any further questions of the delegations. So I believe we now do have a motion also to receive the delegations moved by Councillor Santos, and we will take it as read, and also receive the correspondence, which I believe was sent by the President and Vice Chancellor of Sheridan College. And now, Peter, if you can advise, can we deal with the motion following, or should we receive the delegations first and then after move on to the motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you are correct. Just a motion now to receive the delegations and receive correspondence 8.4.1. After that vote, committee, if they wish, can deal with Councillor Santos's motion identified as 8.3.1.
Okay, thank you very much. So a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations and correspondence. Anyone opposed? I see none. Motion carries. And we will now go to the motion. I will go to Councillor Santos to introduce the motion.
Thank you so much. Waiting for the mic. There we go. Thank you so much through you, Mr. Chair. So as I had mentioned earlier, this motion was put together in collaboration with PCHS as well as with Indus Community Services. It includes a lot of the details in the whereases on the particular issue. And the first part of the motion is to ask our post-secondary institutions for more information in terms of what it is that they're doing to support their students and any other data and information that they can share. I will note that in our Town and Gowns meeting a couple of weeks ago, we did have a conversation about the importance of data and information sharing. And so while this is in the motion itself, the Town and Gowns Committee is already preparing this information anyway. But I do want to make sure that we have that covered as well here at Council, so that it is on the record that it's not just necessarily the institutions who sit at the Town and Gowns Committee, but us writing a letter to all of those institutions, especially those ones that are of concern, mentioned by Councillor Bowman as well as Gurpreet earlier. The second part of the motion is writing a letter flagging to the Ministry of Universities and Colleges, as well as to the federal government and Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada about the issues related to international students in Brampton, to include a copy of this motion as well as the delegation that was presented to us. The third part of the motion, if we could scroll down to therefore be it resolved. Further to number 3, yeah. So this then also speaks about the collaborative approach that we are all in agreement with, including the correspondence indicated by President Janet Morrison from Sheridan. The Town and Gown Committee, as I reviewed the minutes that came in, there were conversations about private colleges, and today we talked about private colleges and the importance of including them in the conversation. And I shared as well that the Peel Police, the only community stakeholder on that particular committee, had signaled that we need more information from community stakeholders because they don't have all the data and information, which is why I would like to, our council, to invite particularly Trios College, Indus, and PCHS to be part of the Town and Gowns Committee, and also University of Guelph-Humber, because we know that we are in current negotiations with them, and while they aren't currently providing programming directly here within the borders of the city of Brampton, we do know that the majority, or a good chunk of the residents live in Brampton. And so that being the case, it would be great to get their perspective. I also think that UGH would bring some best practices to the table in their experiences in Guelph, with the University of Guelph, when the city of Guelph was going through these things as well. So that's the reason why I think it would be very good of us to be collaborative and invite them to the table at the Town and Gowns Committee. And finally, it's about the roundtable discussion, point number 4. Sheridan has offered now to co-host and also pay for the roundtable discussion and even a summit itself. And so I would be very happy for the city of Brampton to co-host that as well. And I know that Baldev and Gurpreet have offered to lead that discussion and have been in conversations with Janet Morrison about that opportunity too. So point number 4 points to the collaborative approach of us co-hosting a roundtable discussion together with Sheridan and other institutional partners and community agencies. And that is the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you through the chair. I'm really happy that we're doing something about international students. I think, our voice at the City of Brampton is so important. And we've heard from the previous delegations that, we need to be a part of the discussion. I do think that we as councillors in Brampton, we have to acknowledge the impacts that the city and how the city feels. How has this explosion, because that's what it is, from 2014 to 2017, we've reached our goal, a goal that was set to be achieved in 2022. How has that impacted the city of Brampton? I know anecdotally we talk to our residents, and some residents are frustrated with the state of their street and property standards, and we hear those stories. We hear the frustrations. Councillor Bowman mentioned that earlier as well with the slum landlords. So these pieces do significantly impact us at the city. So I do have something I wanted to add to the motion, if the mover of the motion would allow. I think we need to actually understand what the cost and impact the international students has had on the city of Brampton. Because at the end of the day, that $3.2 billion, if we are severely impacted by this issue, we should be increasing the amount of funding that we receive to be able to properly fund and stock our city budget and staff to be able to manage it. So I'm asking an amendment to have staff come back to council prior to budget, just with the breakdown of 311 calls for property standards, lodging house complaints, parking issues from 2019 to present, and the costs to action each of these complaints and how much it's financially impacting us as a city. I think that there is a gap there, and I think that we need to be able to answer the question, how much money does the city need to keep up with the rising demand? And what is it realistically going to cost us in the upcoming budgets? That question is a very city-specific perspective that is our residents have been asking us, and we don't have the answers all the time, and we need those answers. So that's one of the pieces I'm hoping to add to the motion. The other piece is, we heard Baldev speak about the regional roundtable. Now, I wonder if it makes sense, as I mentioned earlier, to have one of our staff sit at that regional roundtable to bring back the information that I just requested of staff, and also to bring that city perspective. That roundtable, or not roundtable, sorry, working group, is where much of these issues and answers are going to be resolved and answered. And that the strategy that comes out of that is something that we at the City of Brampton as councillors can definitely be able to endorse and support. So that is another thing I'm hoping to see added, that we have a city staff or councillor, I don't know, sit at that working group table to participate in that discussion. Now, the one thing I do have a concern with is in number 3. I sit on the Town and Gown. There are some really great discussions happening there, but I wonder if the people at the Town and Gown table have we really clearly established what the mandate is. There's a number of action items coming out of that Town and Gown that are being addressed, especially the request for data and stuff like that. But what is the mandate for this Town and Gown? And if we are addressing the social impacts in the vulnerable sector at the working group, is the Town and Gown the best place for the social service organizations? That's my question. And I look forward to hearing from my counselors at the table to answer this and share their thoughts on that. But I do have that amendment, and that is to have before budget the costs incurred by the international students, and also to have a city staff sit on the regional working group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. As a mover of the motion, do you want to accept it as a friendly?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So, speaking to the mover of the amendments to the motion, just a couple of things. So the first one is in regards to the collection of costs incurred by the city, and I hear you. I 100% agree with you that we have to get a better grasp and understanding of how much it is costing us to service international students. I just questioned to staff, would we be able to collect that data? I mean, the other nuance here, Councillor Williams, is that Baldev and Gurpreet have also shared with us that they usually don't identify themselves as international students when they report staff because they don't want to be deported, etc. So I think if we get an aggregate number of what you're looking at, I'm not sure if when somebody calls 311, I don't think that they actually tell the 311 operator, by the way, I'm an international student. And so just a question to staff, I guess, to find out whether or not that's even possible to separate that information. And even if there were students who were international students who said, yes, I'm an international student and my landlord is taking advantage of me, then I'm concerned that that number, just like what the police reported, will be very small and won't capture the true number that's out there as expressed by Gurpreet and Baldev and their delegation. So I pass that to staff as a question to see if we are actually providing that category that would allow us to collect this data.
Mr. Chair, it's Paul Morrison. So through you, sir, I can answer Councillor Santos' question in the sense that when we take our complaints on secondary units or lodging houses, our objective is to deal with the owner of the house. So we do not keep stats on who the occupants are of the house. The tenants, we do take some information, but we don't specifically ask where they're going to school or if they're employed in the city of Brampton or any other questions around their livelihood or educational process. So no, we do not keep those stats.
Okay, so it's like and that's where my concern is for the amendment number 5, is that we're asking staff to collect that information when we don't collect that information.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so, and then with respect to number 6, just for clarification, because I'm pretty sure that Rizmeen already sits on a number of these roundtables at the region, including the Community Safety and Wellbeing Roundtable, the Family Intimate Partner Violence Subcommittee Roundtable, etc. Just clarification from staff if indeed we already have Rizmeen sitting and participating in many of these roundtables.
Thank you. Through the chair, I do sit on the Appeal Property Reduction Committee roundtable, as well as the Community Safety Wellbeing System Leadership Table that we've discussed a number of these we've had a number of these conversations. However, if there is a international students roundtable, my office is happy to support their efforts and represent the city of Brampton.
Okay, thank you, Rizmeen. And clarification, I guess, would be whether or not, because I've never heard of a town and gown committee at the region. I only know of the town and gown committee at the city. So I think we'll need some clarification what roundtable we're referring to at the region. And I guess if that's already covered in the work that you're doing, Rizmeen.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, we can provide that clarification and do a little bit of digging to find the specific roundtable associated with that works on matters related to community to international students. There's also a Peel Newcomer Strategy Group as well that works on a number of these concerns that we can connect with and find more information about.
Okay. And then finally, with regards to Councillor Williams and questions regarding number 3 in the motion, I will refer to the minutes from the last Town and Gowns Committee, which highlights the 2 main areas of focus for the group. And the 2 main areas of focus for the group from that discussion are affordable housing, and specifically there was a mention of international students. And the second focus is on health and safety well-being of students. And so it's part of the reason why I wanted to make sure that number 3 was included, because if private colleges like Trios College and students from University of Guelph-Humber who reside in Brampton, for example, or Indus and PCHS have anything to add value to that committee in terms of information sharing regarding housing and health and safety and well-being, which I believe they do, it's in the minutes that we talked about, then it's important for us to make sure that those voices are at the table. Otherwise, we will continue to have gaps in the information and knowledge we have on this issue.
Okay, so Councillor Williams, you wanted to respond, but before, I probably want to go to Councillor Singh. The mover of the motion has provided her comments. She's not taking them as friendly, so I will go to Councillor Singh, and then after I'll go back.
Sorry, point of order. The reason why I wanted to respond, I just wanted to clarify the language. The number 5 is not asking the international students for their information. It is actioning the amount of 311 calls, all of the calls, the fire, everything related to the presence of an international student. So not collecting data on the international students alone. So just wanted to clarify that. Also, I corrected my wording in saying roundtable. I meant to say working group. It's the working group. So not a roundtable. It's the regional working group that Baldev says that they're in the beginning stages of sitting and discussing strategies. So it's the working group. So I just wanted to correct for the record those 2 items on the amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, my question was actually to the amendment. I'm not clear how that we will determine if these property standards issues or lodging issues are the result of international students or people who live here who are residents. I don't know how we're going to do that.
Okay.
That's a question to staff or the mover of the motion.
I guess it would be to the mover of the motion. Go ahead.
Mover of the amendment?
The
Yeah,
amendment.
for the
Me?
amendment. Talking about your motion, I don't understand how we're gonna say this. These
you know-
calls are the result of international students.
Oh, right. Well, the thing is, we get a lot of calls and complaints about rooming houses. We're getting a lot of calls about property standards. So all of these calls have increased, but we don't know to what amount, how much, and it's not just to say it's related to the international students. It's just in the years that this attempt to increase international students, knowing that the percentages outlined in the report saying a large majority of them are coming to Brampton, we obviously have seen an increase in the issues relating to property standards, relating to parking, relating to maybe fires, and all of these things have increased. And so to what effect? How has that increased? How much more is city costing this out? How many more bylaw officers do we actually need to address the heightened number of calls? I think that's the information we really need to have, because our residents are frustrated. There are mattresses on the front lawn. There are, rat infestations because people aren't knowing how to sort the garbage correctly. So we are having an impact, not to say it's directly related to international students, but there is an impact. That's the trickle down effect that we have to address. And we need to know how much that's costing us. Because if there's $3.2 something billion coming into Ontario as a result of international students, that means the money is there to close these gaps. So the city of Brampton needs to know how much it's costing us and how much we should be requesting from the province or something to be able to cover the expenses that we're incurring.
But I think it's dangerous to assume this is a result of international students, whether they've both been going, these cases have been going up and the numbers have been going up. We can't say that that's a result of international students. So I'm really worried about the stigmatization that something like this can cause. We can't make these type of assumptions. We have to be very careful how we tread. We're talking about rat infestation. We can't say that's the result of an increase of international students.
Just as a reminder, I would ask my colleagues to speak to the motion and not be in a one-on-one debate.
So am I not speaking to the amendment?
Okay, so you're not supporting the amendment?
And speaking to the motion, it does say, speaking to the motion, it says...
One time, excuse me. So, Councillor, so right now, who has the floor is Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh has asked you questions, you responded, so Councillor Singh, continue.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I think it's very dangerous where this is going, and we don't, when somebody calls, nowhere does bylaw or property standards say these were international students, these were residents. So we have to be very careful, and then, the reason I'm getting sensitive about this is because I taught over 500 international students. I've dealt with international students one-on-one. There is a huge stigmatization. And I don't want to say that, because we've got increases in rat infestations and garbage and lodging homes, that this is a result of international students. And I don't think that's what the councillor is trying to say, but the way the motion is worded, the fact is coming out of a discussion on international students, it's going to be hard to not associate that, whether it's directly in the motion with international students, which it says in the second line, or not now. So I cannot support this. I don't think this is healthy. And if we want to talk about property standards issues and rat infestations, we could do it as a separate discussion. I don't think it's healthy to have it part of this discussion. And I don't think that was the councillor's intent, but I'm just saying we have to be very careful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. So next on the board, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. And I think I just want to make it clear, it's potentially related to, with respect to activities such as. So I'm not saying it's directly related to, but we have to admit the facts that are outlined in the report. We have seen an increase of rental units, maybe not to say, we've seen an increase. So we know that there is some residual effect as a result of the increase in international students in Brampton. And I just want to make sure, because you're right. Look, these international students have worked so hard. It takes a lot to get here. And they are extremely studious. They work hard. We just need to make sure that we are able to cover the costs to run our city. That's all where I'm coming from in this. And so it's potentially, not saying it is in direct relation to, no, it's potentially related to. And maybe if it's better to say, to kind of reference the report as reference to reference the increase in the amount of students in here in the city of Brampton as per the report that was provided to us. If that would help, then fine. But I'm just saying, we need to know how much of an impact financially do we have on our budget to run our city.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of points to do with the Town and Gown Committee. Typically, a Town and Gown Committee is designed between the city and the institutions, the schools, to address issues pertaining to the areas around the schools. That's typically what they address. I think we're blurring lines here. The Town and Gown Committee is going to come back with all sorts of information. And Mr. Fay, how was the Town and Gown Committee formed? Can you remind me of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is there was a report that planning staff brought to a June planning committee meeting. That was an information report that set out that staff were proceeding to establish this committee, so it has been established. Quote unquote terms of reference were attached for committee's information, and then I believe council appointed 3 members of council, Councillor Williams, Councillor Santos, and Councillor Bowman, I believe, to that committee, and it is working on its own, supported by the planning and development staff.
Okay, so it's not a committee of council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is not.
Okay, so it's a separate. Oh, sorry, it's a separate committee, and I think this it's tough. I think this committee needs to be allowed to work forward without council dictating to it who needs to be involved. And I like I said, I think this is a blurred line. We're setting up a roundtable, which I don't have any issues with at all, because it will involve all sorts of different people, different stakeholders. And I think that is the place where all the various different stakeholders belong, is at the roundtable discussions, whether it's here or at the region. I don't think necessarily right now they belong at the Town and Gown. I think the Town and Gown's had one meeting. They need to be allowed as a committee to form their terms of reference, to move forward and try and get a handle on what's going on in the neighborhoods, what's going on, in the city in general. And I keep hearing, unfortunately, that we need to involve Guelph Humber, who isn't even here yet. They're not here. And if we're going to involve Guelph Humber, then we're going to have to involve Arundel, and we're going to have to involve York, and we're going to have to involve any other school where there's potential that students are living in Brampton and attending this school. I think we need to stick to the schools that are actually here, and again, let those schools work through the various issues. I also think with, I believe Gurpreet also said it, that trying to get reliable information out of community, or not community, but career colleges may be a very difficult thing to do. It's one thing to get information out of, and Councillor Medeiros may be able to speak to this a lot better than I have with his experience. It may be, a lot easier to get information out of a registered university or college, because they've got all sorts of rules and regulations that they have to follow through the province. Whereas some of these other institutions may or may not be following any of those guidelines. So getting information or getting realistic information or proper information may be tough. So I'm all for the roundtable, but I just do not believe that for the Town and Gown Committee, we should be as a council telling them who they need to invite to it. I think they need to find their own way. There's already 3 of us sitting on that committee, And so I'm asking that be voted on separately from everything else. And I can't support it because I think that the original reason for Town and Gown is to talk about neighborhoods, how the schools there are being affected and the neighborhoods around them. Perhaps their scope might be a little too large as well, but I don't want the scope creep from the roundtable to go into the Town and Gown committee. We're getting various reports from different people on different things. And finally, on reporting back on the achievements of the previous Town and Gown committee, I'm pretty sure that Sheridan College set up the other Town and Gown committee that Councillor Medeiros and I sat on years ago, and that was under, if I'm not mistaken, at that time Jeff Zabudsky was the president of Sheridan College, and we've had two changes since then. So getting any of that information may be difficult. So including it in a motion like that is just, to me, is impossible to do. So I would like that voted on separately, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown.
Councillor Medeiros, and I wanted to add some commentary to the amendment on international students, and in the spirit of trying to get everyone on the same page, maybe it could just say students or the student housing crisis, because we do have a student housing crisis. We're not seeing adequate supply built. We need to see a competitive marketplace for student housing. We don't have that, and if we see what the ramifications are for the city, then that's helpful as we have discussions with developers on encouraging the student housing. I know recently I was on a call with Councillor Medeiros and Fortini where we were talking about increasing the height restrictions or removing them like Mississauga did. Maybe that could be an enticement around Sheridan College to get more supply built. And so what is the cost for the city that we have a student housing crisis? Because that's what this really is about. It's not about where someone comes from. I think Councillor Singh makes a very good point here. I'm proud that Canada is a welcoming country. I'm proud that Brampton's a mosaic of the world. And frankly, some of the biggest Canadian success stories are people who came to our country with nothing on their back and have built incredible businesses that are creating prosperity. That's the story of Canada since day one, since 1867, when people were fleeing the potato famine, or in every decade there is different reasons that people came to Canada and contributed to the success of the Canadian story. And so I get uncomfortable when it's a potential stigmatization of part of our family, because many of these international students build a beautiful life and family in Canada. We should celebrate them. Just look in Brampton alone, look at our MPP Amarjit Sandhu, who was an international student, who became a Canadian citizen, became an MPP, and is now representing the city of Brampton in the provincial legislature. And so I think if there was a friendly amendment that removed international students, that would remove the potential stigma, and then we would have some data in terms of where's the city expending resources where the provincial and federal government should be. The federal government benefits from immigration because obviously they run immigration and get the financial benefits of immigration. The campuses, the post-secondary institutions, they get a windfall from students. And if you look at what they charge international students and students in general, they benefit monetarily. The only level of government where there is a cost is, once again, it always falls in the backs of municipalities. And the fact that fee, I think Councillor Santos pointed out before, hasn't been updated since 1987 in terms of municipal contributions, shows once again that the pressure on property taxpayers is always an afterthought. So I think this data would be helpful as long as it's done in a manner that doesn't stigmatize a segment of our Brampton and Canadian family. And so I think if the mover is open to that, I think that would be a better way to propose the motion.
Okay, thank you. I'll get to you, Councillor William, once I have Councillor Santos on the board, and then after we can get to the motion and vote on the items or make any appropriate amendments. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to respond about the Town and Gowns Committee. In the meeting that we had, that first meeting, we did have a discussion on who should be part of the committee itself. And we, to Councillor Bowman's point, you know, folks, Algoma, Sheridan, and Ryerson are the only partners at the table, and the premise for that was that they provide programming here at the City of Brampton. But Trios College, which is a private college expanding to 1,300 students, has been providing programming at the City of Brampton for many, many years. And in fact, Councillor Vicente and I met with the president of Trios College, and I believe Trios College has also reached out to economic development to try to find ways to be more engaged and more involved with some of the stuff that the city is doing. Because I know for a fact that Trios, in our initial meeting when Councillor Vicente and I met with the president, had explicitly told us that they want to be a partner in housing. And one of the priorities identified in the first meeting of the Town and Gowns Committee was housing. And so I think as we are, you know, talking about the negative impacts of housing and potentially private colleges and their role in that, I think that Trios College has a very valuable perspective to the Town and Gowns Committee as we talk about housing issues on that committee, which was prioritized by that committee. So I'm fine to vote on it separately, but again, in the spirit of collaboration, I think understanding that University of Guelph Humber is currently in negotiations with the city, I would love to hear at the Town and Gowns Committee, as a member of that committee, what their plans are proactively to address issues of housing, which was a priority identified by the committee, as well as health and well-being, health, safety, and well-being of students who live in Brampton, but who are planning to attend a Brampton campus, assuming those negotiations happen. And so for those reasons, I think, and based on collaboration and trying to get as much information as possible, they provide a lot of value. Both those institutions provide a lot of value at the Town and Gowns Committee. And finally, with regards to PCHS and INDIS, we heard from them today that there is a lack of knowledge and information with respect to housing as well as health, safety, and well-being from the police. And the police are the only community stakeholder at that table. And so I would push and say that in the spirit of collaboration and information sharing, those voices are valuable at that committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Chair. In response to the amendment, I fully accept the amendment. I think this request is not at all to increase the stigma, because I know how stigma is damaging, especially being a woman of color. And it's just for us to be able to price out how much we are spending, because we do need to, make it very clear that there are impacts to the student housing crisis in the city of Brampton. So I fully accept the amendment, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pelushi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with respect to the amendment, I can't see that on my screen. Having difficulty. Has the amendment changed from what Mayor Brown was talking about? Was he adding the changes?
Yeah, so you took away international, now it's about student housing.
And I think that's great. I think that we definitely need those pros and cons to kind of figure out and talk to our counterparts at the provincial and federal level to ensure that we're getting the support that everyone needs for the city of Brampton. Speaking, so I can support that amendment with those changes. Speaking to the main motion, I reached out to Councillor Mahoney, who's on the Town and Gowns committee down in Mississauga, and just in discussions with him about some of the items that were on the motion, he kind of chuckled where he was in the same boat 2 years ago. So so in the discussions that I had with him, I find that it with us having the same kind of ish, if not more, issues that Mississauga has, and them being 2 years ahead of us on what they're trying to achieve. I think it's definitely beneficial for a motion like this to be supported by all of Brampton, and then with an amendment in the mayor's words, and just trying to get kind of those pros and cons of where we are and what we know. Knowledge is key, right? So I think now that the changes to the amendment have been made, I'm going to support both the amendment and the main motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Singh.
Yes, I know Councilor Fleshy said he couldn't see the motion, but I can see it, and I still have some issues with the first line. So if Councilor Williams is okay, I'd just like it to read the staff report back on the cost of the student housing crisis for the time frame of 2019 to present.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Singh, can you just clarify what you asked for?
I'm just saying staff be requested to report on the cost incurred by the city on the student housing crisis for the time frame of 2019 to present.
Point of clarification, it's Mayor Brown. My intention was to replace the word international students with student housing crisis on both instances, not just the one.
And through the chair, point of order, that was my understanding as well.
Okay, fair enough.
That was the amendment I accepted, yes.
Okay, and I will support it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to respond very, very quickly. In motion number 3, the reason I'm objecting to motion number 3 and will not support that is because where does this end with the Town and Gown Committee? That is my point. We cannot invite one career college without any one of the other 68 wanting to be involved as well. And it's the same thing with Guelph Humber University. They are not here. We need to be dealing with what is here, what exists today, with the institutions we have today that are willing to deal with it. So that's why I want to have number 3 separated from the rest of it. And again, I don't want to blur the lines. I think everybody else belongs at the round table for the very, very important discussions and the data and the criteria. The Town and Gown Committee is a little bit smaller, and I would like that committee to find their own way and to invite the people that they feel they need to be inviting at a time for them that's appropriate for them. So that's all I'd like to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. And I do not see any other speakers, so I'll move that the chair be heard. And I just want to say thank you for the mover of the motion. Just a couple of comments, and I know, and I say this, there's been some misconceptions or misunderstandings or things that have evolved over time that sort of change my understanding of things. So when we go back, the Town and Gown, similar to what councillors are facing today, at the time, Councillor Bowman and myself were facing a lot of not only us in terms of resident inquiries, but also the city in terms of calls. And, with not trying to stigmatize or blame, one targeted group, it seemed that there were always students from Sheridan. That became sort of the common theme. So the Town and Gown was actually proposed by Sheridan College at the time. And I specifically remember the conversation, and because we were looking on how do we address a lot of these operational issues. So we weren't talking about public policy. We weren't talking about, immigration. We weren't talking about settlement. We were actually just really focusing on issues that really impact the city of Brampton, and those were property standards and to a certain degree delinquency, because there were some issues around the college plaza there, and looking at other models such as other institutions provide some form of civic recognition that you have to be a good standing citizen in the community in which the institution is for you to get your diploma, etc. So in conjunction with our bylaw officers and with Peel Police, the town and gown was really brought forward to really focus on those operational issues. So dealing with property standards and those type of things. And then, you know, certainly it's evolved to what it is today. So again, I'm not saying what the right answer is, but you know, my understanding of the focus of his town and gown is really to talk about the operational issues that exist. You know, to sort of bring other institutions and, you know, that's something that could evolve. I do agree with some of the sentiments by my partner, colleague, Councillor Bowman, where we talk about, you know, the round table is a great forum to bring everyone to the table, provide their perspective and so on. You know, this town and gown, from my understanding, was really for us to connect with our policing community, our bylaw, and any other staff that had to be there. So that's one. The second piece is just hearing this debate per se speaks to some of the contradictions in the actual sort of intent of what we want to do. Because, you know, with all, and again, this is a reflection of all good intentions. We have two organizations who provided us some, you know, really food for thought on information on some of their frustrations, and they're looking towards the city. We provided a forum for them to come to us and say, you know, we have this issue that, yes, impacts the city, but we have 5 other issues that impact other levels of government, licensing, immigration and settlement, all this other sort of stuff, but we don't have that forum. And you know, so it's important, and I understand the importance of having this roundtable. But on the same motion that, so we bring a discussion, talk about international students, but we don't want to stigmatize international students. So the focus, my understanding, is going to be really about how do we support international students, and then now we're getting into immigration and settlement, and then I don't want to put Rasmeen on the spot to say there are tables that exist to deal with what we're talking about, immigration and settlement. So when we focus on what we're going to be talking about with international students, not wanting to stigmatize, what exactly are we going to be dealing with? Because the information on student housing is one thing, and I'm glad that, you know, Mayor Brown, thank you for talking about student housing, because when we talk about property standards per se, certainly, you know, there are communities and other people who rent property, or property conditions are not as a direct result of international students, you know, and from the city's perspective. So if we were to look at the city's perspective, what type of responses have we given to these challenges, which are not new, which have been encompassing? Well, we've deemed, you know, apartments illegal, and that's why we do, you know, we want people to register. We, you know, do bylaw and we enforce what are those situations, and our bylaw officers go out there. So our extension of response, I would challenge, is very much at its limit, getting back to the word that everyone hates, and I know I'm sometimes famous for, is we've extended way beyond what our mandate or what we can actually do, because we don't control those other things. But I do appreciate we want to provide a forum for healthy discussion where we can sort of point fingers at the federal government and say, you know, you bring all these people in and you don't provide the supports, and we have to address this. And then after, you know, our provincial counterparts, and certainly look at the MPPs and say, well, you know, you're not lobbying for these changes and a lot of these issues. So it's one of those situations where I see it's like almost like a square peg we try to fit into a nice, easy round hole so we can sit around it. And maybe that is the point, that this is such a complex discussion. But ultimately, you know, when we go back to what our mandate is and what type of staff that we have, when I appreciate all the great staff, you know, that whole conversation, what international students, what their impact is on the city, we don't know, we don't have that expertise. We're relying on social service organizations that get funded by other levels of government who have direct relationships, and there's tables that exist that deal with those issues. So I just say that, you know, to really focus on, you know, what we can do as a municipality. And if we do have a roundtable, and I do know the roundtable, it's going to be almost a little bit of, you know, throw everything in there and let's see what we can mix up and get back as, you know, a possible sort of role for the city. But, you know, there are dangers with those, but I do appreciate that these are all good intentions that everyone's brought to the table, because, you know, from one way or another, we've heard residents talk about their frustration, and they've articulated, you know, properly or not properly, that it's international students. And we've had agencies come forward and say, please help us advocate to other levels of government because they need our support. And then we have all these multi-channels of discussion. So I guess with all that said, is that the complexity of this is demonstrated in its contradictions of our discussion, and I would just hope that after the roundtable, that we really sort of focus on what the city should be focusing on, and I think we are doing a lot of what is in with our realm of action, because we don't have the capacity, as other organizations don't have the capacity to do what's beyond their means. We don't have the capacity. We don't have those departments. It's like saying that the federal government should host a roundtable on how to help with property tax or, help with, what the city is doing. It just, it's just contrasensical of what we're trying to achieve. But I do appreciate that there's a lot of good intentions that are people trying to do, but sometimes the effectiveness, I would say, I doubt. And I just wonder if we're spinning our wheels, which the time that we've spent here to deal with, and we really have hard city building issues that we have to focus on. And hopefully that, we do have a town and gown, which is already in place, and we have other forums. So I would hope that after this broad roundtable, that our discussion can really be focused on what the municipality is responsible for, and I do say that there are other people and other actors who are responsible more directly for when we talk about international students. So I look forward to what the roundtable is going to come back to understand what exactly are we going to do as a municipality to deal with roundtables, beside the advocacy piece, which probably is very strong as it is. So we will go to the motion now. City Clerk, I guess I would request that we vote on each item separately. And then after, a recorded vote has been requested on 3 only. So I guess, only on 3. Okay, so we will, City Clerk, how should we proceed? Should we vote on the motion first, or to go right to item 3 to vote on the recorded vote?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the main motion is Councillor Santos's motion, which has 4 parts. The amendments moved by Councillor Williams are amendments to the main motion, 5 and 6. They should be voted on first, as the amendments to the main motion are voted on first. After the main motion, after the amendments are voted on, then there was a request from Councillor Bowman to vote separately on Clause 3 of Councillor Santos's motion, and then there could be a vote on the balance of Councillor Santos's motion, whether it's amended or not. So there are 3 separate votes. The first is the Councillor Williams amendments, 5 and 6, followed by Clause 3 of the Councillor Santos motion, followed by the balance of the Councillor Santos motion. And through you, Mr. Chair, I see that there's been a recorded vote request for Clause 3 and a recorded vote request for 4 parts as well. So is the intent, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wish to clarify, a recorded vote on every part of this motion with Williams together?
Yeah, I believe in terms of effectiveness, City Clerk, because I think the only had a request for 3 and 4 to be separated. But I'm just wondering if it'd be easier from the city's clerk's perspective for us to vote on each chapter or each item. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Sorry, maybe I'm confused. Wasn't 5 and 6 accepted as friendlies?
No.
No?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree with you. My understanding was, unless I'm wrong, that they were not accepted as friendly amendments, so they're being treated as an amendment to the main motion. If that's not the case, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe the mover of the motion can clarify, because the changes were made to 5, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, Councillor Santos, who is in the chambers, has indicated that she is accepting clauses 5 and 6 as friendly amendments to her main motion. So therein, we have 1 complete main motion to vote on as parts 1 through 6. And I just wish to clarify, do members wish to have a separate vote on all or only some of those clauses? So that's the question, Mr. Chair, to be decided before we go to the vote.
I've seen identified, I have a request for Clause 3 and Clause 4 to be voted on separately, and a recorded vote has been requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first we'll take a recorded vote on Clause 3. And Charlotte, if you can just put it on the screen so all members can see it. I presume all members can read the motion, or is there a request for the motion to be read? I know some members had indicated. So, Mr. Chair, if you're okay, I'll read the clause 3. Clause 3 of the motion is in the spirit of understanding and taking a collaborative approach. Sorry, my screen is blocked. Council invite the University of Guelph-Humber, Trios College, Indus, and PCHS to be part of the Town and Gowns Committee, and city staff report back on the achievements of the previous Town and Gowns Committee. The motion has been moved. All in favor of this clause, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Well, just a clarification, City Peter, and my apologies. This is directing a committee that is not the committee of council.
Point of order.
So, go ahead.
We're in the middle of a vote.
So I'm asking for clarification. Will you not give me any benefit of getting clarification?
Once we're in the middle of the vote, Councillor, we're in the middle of the vote.
Councillor Palashi, I don't, what, would you not give me an opportunity? Because we're directing another level, in this case is an institution by Sheridan who has this. Is it the city's committee? Because it's not a city of council committee. So we can't instruct a committee to do what this chapter is saying. So I just need clarification of what committee is this? Is this a council committee or is this a conjunction with Sheridan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I understand the Town and Gown Committee, it is effectively a staff-led collaborative working group with other institutions. It is not a formal committee established by council under the procedure bylaw. There is precedent, I believe, for council in the past in those type of working group settings to request or to make changes to those committee as it sees fit. But it is essentially a staff collaborative working group with members of the post-secondary institutional environment.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, a recorded vote has been requested on clause 3. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. I don't see Councillor Dillon in the session. I will come back. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini. I'll come back to you. Councillor Williams.
No.
Councillor Bowman.
No.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens, I don't believe has returned. So Councillor Willens is absent. Councillor Vasante.
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon is absent. Councillor Fortini.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Councillor, how do you vote?
I said no.
That was a no. Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chair Medeiros.
No.
Mr. Chair, the motion carries 5-4 with 2 absences. That is for clause 3. A recorded vote has been requested on clause 4. And Charlotte's just going to bring it up on the screen in a moment. Clause 4, and I'll read it, is the City of Brampton host or co-host a roundtable discussion on the issue of international students and include community agencies, post-secondary institutions, public and private, Region of Peel Regional Police in Q1 2022 with a focus on collaborative solutions to address prioritized issues related to international students. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon is absent. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens is absent. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
That's a yes from Councillor Santos. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
It's a yes. Chair Medeiros.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 9-0 with 2 absences. And the, excuse me, the final vote would be on the balance of the motion as, well, it hasn't been amended, but the balance of the motion clauses. So that's clauses 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Okay, so that motion is moved by Councillor Santos. Or is there anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. Now government relations, so it's 2:32. I would suggest we take a break.
Through you, Mr.
To
Chair.
3 o'clock. Yes.
My apologies. There was an added delegation, which is 6.8, regarding short-term rentals. There were 3 persons
Okay.
added to the delegation. 1 is present, so if committee wishes to hear that delegation before breaking.
Yeah, we'll hear that delegation, and I'll hand it over to you, Peter, to administer the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to members of committee, we have a Steve Kella who is present. Steve, we just brought you into the meeting session. You can unmute your mic. You have up to 5 minutes to address committee on the issue of the short-term rental bylaw.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So my concern is with Part 4, Stipulation 16 of the new bylaw 165-2021. This clause states that no more than 3 bedrooms are to be individually rented in the principal residence at any one time. So this word individually is the key word here, I believe. And what this is implying is that the short-term operator can rent out at most 3 different bedrooms to 3 different renters, because he can individually rent them out. This in no way does this say that a short-term operator cannot rent an entire single-family home with 4 bedrooms or more to one family on a short-term basis. However, when speaking with the Brampton Clerk's Office, they're advising that short-term operators, that they cannot rent out a single-family home with 4 bedrooms or more to one family or group on a short-term basis. You can, however, a 3-bedroom home to do that, but not a 4-bedroom home. But in the bylaw, in the clause, it states that at most you can individually rent out 3 bedrooms. So I find that there's a few things wrong with what the Brampton Clerk's Office is saying. The advice that they're saying is not consistent with what is written in the bylaw, specifically this Part 4 Stipulation 16. I find it is unfair. Why can a 3-bedroom short-term rental operator be able to rent out their entire single-family home to one family, and a 4-bedroom or more single-family home short-term operator cannot? I see families that come from out of town. They cannot stay in Brampton. If they require a short-term rental with 4 bedrooms, a single-family home with 4 bedrooms, they can't stay in Brampton. They have to go to Mississauga, or they'll have to go to Toronto. I think, why can't we be competitive for this? This is money coming to Brampton. They're going to come here. They're going to go to the shops. But we are not allowing them because we have this restriction, or at least the office, Brampton Clerk's Office, is advising short-term operators that this is not allowed. I mean, why can't we be competitive in this regard? Families that live in Brampton, they sometimes need short-term housing. Their house got on fire. There was a flood in their basement, or they're even just getting renovations done at their house. They don't want to get into a long-term lease. They want a short-term rental. They can't stay in their community. They have to leave their community to get a short-term accommodation. They have to go to Mississauga. They have to go to Toronto. Why can't they stay? I believe the advice that the Brant Clerk Office is given is not consistent with what's written. I think the way they're enforcing it is not benefiting Bramptonians, I guess. And either the enforcement needs to be amended, or the bylaw needs to be amended for the enforcement to be consistent. That's my delegation.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions? I see none, so can I have a motion? So I'll move that Councillor Fortini move receipt of the delegation. Anyone opposed? Okay, I see none. And we now, it's 2:37, members of the committee. Government relations is next. So I would suggest we take a break to, Peter, how does 3:15 sound to everybody?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that sounds fine to the clerk's office, but I'll defer to committee.
Anyone opposed to 3:15? Okay, great. So we will adjourn and go and reconvene at 3:15. Thank you very much.
It is now 3:15. You can proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Councilor Fortini, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we will invite Blaine Lucas is here with the presentation for Committee on Government Relations.
There we are. Thank you, and through Chair Medeiros, I'd like to begin with a review of the Regional Council agenda for September 23rd meeting. We could move on to the next slide. The agenda is listed here. The Public Affairs team reviewed the Regional Council agenda and engaged with relevant department staff in order to provide recommendations and as required in support of Council. We could move to the regional update slide, the next one, slide 3. I'll begin with item 15.1. It's a transfer of Region Appeal additional one-time Canada Community Building Fund allocation for 2021. Recommendation, excuse me. The recommendation report speaks to the one-time top-up from the Canada Community Building Fund, which was formerly known as the Federal Gas Tax Fund, received by the Region Appeal. The report proposes that the region's one-time top-up funds of approximately $42.1 million be distributed based on previously used formula, where the region would retain 17%, which would be $17.1 million, and distribute the remaining 83%, $35 million, to the local municipalities. Regional Council must enact a bylaw to authorize such transfer. The City of Brampton would receive $15 million. City staff support the regional staff recommendation related to the allocation of the $15 million to the city, pending the approval of the regional bylaw. We could move forward, please, to slide number 4. The next item is 15.2, the 2022 Regional Council and Committee meeting schedule. Regional staff shared a draft of their 2022 meeting calendar earlier, and there are no apparent scheduling conflicts with the draft 2022 Brampton Legislative Meeting Calendar that will be presented to Council on September 29th. The proposed 2022 regional meeting calendar includes no meetings in October due to the municipal election, which is scheduled for October 24th, 2022. The proposed 2022 Brampton Legislative Meeting Calendar will include similar scheduling provisions included in the Brampton City Council inaugural meeting on Tuesday, November 15th. And city staff support the regional staff recommendation. I'd just like to thank Peter Fay and his staff for providing us with the information to coordinate the two schedules. If we can move forward now into slide number 5. Item 17.1 is a transfer of Embleton Road from the Region Appeal to the City of Brampton. The report speaks to Regional Council direction to staff, working in conjunction with local municipal staff, to review the criteria for designating a road as an upper tier responsibility. The review also discussed the process utilized to rationalize the transfer of arterial road networks. As part of the review, Regional Council approved in principle the jurisdictional transfer of Regional Road Number 6, Embleton Road, from the Region Appeal to the City of Brampton. I understand that earlier this week, Public Works and Engineering staff provided a briefing note on this item, and where there were financial costs associated with, while there are financial costs associated with each individual transfer, the net broader financial impacts would be approximately neutral at the regional and local municipal levels. Now, if we can move forward to slide 6, please. Moving on to provincial updates, I wanted to flag the provincial government provincial requirement for a proof of vaccination status to access certain businesses and settings came into effect on today, September 22nd. On September 14th, 2021, the province released the regulations and guidance for businesses and organizations to support them in implementing proof of vaccination requirements. City staff have been working to comply with the provincial requirements. And the province continues with the rollout of the Ontario health teams as part of the broader healthcare system reform. If we could move forward onto slide 7 for the federal updates. Moving on to the federal updates, this past Monday, September 20th, was the federal election. While the election results are not official, the federal Liberals under Prime Minister Trudeau maintain federal leadership and will form a minority government. 4 of Brampton's incumbent members of parliament have been re-elected, with Shaukat Ali winning Brampton Centre. The Public Affairs team provided members of council with the early unofficial results on the morning of September 23rd and initial analysis early as well. I'd like to thank the Public Affairs team for the analysis of the federal election and consolidating the information at the closure of the polls early on Tuesday morning. If we could move forward now into slide 8. All right, the last slide provides a high-level overview of the Liberal platform, which builds on the 2021 federal budget. The Public Affairs team is working to implement an engagement strategy and approaches to continue the city's advocacy efforts with the federal government to advance Brampton's key priorities and term of council initiatives. The advocacy process has been ongoing and will continue to ensure the city has support for a series of transformational projects. So that concludes my presentation for today. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions. I'll move that the chair be heard, and thank you for the presentation. So regarding after the election, in terms of our priorities, when it comes to, and I know Mayor Brown had an opportunity to meet with the Liberal caucus, and I'm not sure other councillors who were there, but I would assume now that what we outlined will be following up with those members on.
Yes, through to the chair. Chair Medeiros, yes, of course, we'll follow up with the 5 key priority items that we had outlined as part of our federal election advocacy strategy, 3 being transit, 1 looking for the approval for the support for the local cybersecurity catalyst, and the 3rd one being the expansion of our active transportation network in the city. In addition to continuing to... sorry, sir.
No, go ahead. Oh, thank you.
In addition, just to continue to push for the other term of council priorities as we've identified, and our team will keep working to make sure that we get positive results on those portfolios as well.
So we have an opportunity. I know through the region that we do have an intergovernmental committee where there's an opportunity to invite those members, and I think it's actually very time is very interesting, especially when we just had a real healthy debate on international students. and we've heard from settlement organizations that they need support from changing some of their internal rules when it comes to, or the funding requirements from the federal government when it comes to servicing international students. So it would be an opportunity for us to speak to them and also add this item. And I'm not sure, I don't think you need a formal motion. I'm happy to move it if you believe that we should add lobbying and advocating to the federal government and federal representatives, especially our local members, to do more to help international students to deal with the immigration system, and for us, for them to really change the way they fund immigration settlement organizations. So I think that certainly from today's healthy discussion and how we've added it to our agenda, I would hope that becomes a priority of this municipality going forward when it comes to intergovernmental relations. Thank you. So in terms of, and just to my specific question, are we going to have an opportunity to bring those MPs to council to speak with us, or to committee for a debate or a discussion with those members?
Yeah, through to Chair Medeiros. What we've done previously, sir, is we've set up individual meetings with both members of provincial parliament, member of federal parliament, in order to advocate for the city. During the discussion today, I was listening, and there was a number of different portfolios within our division that would be involved. There was components that would benefit from guidance from our equity office, from our corporate projects team, in addition to the government relations staff. So we will take that forward, sir, and as a team, we will make sure that we continue to advocate for the priority around supporting post-secondary institutions in the city, making sure that we have a system that is fair and equitable for students and provides opportunities within the city. We will continue to do that, sir, if that is sufficient answer to your question. I would.
Yeah, no, that's great. I just hope, yeah, when we have, it would be an opportunity to bring the MPs to meet with us through committee, and for us to have some of the discussion on our priorities, but also on the international student file. I think it's important. We've made an important decision here, and I think it's important that we advocate to these members and also MPPs. It would be a great opportunity for them to come in and address some of these issues that we're dealing with. In terms of those government days, because I know at the region they sort of come in and it's an opportunity to discuss with them. So it would be great if we can get them to deal with all the priorities that we have, especially around infrastructure and so on. So thank you, and I know you guys are doing great work. I do see a list of speakers, and my first is Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Wait, I kind of missed the slide where I am. I can't really see that much. Did you say we getting that money as a tax credit for the gas?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, sir. So my understanding is that the region will have to pass a bylaw in order to allocate the money to the lower tiers. And once that bylaw is passed, some of that money will be transferred to the city. And just to go back so I can give you the right information here, it was we estimate that the city would receive 15 million.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, I got that point. So in the past, usually when they give us the tax credit, they put clause on. Is there any clause on how we can spend this money?
Through the chair of the council, at this time, sir, I maybe would defer to my colleagues from the finance team if they're on the line. I'm not aware of any conditions, but I would appreciate any feedback that the treasurer may have for us, just to make sure I'm giving you the proper answer.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Mark's on the call.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Fortini. Yeah, thanks for the question. So this one-time doubling of the gas tax or Canada Building Fund has the same eligibility requirements as our existing gas tax. So it does have a full eligibility criteria that we have to adhere to. We can't just spend it on anything.
So yeah, so what are the clauses that they asked us to spend, or we don't know yet?
There's several. So it's I don't have every all of it. Yeah.
That's fine. That's good. So there is clause on it. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Fortini. Councilor Santos.
So sorry about that. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Blaine, for the update. I just wanted to provide a very quick comment about FCM. FCM is having our board meetings right now as we speak during this entire week, and we actually had our first meeting of the Anti-Racism and Equity Committee, of which I am co-chair. And I just wanted to let folks know that I've been promoting and sharing a lot of the amazing work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, in particular the work in Brampton Fire, and some other examples throughout the city of Brampton. And I'm suggesting, and this is to you, Blaine, the FCM conference is happening next year, and I think it would be fantastic to have the city of Brampton and some of our best practices on diversity, equity, inclusion in one of their workshops. I know that many of the municipalities across the country are looking for best practices, and we've got some good examples to share. So that's just a heads up, and happy to work with you as we push that forward.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Blaine.
No, just through you, Chair Medeiros, to the councillor. Of course, I know we've been having right now through our equity office and Michelle Byrne, who joined our team, I believe she reminds me approximately 8 days ago. We're working on conducting an operational review of the program to make sure we can find opportunities for enhancement of the programs, and I'm sure she would love that opportunity to showcase the city at FCM. So thank you for that recommendation.
Okay, thank you so much. Mayor Brown.
I'm just going to thank the government relations team. We had some very effective meetings during the federal election. We had all the political parties that signed the pledge of the current applications we have in Ottawa or in the process of being sent to Ottawa. And so I think there's a wide assortment of needs. We sort of focused on the ones that were the immediate ask of Ottawa right now. And so the fact that we have their signatures, every elected MP signature is attached to fighting for this. And so I love Councilor Medeiros' idea that we have a follow-up meeting shortly so we can build upon the momentum that we have with their commitment. You know, the federal government's Build Back Better campaign is really going to focus on a lot of infrastructure investments. And so I think it's really well timed for this pivotal moment for Brampton to jump on it. So I know the GR staff scrambled to get everything together to meet all the parties in an election that was not necessarily anticipated, but I do think the exercise was fruitful, and I want to thank Brampton Council. I know when we discussed this originally, passed a motion to present a federal election strategy. We sort of did it very quickly. But I noticed a lot of other municipalities followed suit. I noticed some social media in other cities where they said, you know, good idea, Brampton, we should follow that too and present our city's ask. And so once again, just like we have in so many other issues, I think we set the standard in which many others attempted to replicate. So great work, everyone.
Great,
and maybe, and I just say to Blaine that copy with the federal MPs' signatures attached to it. Make sure we don't lose that, and let's take a photo of it and send it to all members of council, so that when we are with our local MPs at a community event, we can pull it up on our phones and remind them of what they committed to do.
Through Chair Medeiros to Mayor Brown, of course, we kept really good care and control of those posters there, and I do appreciate your participation and all the support from members of council. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So I do not see any further speakers. So I do have a motion moved by Councilor Fortini that the staff update regarding government relations matters to the Committee of Council meeting of September 22nd be received. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so motion carries. Over to Mayor Brown for COVID-19 emergency update.
Councillor Medeiros. In terms of the COVID-19 update, we continue to make progress in vaccinations and hospital capacity. I'm not going to reference what's happening today with the provincial vaccine certificate program, because I think everyone knows about that the system is changing. The only thing I would add there is that I've continued my effort to get some funding for the city. We know that, as Paul's explained to us, there's going to be significant exposure on bylaw and policing in terms of cost of enforcement of this. And so it's my hope that that the province will share some of the revenue they're getting from funding they're getting from the federal government. The Trudeau government is providing $1 billion to provinces for their vaccine certificate programs. But as we know, the enforcement falls on the backs of cities. And right now, there are no additional resources for bylaw or for police for this enforcement. And I can tell you right now, 60% of our bylaw calls are COVID related. And Paul's team has had an enormous task, and it's only going to grow with this new certificate program. And then for policing, I've spoken to the chief and the association, and they say, frankly, it's not their responsibility. And so we have an issue where really it's going to all fall on bylaw, because the police don't believe that they should be the ones doing this. They have to deal with much more urgent issues than a vaccine certificate complaint. They're not going to take officers off a domestic assault or a gun and gang crime. And so, that's direct from the Peel Police. And so I think, given their stance, there's going to be a lot of resources and weight put on the backs of Paul's team. And so I just want people to be aware of that, and why I'm advocating for provincial resources to support Paul's efforts. And at this point, we may want Paul how he's going to handle this. In terms of the hospital capacity, our friends at our hospital capacity does continue to be strong. We currently only have 7 COVID-19 patients and 4 patients in ICU, and they are disproportionately individuals who are either unvaccinated or partially vaccinated. But the good news is, because such large numbers in our community are vaccinated, we're not really seeing our hospital numbers tested. And I think we're in a relatively strong position. Here we are in the middle of the 4th wave, and our hospital is in great shape. And it was never the case in previous waves that we had space in the hospital. And then I should reference that our mask bylaw is about to expire. And the chair of our Legislative Services Committee, Councillor Bowman, I believe has a motion ready that our council will have to pass if we are going to follow the advice of Dr. Lawrence Lowe and Peel Public Health and extend our mask bylaw to March 31st. And so I'm happy to entertain any questions from council on these various topics. But before we finish the COVID-19 report, I think that would be the appropriate time for Councillor Bowman to put forward his the motion from his committee that I'm happy to support as well. Masks help protect all of us, and I think it's prudent for us to support Dr. Lowe's recommendation. But before we go to questions, maybe if Paul Morrison is on the line, just to give council some awareness of what this means for your team, because our bylaw officers have been unsung pandemic heroes for the last year and a half, and I just want everyone to know what this means for them, and if the police are not going to be originally the provincial government said that just call 911 if there's a COVID vaccine certificate issue, and if they're not going to handle it, what this means for bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Or unless Councillor Pelletier wants to go first. Sorry, did I hear Councillor Pelletier? Oh, sorry. What it means for our team is absolutely an uptick in work. We're still trying to get clarity on what the regulations are going to say exactly and how they're going to impact us. And when we do, we'll have a better idea of the workload. But we have to remember that we were just transitioning back into our actual job of property standards investigations, of licensing investigations and renewals. of standard enforcement activities, including parking enforcement, and we were just getting back to that. So now we have to relook at what our workload's going to be and go back to COVID calls again. Most of these calls will be generated by the community. They'll be reactive where people go into establishments. They find that they believe they're not complying or they didn't comply. So we'll be going to those calls. I'm sorry? So we're going to go over those calls and respond as best we can. Unfortunately, these types of calls do take time. These are not parking tickets where we can go and give a parking ticket in 5 and 10 minutes and move on. Most of these calls will take an investigative piece, and that will be 10, 15, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. It'll involve talking to witnesses and getting statements. So there is an enormous amount of workload. And then we'll be putting that workload to the courts in the way of charges if necessary. But once again, as the mayor has always said, and we will always continue to do, is to educate before we enforce. And as the regulation came into effect today, we are going to educate enormously over the next few days, next week, hopefully get compliance by the community. So the workload is there.
And Paul, I would just add so everyone knows that, you know, with your 60% of your calls being COVID related right now, if we see a huge spike because of this vaccine certificate, that affects our ability to attend to important issues like property standards. And we were talking earlier today about, you know, slum landlords and what we do to hold them accountable. Well, when the province downloads responsibilities to municipalities, it takes our ability away or diminishes our capacity to deal with some of the important work that we were originally intended to do. And so just, I think everyone should have some awareness of what this means for us.
Yeah, you're entirely correct. But I also wanted to lead into another point in that while the community, or sorry, the government has downloaded these responsibilities to us, they didn't give us complete powers or authorities to enact a lot of this or deliver a lot of this. And I'm giving you an example. If we go to something on our own property, we do not have the Trespass to Property Act that supports us to ask somebody to leave. So all we can do is take names. And that's more involved, and that conversation is where we can act in some of those cases. When we go to the restaurants that aren't taking proper precautions or taking lists down of the violations, etc., we'll have to continue to call on our partners, public health being one of them, to come to assist us with some of the charges. So it's a complicated process. It's not just us. We depend on others as well to support us.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question, Councillor Pelushi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've recently had some residents reach out about the vaccine passports, and one in particular today has kind of tugged on the heartstrings. So a single mother of a 9-year-old boy who is not able to get a vaccine is having issues with not being allowed to use our community centers. So can somebody talk about how currently within their where their job has provided them with the opportunity to get bi-weekly testing for proof? Have we provided that same opportunity for our residents to ensure that they can still use our community centers? And I know it's a big thing with our certain community centers and programs that parents need to be with their children. But is that an opportunity that we provided with our residents?
I would default that to Commissioner Nader if she's on the line.
Yes, thank you, through the chair to the councillor. Currently, recreation centres were part of the province's regulations that mandated the vaccine passport for entry. However, do understand that the province may have made an announcement today that dialed back some of that those recreation, the facility requirements. So we are currently looking into that. But currently, as it stands, negative tests are not a means for entry into recreation centers for adults.
Okay, and Marion, since I didn't look at it, I didn't see it in the announcement, but we're looking into that to see if that was an opportunity.
Currently, yes, the Premier did make an announcement today, and we're looking into that he might have dialed back some of the requirements for the vaccination passports.
Okay, since the way council's going, we might be here until 8 o'clock tonight. Do you think that that may be enough time to maybe come back later just to give us a briefing? If not, maybe just an email to council?
Yes, if we're able to get the regulations, or we'll contact the province and try to get more clarity. As you know, some things are more vague once they're announced, and we normally get more details down the road, but we'll do what we can and we'll report back.
Excellent. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers, and I do have a motion by Councillor Bowman, but I'm not sure, Councillor Bowman, do you want to introduce it or say anything, or we can just vote on it?
No, it's just that the current face covering bylaw expires the 31st. So in order to get it extended, we need to vote on it today. And other areas, I believe Mississauga has extended theirs to March 31st, April 1st, but it can be repealed anytime earlier if we feel that it's unnecessary, but we still need to put it into effect for the end of the week. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is Economical Development section. So there is our next item is the staff report, 8.2.1, continuing partnership with the Founder Institute Startup Accelerator. Are there any questions or comments from members of committee?
Mr. Chair, that
Yes.
item was approved as part of the consent motion.
My apologies.
So all the business is concluded except for 8.5 and 8.6, councillor questions and public question period.
Okay, are there any questions from members of committee? I see none. City Clerk, are there any questions from members of the public?
Not on this section, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. So I will now hand it over to Councillor Singh to chair the corporate services section of the committee agenda.
Thank you, Chair Medeiros. Just to confirm with the clerk, I have 9.2.6 on consent.
Through you, Mr. Chair. 9.2.6 is on consent, yes.
And everything else is not on consent, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's begin. So moving on, 9.2.1 is a staff report purchasing activity quarterly report, second quarter 2021. Do any members have any questions? I believe most of this was held by Councillor Pelletier. So I will, yep, I see Councillor Pelletier named in the minutes. So Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions here on this one. Going to the appendix number 2, number 4, the miscellaneous construction work at various parks locations for a 3-year period. The contract supports all new playground and shade shelter installations for a 3-year period within two 1-year optional renewal terms. I'm not sure what exactly this is when we have in these appendices also have the construction of new shade shelters and new playgrounds. Is this just upkeep, or is this installation of new parks and shade shelters?
Through the chair, this is Ed Fagan. I could speak to that. Councillor Pelletier, this is actually all the prep work that's required to install the shade shelters and the playgrounds. So there, you'll see separate tenders for the shade shelters themselves, for the manufacture and construction of the sizes that we put out to tender, and similar to playgrounds. This would be going in, doing the excavation if concrete's being poured, curbing being poured, drainage, etc.
Okay, and there's not one particular company that does start to finish, Ed?
Currently, the process we use is we go out to for RFP, so we have more insight on our playgrounds for detailed design and such. We do go out separately to answer your question, Councillor.
We found that to be a little bit cheaper than trying to. Yeah, that's what I figured. We're kind of like the GC in the equation.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor. As in that way, as you said it already. We are sort of the acting GC. Yes.
Okay, and then the 8.6 million, is that reflective of item number 2, the installation of playgrounds for wards 1, 5, 9, and 10?
That is correct. So that's through the chair. That is the tender for the construction went out this year, and they will be doing all the preparation for them playgrounds and others as well throughout the next year, 2, 3. Correct.
So Ed, just to confirm then, it's 8.6 million for us to do the prep work for park installations that cost $300,000?
Through the chair, no, that's what you see here today is just one PO that's been issued to one vendor. For instance, for park and play design, there are other playground vendors out there. We're going to be installing up over to 20 playgrounds over the next year or two. So,
okay.
So there will be several. There's other players in the game as well. Play Power, Henderson, some other contractors, and the shade shelters are the same. It is a 3-year term, and it is based on budget approval each year as well.
Okay. Thanks, Ed. No, I appreciate that. I thought they were directly related and only covered each other's scope, but that's good to hear that that's not the case. Moving on to number 40, corporate support service, the advertising space for both newspaper, digital ads in Metroland Media, 400,000. There's an additional in here, the advertising space, number 50. So number 40 and number 50, one at 400,000, one current at 725,000, which a current quarter extension has been awarded at 40,000. What are the difference between 40 and 50, item number 40 and 50? I can move on and come back to that if you want.
Through the chair?
Yep.
This is Gina.
Hi, Gina.
And, okay, so you were asking about, so line number 40 is the original contract, and then line number 50 is a contract extension.
Okay, so the original contract was 400,000. The current amount, which includes the contract value, is 725,000. And then there's a current quarter contract extension at 40,000. I guess that's what I don't understand. There's.
Yeah, so contract amount was 400.
Sorry, Gina.
Yep.
I can probably shed some light on that. It's
Okay.
Diane, Manager of Purchasing.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. So through the chair, line 40 is the net new contract for the 1-year period. So that's what's reflected on line 40.
Okay.
So that's in the amount of 400,000. Line 50 reflects an extension of 40,000 to the contract that was previously in place that expired in February of 2021. And so that 40,000 was just to accommodate payment of final invoices on the previous contract.
Okay, and the 400,000 is captured within the 725,000?
No, the 725,000 was the contract value from the 2019 contract. Line 40 is a net new contract that took effect, I believe it was March of 2021.
Okay, so I don't fully understand because they're both captured in the appendix for Q2 2021. So if I looked at this, how would I know that that one was a past contract and one was a current?
Right, because line 50, if you look at the column titled procurement type, it's denoted as contract extension, which means really it's sort of a contract administration process. So an extension of an existing contract. And that's what the 40,000 reflects. It's additional funds to an existing contract that was in place in Q2 at the time that was worth $725,000. But has since expired.
Through the chair, Councilor Peleshi, the reason why this appears in both reports because both activities happened last quarter. So we extended the original contract, which is on line 50, and then there was a limited tendering procurement process to continue on with the engagement of Metroland Media Group for another year, which also happened and concluded in the same quarter.
Within line 50.
Within line 40. The new one is line 40. The extension of the old contract was line 50. And as Diane mentioned, you can see on the procurement type, it's a contract extension of the old contract. And line 40 is limited tendering, which is a new contract or new procurement process to engage Metroland Media.
Okay, and so then the 40,000 was an overage of the original $725,000 contract that was dating back since 2019, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Now I need to move to the question to what are we getting from Metroland Media or any media for these dollar amounts? I need to try and understand that without there's no longer Brampton Guardian. There's no longer, our ads are no longer in the Brampton Guardian delivered to houses. It is only online. Is this, and I don't see much of a difference between costs that when our ads were in the Guardian and online to now just being online. I think they were $1 million back in 2017, 18, or 16, 17, and now they're not that much different.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, we use the advertising. So just to be clear, this number's an upper limit on the contract amount. So it's not, and then on the extension. And so in 2020, we did a number of, and I believe council would have seen them. I believe the CAO shared a few with council. So both on term of council priorities and some of those wraps on the front and back page of the paper. And so those do come at a price that's more than, say, a digital ad or a small ad in the paper. There's a number of legislative requirements, and some of those would also be in here. So with respect to planning and regulatory notices that need to be in the paper, and then a number of our, I would say, more events and programming. So whether that's Rose Theatre events, whether that's the various cultural heritage months that the city celebrates, and highlighting those as well. So those would be some elements of the things that would be covered by this, but I'd say a larger portion of it would be the those wraps that we had done a number of throughout 2020.
The wraps of 2020 within the print ads, the print newspaper.
Correct. And then we also do some digital. We do we use the Guardian website as well for a number of and a number of other websites, digital news websites for ads as well, and we find that's a way we can get a better understanding of return on investment with the spend, because that's a little more difficult with the with the print versions of a newspaper. It's easier to confirm clicks and views than reading the paper versions.
Okay. I guess, I can't speak to going back to 2020 and recalling seeing our council priorities. I would think that I would have seen that, but let's fast forward to 2021. I've opened that paper every time that I get it, and I have not seen anything from the city of Brampton, in particular on the planning side of it. It is full of flyers and advertisements, and that's all. So I guess I've asked this question before, and it's something that we really need to think about, because there is a requirement that we advertise some of the planning items. We need to see what kind of changes that we need to advocate for to make sure that we continue to get those advertisements out to the public, to make sure that they know for that public consultation, right?
Sure, thank you. And through the chair, one thing I can do, I can pull the list of the spending with this, if council would like awareness of that, and just the various ads that went in. The one thing I will note is that we do require outlets we place the ads with to circulate it back to us to confirm that that's across both ethnic print media and mainstream print media, to just confirm that they're printed. So can confirm that that's the case, but just as I've noted, this is not all necessarily print, as it outlines. It's both print and digital. So I can circulate back to council a list of the print placements as well as the digital spending here, if that would be of interest.
Okay, thank you. My last question was number 41. Provide all labor, materials, and equipment necessary for the maintenance of railways, crossings, and signals along the CN rail line for a 5-year period at $245,000. I didn't ever realize that this was a cost sharing with the city of Brampton. In my mind, it's solely the responsibility of CN and Transport Canada, as that right of way is federal land. So why is it the fact that the city of Brampton has to cough up money for this?
Good afternoon, it's Mike Parks. Can you hear me?
I can, Mike.
Yeah, so it's an interesting structure, because the federal government has jurisdiction over the rail lines, and the rail lines were here before a lot of our road crossings were here. So as a result, there's board orders, which are a legal order that require us to provide a certain level of maintenance on the crossings, depending on who's deemed to be there first. So as you can imagine, the rail lines have been here for a long time, and some of our roads haven't been here nearly as long. So in those instances, we're the second ones there. So we crossed after the rail line was in place, and as a result, we're required to pay for that maintenance at that crossing.
Okay, so it's almost okay. So I think maybe I'll take that one back, and it's almost like it should be a regional responsibility. For the regional roads, do we still have to pay for some of that money? For the crossing?
The regional roads, I believe the region has the same arrangement with their roadways and the board orders. I'm not that as familiar with the regional roads, but I believe that is the case.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those were my questions on this report.
Thank you, and I just also wanted to acknowledge the supplementary section that was put in the report. I know it was requested from council, so thank you to staff for doing that. And Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. Item number 12, Public Works. The level 3 investment grade energy retrofit audit for City Hall West Tower. I thought the City Hall West Tower was built to LEED standard. Wouldn't that already include the energy conservation? I don't know who's going to take that.
Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I'm going to ask our Director of Facilities and Operations, FOM, Ruben, to answer the question.
Okay.
Can we get back to you, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair? Can we get back to you, Councillor, with an answer?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Don't go away, Jason.
I'm here.
I think number 20. That's Public Works, special events, flushing, and sweeping services, and that's $115,000. Is that the water truck I see after the farmers market spraying the road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I'm going to refer to staff again. If staff are there to answer the question.
Through the chair, thanks, Jason, and to Councillor Bowman. That is incorrect, or that is correct. Yes, we do flush after the farmers markets and other special events when they happen, to make sure the roads are cleaned up after those events, because quite often a lot of participants leave a little bit of a mess behind, so we need something to clean that up.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, Mike, because this is, you know, that we always look for areas where, you know, potentially the city could be doing this themselves. And I would look at that and say $115,000 a year, and then it's 3 one-year optional renewals after that. That would probably pay for a water truck or a water cannon. So just, you know, maybe we can keep that on the radar in the future. Mike, I think this was yours too, 26. It may not be. Public Works, pavilion metal roof replacement at El Dorado. Do you know the square footage of that metal roof by any chance?
Sorry, through the chair, Councillor Bowman, that is not actually one of my projects, so I wouldn't be able to provide any information. I think, if I'm correct, it's likely Rubens, and so as Jason has indicated, we can get Ruben to get that response to you, since he's not on the call right now.
Okay, I just see it. It's a replacement for $300,000 for a metal roof. So yeah, I'd sort of like to know. That's pretty expensive for replacing a metal roof on a pavilion. But maybe there's other things I don't know about it that maybe Ruben can fill in. The last one I had, I think it's the last one, is number 36, and that is repair and replacement of glass on vehicles and various equipment. Again, that's over $200,000. How often do we have chips, broken windows on vehicles that we would be spending a contract of $200,000?
And if I may, through you, Chair, it's Alex. That's a joint one, Councillor Bowman, that crosses over into the Works Department and the Works fleet and the transit fleet. when you're looking at transit buses, they do add up, and that's part of a procurement that we went out in terms of past experiences over the years with broken glasses and chips in the windshields. So that was a joint one between the works fleet and transit.
Okay, and Alex, have we looked at the film that you put over your windows that prevents breaking and chipping? Would that be something that we could look at in the future?
We'll definitely take that back, Councillor Bowman. We have looked at other areas. The only problem is there some type of reflective materials that causes visual impairments to our drivers. But that's something that we'll take back and seeing if the technology has changed any, and it's always a good, refreshing idea to look in these things. So we'll definitely take that back and see if there are opportunities for that have come about.
Okay, that's it. Good work, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and to staff. Councillor Bowman, I don't think your original question was answered. Is staff prepared, or do they need more time? And maybe we can.
No, I think they said they were going to get back to me, so that can be offline. That's no problem.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. So I have a motion from Councillor Bowman to approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 9.2.2 is the staff report on active consulting service contracts. I believe this was also held by Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Pelletier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this one will reference the purchase order numbers in the appendices. On the first appendice, purchase order number 814351, which is on the very bottom, the competitive. I don't know what an Archibus consulting service is for 3 years. I'd like more understanding on what that is, but I'd also like an understanding of the original purchase order value was almost $50,000, and then there was a change of $350,000. Can I get an understanding on why that is?
Yep. This is Kuman. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to defer this question to Eric Polniski, who's not on this call.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, it's Eric Polnicki here. Thank you very much, Kumanan, and thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. So basically, the Archibus is the system, old system, which we established this PO in October 2016, and this is for business support and technical support over the last 5 years, as when required. And last mandatory extension to this PO was executed in August 2019, and after that there is no monetary extension anticipated, since this system, as per our latest competitive bid, will be replaced by the new system. And the Archibus platform is used by transit and the facility management divisions to manage work orders and inspections for the city facilities. And this platform is in the process of being replaced. Need to support the platform until such time as it is replaced. And we are in a contract negotiation with the replacement solution, which we brought through the competitive bid. So there will be no more monetary extensions to the PO, and the last extension, as I said, was in August 2019.
It was in August 2019, but the original purchase order was initially issued in October of 2016?
Yes.
How long do we keep purchase orders open till, and don't we need to close off purchase orders for bookkeeping purposes?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there are two elements in terms of the purchase order expiry. One is the time, and another is a monetary. And normally when we have that, whatever expires first means that the PO expires. However, through the process as per need, we have a process to extend the PO either by adding the money to the PO if required, or by extending the time only. So from that perspective, since August 29, 2019, is a time only expansion, which there is no money being added to this PO since August 2019. However, since, as I said, this vendor support is required until we have a new platform in place, we need that time extension, but we don't anticipate any monetary extensions.
After what we have already paid for 368,000.
Yes, so there is no more monetary extensions to this PO anticipated. It will be closed as soon as we have a new system in place and it's in production. Since this is still production system, we just need to have the support from the vendor when required, and the money on as per last extension and everything sufficient to cover that need.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I was wondering if I can get Diane back on, or anyone, to kind of walk me through the original purchase order was for $49,000. To date, that was back in 2016. To date, we have now spent $368,000. How many times was that? Was there a request for the increase of the original purchase order? Where did that go in the approval category? Did it come to council at any point? Can I kind of get kind of a walkthrough of the steps in trying to dating back in 2016, original almost 50,000, and then to now where we've paid almost 368,000.
To the chair, Diane will answer that question.
Thank you.
I'm going to attempt to answer the question. So, through the chair, as Eric mentioned, the original contract was established in 2016, and I'm just looking at a PO now to familiarize myself with it. Back in 2016, and that contract was in place for actually 3 years. So it was in place until October of 2019. And by looking at the PO, it looks like the contract also included 2 one-year renewal options, which would have taken the contract to October of 2021. Those renewals did come with monetary extensions. The monetary extensions are not brought forward to council for approval. However, they are brought forward to council as information, just as we're reporting our quarterly report for contract extensions. So the contract extensions that would have accumulated to $100,000 would have been reported to council as part of our regular purchasing quarterly reporting.
Okay, but we're looking at 368,000. So with a 3-year contract of $49,000, they've kept it under the $50,000 threshold, I see, for 3 years, and then with 2 one-year contract extensions. So in the 4th year and the 5th year, it creeped up to $368,000.
So the payments made to date is the $368,000 figure.
Right.
So that's what we've paid to date. There's been increases of a total of $351,000 since the initiation of the contract in 2016. Yes. Sorry, what was the question?
Sorry, so the original purchase order was at $49,000, and I'm assuming that $49,000 was for 3 years.
That's correct based on the information that I'm seeing here, yes.
And then in the additional year one or year two, it now has an additional 310,000 and change. So 3 years we went paying $50,000 for a contract for one purchase order, and then with 2-year extensions, it went up over $300,000 in the extensions.
Correct. And so there's been multiple increased requests throughout the duration of this contract. We'd have to get back to you, Councillor, as to the specific individual values and the justification for those increases. I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay, that's fine.
But
And
that's certainly
Diane,
we can get back to you with the breakdown and the justification for each of those increases.
Okay. And then Diane, you said that there was multiple requests for increase in the values. Was that within the 3-year, or was that within the contract extensions?
So within the 3-year, within the initial 3-year term, there were increases requested, yes.
There were increases requested, but that doesn't mean they were granted.
Sorry, they were granted, requested and applied to the PO, yes.
Okay, so then can I get maybe for next Wednesday enough time?
That should be feasible, yes, with the support of our friends in DINT.
Yeah, okay. So by next Wednesday, if I can get kind of that running tally total for council to fully understand how this original purchase order for 3 years at $49,000 over the course of the 5-year in its totality went up to a payment of $368,901.96.
Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, is Eric Pulnicki here. Yes, I will be working with purchasing to provide that detailed history report on it.
Thanks so much, Eric. My next questions were next page. 3 planning consultants, Meridian, Foten, Weston, to establish vendors of record for hiring of planning consultants to review planning appeals. All 3 at $40,704. Only 1 was used. The total contract value was $133,000. Payment to date was $85,000, which is resulted in a change order of $93,000. Can I get an understanding of what that was? If it was multiple, if it was more than one items that we needed that consultant, and why we picked the 1 over the 3, or 1 over the other 2.
So it's through the chair. It's Richard here. Hi, how are you, Councillor?
Good, you?
Good. Typically, when the city needs to hire an independent planner is when there's a position that's put forward where council is going a certain approval on a certain site, and it's contrary to where staff was recommending. So in terms of the specifics, I don't have the specific details on this particular item, but we're certainly happy to follow up with yourself and council in an email if that works.
Okay, or maybe because I'm asking in a public setting, if you can come back to next Wednesday, I'll pull this out because we're already having another one come. And I understand that, we may or may not be able to talk about that specific LPAT appeal. But I guess just for clarity, I'm trying to figure out how many cases were involved in that dollar amount, the total contract value of 133. And if just 1, then I understand. If more than 1, then why not? Why Meridian over Foten or Weston which I have no idea any three of them, if one is better than the other. I don't know that.
No, happy, through the chair, happy to get that information. Sometimes the way it works, and I don't know specifically here, but sometimes what happens is when you go out to the market to find out who's available or who can defend a position, sometimes that list narrows down depending on the decision. So we'll have to get that information.
Okay, thanks, Richard. Those were my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. I'm looking at number 815637 on page 3. And it was I guess an interim recruitment that originally started out at $54,000. And then the change order came through for another $125,000. So I'm just wondering, it was a resource to augment staff vacancy until the end of August. Just wondering why there was an additional $125,000 added to that after the first one for 54 expired.
This is Kumaran, through the chair, Councillor Bowman. Yes, you're correct. This was a staff, actually I would say augmentation or replacement. This is for the security team, which experienced retention within the full-time staff. So we did go with contractors, which the retention happened again with the contractors too. So in that case, we extend the consulting service until we could replace that vacancy with the full-time staff.
Okay, Kumaran, was this an internal IT issue, or was this because we couldn't get things an appropriate candidate through HR? What was the issue?
Again, through Mr. Chair, Councillor Bowman, this has been an ongoing issue that I hear in the industry, especially on the cybersecurity space. There's a lot of attrition, especially during the pandemic. I felt like that we had a little bit more than the average based on the attrition that we had. All the reasons were either for monetary reasons or flexibility reasons that based on the exit interviews that I have been privy to.
Okay, so this position's filled now, so we're not using any more interim Office 365 administrators?
That is correct, Councillor Bowman.
Okay, thank you. Next one is item 815961 on page 4. And this is the development and documentation of the city's corporate asset management program. Now, I'm pretty sure we had a corporate asset management program done for us in 2016, 2017. And there's two of these. There's one that I just mentioned the number on, and the other one is on the very first page, 814018. Same thing, consulting services to develop corporate asset management plans. And like I said, we just did this 4 or 5 years ago, and now we're spending over $500,000 on consultants to update this plan in two separate tender contracts.
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, thanks for the question. That's correct. So the asset management legislation requires us to update our corporate asset management plan every 5 years. So we are diligently working on that, and we will be coming to council in Q4 of this year with a new corporate asset management plan, and the consultants have been retained to do that work.
Okay, so it sort of leads me to my next question then. Are we not doing this as we change and as we add assets? Are we not adding to the corporate asset management program? I thought that back in 2016, 2017, that was one of the big things we did. We set up a program so that we could accurately keep track of all our assets, so that when we did the budgeting every year, we had accurate measurements.
Through the chair, I think there's multiple pieces of the asset management program. This is a holistic view, snapshot every 5 years of the corporate asset management plan. In addition to that, there are departmental asset management plans that are going on in between the 5-year period, and every year there's a refresh of the state of local infrastructure that we do. So there's effectively the asset management at the city. There's 3 effective things happening. There's annual reviews that are the SOLI report that we present on an annual basis. There's departmental asset management plans, such as the transportation asset management plan that we're doing right now, which will also be presented in Q4 of this year. And then again, every 5 years, we do a corporate asset management plan.
Okay, so the 2 tenders, or the 2 numbers, purchase orders that are currently out, why do we have 2 for the same thing, and both going to the same consulting company?
Through the chair, I don't have that information. If I can get back to you on that.
Sure can. Yep, no problem at all. And that was it for me for that section. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to receive 9.2.2, the report. Anybody opposed? Hearing
Is it safe to say, sorry, Mr. Chair, for the clerks, would they rather see this referred to council, so it's flagged, or?
Would it be deferred? Okay, to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this information report's just for information, but the clerk's office has noted, and so have staff, the various information requests. So presumably staff will come back to that to council next week with that information when council is discussing the committee minutes from today, and can provide that additional information that's been requested.
Okay, so we'll have to pull it from the minutes then.
Yes, that would be the way to deal with it, to ask your questions again and get the answers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no problem. But what about if there's a written material? Would that documentation be added to the agenda then, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, possibly if the clerk's office has it. Otherwise, it may be distributed by email by the departments directly to the members. It all depends on how the departments wish to communicate that information.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I have a motion by Councillor Pleshy to receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 9.2.3, which was also held by Councillor Pleshy, is a staff report regarding consulting services contracts with the value up to $25,000 for December 1st, 2014 to July 31st, 2021. Councillor Pleshy, I pass it on to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question on this one to Gina. I see, from December 1st to 2014, to November 30th, 2018, the quantities are a total of 62. The current term, 2018 to 21, a 75 total. Less this year of the up to 5,000s, more than the 5 to 25,000s, and then the opposite for the 14 to 18. I was wondering if this included any of the less than $25,000 purchasing bylaw within the limits, if there was any within the same contract, if there was any additional less than $25,000 spent to the same contract for the same consultant.
To the chair, this is Gina, and sorry, Councilor Pleshy, I don't understand the question. Okay. Can you please rephrase it?
I think I didn't understand saying it. I apologize, Gina. So what I'm trying to find out, Gina, is if we had a contract of value up to 25,000, in the quantities, is there any duplication of where there's an additional dollar amount for that contract?
No. To the
No,
chair,
these are
no.
all-
There's
these are all
no
single-
duplication. These are specific and unique contracts.
Okay, so then just to clarify, the up to 5,000 quantity of 25, those are 25 separate contracts.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that was my only question for that. And then on the reporting,
And,
the reporting,
Councilor Pileshi, the reason why we segregated the up to 5,000 and above 5 to 25K, because we were comparing it with the previous term of council, because if you recall, we mentioned that in the previous term of council, the direct purchase is up to 5,000. So we just compared that with those contracts that are up to 5,000 also for this term. And then
yeah, right, perfect. Thank you, Gina. And then on the reporting going forward, it's going to look more like the reports that we previously just dealt with, right? This was
That's
just a
correct.
catch up. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you
So
so much.
there won't be any more report like this. This is just a summary that was requested from us last June. But moving forward, there will be a quarterly report of all active consulting services with updated status.
Excellent. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Gina, for that as well. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you again, through you, Mr. Clerk. Thanks, Gina. For some reason, I thought we were going to get a list of the 75 that were done. Is that out of the question, or are we allowed to see who those 75 contracts were handed out to between, well, just this term of council?
Let me go back to you on that through the chair. Let me go back to you on that, Councilor Bowman. I will ask Claudia if that's possible, but I think it is possible because we were able to, sort out this 75, right? So we were able to get those data. So I think it will be an easy ask, and we should be able to give that to you. The
Okay,
list
yeah,
only.
yeah.
I
I just
won't be
thought
able
we
to
were.
give you the status or anything because anything that's completed, we won't have those information anymore or that, right? So only the list of who these 75s are.
Yeah, no problem. I thought actually we were going to get that list with this report, but that's okay. I do have one concern with this, and this is only, we've got a total there of $500,000 basically for the 4-year term, 2014 to 2018, and so far we've only got 32 months here in these numbers, and if we extend those numbers out to a full 48 months, what it works out to is $110,000, basically $110,165 total cost for the up to 5,000s and 1.4 million for the over 25s. That's what it would work out to if it was based on these numbers over 48 months, and that adds up to $1,529,000, which is 3 times what it was last term of council. So I don't know if there's anything to worry about here that we're doing so many, but it just seems kind of odd that we're doing 3 times as many now as we did in last term of council. Would there be any explanation for that? And I'm not expecting Eugenia or if there's somebody else there, but to me it just seems a little concerning that we're that high if we take it out over 4 years.
Through the chair, unfortunately, we won't be able to explain why there are more consulting services that's under 25,000 this term compared to last term. But I would look at this that maybe because there are more projects and more initiatives that this term of council has initiated that require subject matter experts.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, like I said, it's just a little concerning to me that there's 3 times as many. I could understand, 25%, 30% more, but 3 times as many is a little much, but that's okay. So if you can come back, if we can get the names of those, that would be perfect. Otherwise, thank you for putting the time into the report, Gina.
Thank you.
Councilor Bowman, just for clarification, when are you looking for that? Are you looking also for that next by council or?
No. Whenever they can get it, that's no problem.
Okay, okay.
And sorry to interrupt again. Councilor Bowman, you only want the names, right, of the vendors?
Yeah, just the vendors. Yeah, I like I said, I thought we were going to get sort of a report like we've had so far on this, but that's no problem.
Okay.
And Council Fleschia said dates. So vendor names and dates. Okay. Gina, is that okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, Director. Okay, that's okay. Okay. I have a motion moved by Councilor Santos to receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Now, moving on to 9.2.4 is a staff report on the capital project financial status report. That was held by Councilor Pleshy as well. Councilor Pleshy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So probably the biggest one out of all of them, and in direct, I was looking at page 4 of this report, as I find it kind of demonstrates that the city continues to approve capital dollars much faster than staff can actually get out the door. So since 2016, city staff can actually get out approximately 220 million per year, yet the asks are higher and looks like it will continue to be much higher, to the extent that we now have $1 billion backlog of capital that we need to catch up on. So understanding, we're approaching the budget season, I'd like to know what staff are prepared to do to recognize and rectify this unattainable situation. And really, if I have the privilege of being elected in 2022, I don't want to see a outrageous capital ask for 2023. So I'm not sure who that's directed to. Maybe our CAO.
Well, thank you, Councillor. Through the committee chair, it certainly raised some excellent points. It's something that we are keenly aware of as well. Our intention is to present some more of this information to you beyond what's in this quarterly update here, with additional context as well as options in moving forward. I would add and remind Council that you certainly supported the creation of a project management office, which we have now staffed to be having greater analysis and oversight on these types of projects. We are aware of the catch-up work that has to be done in putting the appropriate systems in place. We saw that coming last year, and hence the Council, in their wisdom, adopted that project management office to help to try to tackle these types of things from a sustainability point of view. And so we are, from a staff perspective, just scrutinizing right now some of the draft capital that we'll be bringing to your attention later in the fall, October, November. So I would offer that as a preliminary. I do know that our treasurer is on the call, as well as our public works and engineering folks as well, who may want to speak to some of these particular projects. Thank you.
Okay, does Treasury want to speak to anything? Thank you for that, David.
Through the chair to the Councillor Pleshy, I don't really have anything to add. I think the CEO summed it up well. We've done the KPMG audits. We've dedicated resources to a corporate PMO office to begin looking at this. This has been, and this is an issue for all municipalities that I'm aware of, and we have taken steps in the past. It's gone up, it's gone down. So yeah, we have to focus on it again.
Okay, and then during the budget process, what I'd like to understand and what I'd like to know is prior to us going into the budget process, if we're going to be doing things any differently than we have in the past. I find at the city, and this is going back to 2014, we kind of do different things every year, every time we look at a budget, and I can't say that the last 3 years have been that much different. I find that it's a little bit different every time the way we do budget. So I'd like to know if there is going to be an opportunity for us to be involved in how this budget process is going to look like, for us to best ensure that we are fully aware of what we're approving at the end of the day. And then additionally, I'd like a better understanding of that unspent capital, where, who, what, where, when, why, how much, right in front of us when we are going through the capital side of the budget.
So through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, yes, last year we introduced, so typically in the past we've done capital status updates in Q2 and year end. Last year, for that exact purpose, we created for the first time a Q3 report, and that was presented at Budget Committee on capital. And we will do the same this year, and we will provide a listing of the unspent, uncommitted. In terms of the budget process, we presented our annual budget process report, I believe in May of this year, and effectively we're proposing the same process that we've been doing throughout this term of council, whereby we are developing the budget at this point. Management is now reviewing the submissions and consolidating and reviewing the submissions across all departments. We would present council with a budget binder on November 1st, I believe, and Budget Committee would start 3 weeks later on November 22nd. So that's the process we recommended in the report.
No, and I appreciate that, Mark. And really, council's got nothing to do up until that November 1st when the binders get delivered. What I'm kind of referring more towards is the each commissioner's role and how they're presenting their side of the budget. I find that it may have been consistent for the last maybe 2 years. Prior to that, very inconsistent, I found. I'm not even sure about 2 years ago, but I think last year, if we're planning on doing it the same way as we did last year, which is kind of the same way I think we did it in 2015, where the commissioners are coming up before us and presenting their budget, and it's not like it's not a briefing, it's not a high level, it's a budget that we're getting into the weeds with. So if that's as of when Budget Committee starts the deliberations, if that's what we're looking at, then very good.
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the committee chair as well. Our intention is to proceed this budget round similar to the last two. Happy to stand corrected. My sense is that council was at least satisfied with the process in terms of that sliding scale where staff would recommend a percentage, but also showed options and pathways to zero and or to add on. And there was that discussion back and forth. Our intention is to do the same thing this year as well. The commissioners, general manager, and fire chief, every area took to the podium to present their specific areas and answer questions both from an operating and capital basis. So we'll also have discussions with respect to our reserve accounts and debt issuance and debt capacity, as well as our operating and capital. And you'll be hearing the library board, or the library folks who are here today as a precursor. They will also be joining, as well as public engagement and public feedback portion.
Excellent. Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy, and I have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to adopt these recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. To the clerk, just for clarification, I might have made a mistake. In my notes, I have a 9.2.7 as well. Is that accurate? Or Arts Walk of Fame?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So the next item is 9.2.5, then 9.2.7.
Okay, just wanted to check. Okay, 9.2.5 is a staff report request for approval, temporary art activations pursuant to the integrated downtown plan. Meanwhile strategies, and I believe this was held by Councillor Santos. Councillor Santos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I actually am happy to move this report. We dealt with the piece that I wanted to bring forward regarding some of the bylaws that would have caused delay for some of the art activations, and so we dealt with that already. Happy to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos has moved the report and the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 9.2.7 is a report on the Brampton Arts Walk of Fame program recommendation, and that was also held by Councillor Santos.
Actually, it was myself, Mr. Chair, Councillor Vicente.
Apologies.
Okay.
We'll correct that as well, and Councillor Vicente.
Okay, thank you. This report, very positive and of course, very timely as well with the movement that we did today for downtown and for the revitalization of the area. There is just one item that needs to be done, and that is for a recommendation from this council for a representative who could sit on the Brampton Arts Walk of Fame nomination working group. And considering all the work that she has been doing in the arts sphere for the city of Brampton, I would like to nominate Councilor Rowena Santos. That's it, and I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you. Is there anybody else interested in running? I'll give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And I don't see any other questions, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the report and approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 9.3.1, that has been moved to next week. 9.4, there's no correspondence. 9.5. Councillors, question period. Seeing none. 9.6, public question period.
Mr. Chair, we have no questions for this section.
Thank you. I will pass it on to Public Works and Engineering section. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Mr. Clerk, I believe we've dealt with all the items and the rest are in consent. Is that correct for Public Works?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just confirming that I believe you are correct. That is correct.
So that being the case, then we can deal with question period. Do any members have questions with regards to the items that we dealt with today under the Public Works agenda? I see none. And so therefore we move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public with regards to items dealt with today under the Public Works agenda?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do. We do have a question from Chris Drew, and I'll read the question. Further at item 10.2.5, which was the downtown revitalization, as part of the Meanwhile strategies and the integrated downtown plan, can city staff report back to council on adding leading pedestrian interval, LPI, signals at the Queen and Main intersection? The City of Toronto has installed them at many downtown intersections. The City of Toronto's website says leading pedestrian interval, LPI, also known as pedestrian head start signal program, provides an advanced walk signal so that pedestrians begin to cross the street before the vehicles get a green light. The purpose of LPI is to provide pedestrians an advantage over turning vehicles at intersections where it is determined that pedestrians wishing to enter the crosswalk were being hindered by aggressive right turns. The LPI is used to improve motorist yielding behavior towards pedestrians in a crosswalk. The LPI is particularly helpful for the older pedestrians as they may take longer to occupy the crosswalk following the start of a walk indication, making them less obvious to turning motorists. Since the City of Toronto is doing this, can the City of Brampton also consider it? And I believe staff from Public Works are available to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can we get a comment from staff?
Through Mr. Chair, thank you. So I'm going to ask staff to respond. However, I think given that the discussion we had in the morning is very clear that the approach we're taking is a comprehensive approach in terms of moving away from the solutions that were not necessarily taken into consideration in a comprehensive manner. So the short answer is yes. But if there's any other staff who want to answer, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jason. And through the chair, it's Craig Coomer, Senior Manager, Traffic Services. To answer Mr. Drew's question, the city has actually implemented LPIs in a number of intersections already within the city. Our first LPI
Sorry, Craig, it's Peter. You're breaking up. We're not getting all of what you're saying. You may want to turn off your camera and try it.
Is that better now, Peter?
A little bit, yes.
Sorry, so going back, the city has implemented a number of LPIs throughout the city. Our first LPI intersection was at the intersection of George and Nelson Street to deal with some safety concerns. So to answer Mr. Drew's question, yes, as part of the downtown program, we will be looking to implement LPIs, not only in the downtown, but at other intersections throughout the city that can accommodate that signal phasing.
Okay, thank you very much, Craig. I look forward to seeing that more and more. I have a question from Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris Drew, for bringing this forward. Not being very familiar with LPIs, I guess my first concern was that, and maybe if staff can clarify, is it the walk for pedestrians? Is that advanced in the four reds? Or is it the fact that all four reds will is delayed to provide the walk for people to cross the intersection? The only thing I worry about, and I'm sure staff have looked into this, but it's for my own knowledge, is to understand if people are trying to race that yellow when they get into the red, are we advancing the walking across the intersection to potentially put them into a greater safety concern?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Paleshi. So how the LPI operates is that the intersection would be in an all red condition. So all four directions are faced with a red indication. And then when the pedestrian pushes the button, the walk symbol would come up for an advanced amount of time. In Brampton, we're using a 5-second advance, so the walk symbol would be indicated. It would allow the pedestrian to start the crossing. And how it improves safety is it puts the pedestrian into the crosswalk so that the drivers have a better line of sight to the pedestrian, and that's how that would operate.
Okay, so Craig, thank you for that. And we've also heard from other people about the beg buttons. How do they work? Does the LPI still work if somebody hasn't pushed the button?
So we have push buttons at each intersection, and the rationale behind the button is therefore at off hours in the late evenings, overnight. We're not having to what's called cycle those sections to the street to bring up that pedestrian crossing that's not desired. The push button allows us to have a better response for our fire emergency systems, whereas again, those intersections would remain on the main street green and not cycle over to the side street. We are looking into other measures to reduce the time that pedestrians wait. Also unique to Brampton is we use 0.9 meters per second for walking speed, so that's one of the lowest walking speeds in the GTA. Most municipalities use a industry standard of 1.2. So we've also recognized that with the aging population that we need to make, make the walk time longer to provide that flexibility to the residents.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I see no further questions. So with that, I will pass over to Councillor Santos to chair Community Services section of today's committee agenda. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Mr. Clerk, I believe the only item held was 11.2.2. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. That'll be dealt with after closed.
Okay, great. And there's no other new business. Everything else was put into consent. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, are there any public questions from the public?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll deal with 11.2.2 after closed session. I'll now hand over the chair to Councillor Bowman for Legislative Services.
Thank you very much. Item 12.0, Legislative Services. We had one additional item, 12.3.1, short-term rentals. Those were just delegations, or did Councillor Dillon have anything to go with the delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe Councillor Dillon had added a discussion item regarding the short-term rental bylaw, so.
Oh, that's all. We just wanted to get them on delegation.
Oh, sorry, Councillor, you're breaking up. You just wanted the delegations?
That's correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. So that's done then. We move on to 12.5, Councillors' question period. Do any councillors have any questions regarding this section of the agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, is there any questions from public question period for Legislative Services?
Mr. Chair, there are none for this section or section 14 generally. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Do any councillors have any questions regarding the referred matters list, item 13.1? Seeing none, we will move on. There are no questions for public question period. Next item we have is moving into closed. I have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi to move into closed session to deal with the following items. 15.1, an open meeting exception under section 2392C and K of the Municipal Act. The proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or by behalf of the municipality or local board. 15.2, also held by Councillor Palleschi, open meeting exception under section 2.39 CH and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition and disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency, or any of them, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. Item 15.3 was in consent, and we did have one item added, 15.4, with regards to report 11.22, and I believe that is also a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct, plus item K, which is negotiations.
Negotiations, okay. So we will move into closed session. How long would you like, Mr. Clerk?
10 minutes would be appreciated, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so why don't we say 5:15, we come back in closed session.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to finalize, we just take a vote to move into close for the items that were noted, and then we can recess.
Okay, any opposed? Seeing none, we will meet back in closed at 5:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. This meeting is Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to suggest to the chair that we do the report out from closed first and deal with those items.
First, did you say, and then go back to 11.2?
Yes, Councillor Bowman, I think that's what we should do first, is proceed with that report out and any motions that need to be considered, and you that have joined the meeting, committee has recessed from closed, and they will be reconvening in public session in approximately 1 minute at 6:20. And just before we get started, I'm just going to identify the members I can see in the session. I see Councillor Williams, Councillor Dillon, Chair Bowman, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos.
Councillor Dillon here as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Fortini is also present. So, Mr. Chair, it is 6:20. You do have quorum. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in open public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. Mr. Clerk, could I get you to read out the decisions?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regard to item 15.1, an open meeting exception under section 239 2C and K of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition of land by the municipality and a position procedure criteria instruction to be applied to any negotiations. Information was received with regard to this item and no direction was given. In regard to item 15.2, an open meeting exception under section 239 2C, H, and K of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality by a senior level of government, and a position plan criteria or instructions to be applied to any negotiations. Information was received on this matter, and direction was given that a motion be considered in public session, and Charlotte is going to bring that motion up on the screen. And the motion is on the screen. It will require a mover.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk.
Oh, who was that? Is somebody speaking?
I believe that was Councillor Fortini.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Fortini. Did you have a question, or did you want to move that report, Councillor? I'm sorry, you're breaking up, Councillor Fortini.
it.
Okay, I guess he said move it. I'm pretty sure. So moved by Councillor Fortini. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries.
And finally, 15.3 was considered on consent. The added closed session item 15.4 was an open meeting exception under section 239(2)(c) and K of the Municipal Act regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, and a position, a position plan criteria, procedure, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations. This item was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff. And that's the report out from closed session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We do have one item left to cover, and that was in Community Services section 11.2.2. So I will hand the rest of the meeting over to Councillor Santos to carry on with that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bowman. So we're now at section 11.2.2 back in Community Services. Do any members have any further questions or comments regarding this report and recommendations? Okay, seeing none.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Santos. I did. I was trying to type as fast as I could, but I couldn't get it in.
Okay, Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just wondering about this report. We've had some changes to this report, and I just wonder about the budget amendment in the amount of $5 million for design, contract, administration, and cricket advisory services. Did we already have an RFP out for the cricket stadium at Gore Meadows?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't know if someone from BDC is on the line, or if Rob Gasper, you can answer that.
It's David Bottoni, the director of BDC. Through the chair, no, a RFP was not issued for Gore Meadows. We were in validation for the project to be carried out at Gore Meadows, but it was subsequently held and reevaluated for the change to the CAA land. So no RFP was issued.
Okay, so we still have to go through an RFP process. Is there anything that has to be done with the CAA lands where this is looking to be built? Is there an EA or anything that has to be done there?
Through the chair, yes. Those ESA studies need to be done, noise studies. The whole gambit of studies need to be reviewed, traffic studies. So we're a bit under the gun in terms of getting this all done with the move to the CA lands, but we're doing our best to expedite the process and hopefully get the RFP out on the street. If all things move forward, we could attempt to get the RFP for the architect out in November.
Okay, so there's really no hurry right now to get a budget amendment approved for $5 million?
Well, we wouldn't be able to release the RFP without it.
Oh, okay. Expensive RFP. Traffic studies, Dave, that's one thing that I'm really concerned about. Back when the Beast were there and they would have their New Year's Day or New Year's Eve games at Brampton and Mississauga, the place was sold out, and at that point, both exits were open at the CAA Center, and there was usually a 45-minute to an hour wait to get in or out. So I'd be very interested in the traffic studies now that they've changed the entrances, so there's only one in and one out. So, but you've said that would be done anyway. So, okay, I see Councillor Pleshy's on the board, so I'll turn it over to Councillor Pleshy.
Sorry, thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Pleshy, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess considering the discussion that we had in camera, I think that I don't want to stop this, but what I want to do is say to staff, prior to us choosing the
architect for November, I believe staff just indicated that we wait on the pulling of the trigger until the discussion comes back with respect to the in-camera discussion. So I don't want to refer the whole thing because I want us to at least go ahead with the process of starting the procurement, you know, not spending the $5 million yet, but I want us to be able for this to come back for next council meeting for us to say which direction we're going to be going.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. So are there any specific parts within this particular recommendation and motion that are okay to move forward, given what you just said and what we're trying to balance out with based on what we discussed in camera? Like, are there things in this recommendation that we can pass? I imagine number one for it to be received.
I guess thank you, Madam Chair. I think you're right. Number one, number two, and then maybe a simple referral to number three then.
Okay. So if we move number one and number two and we refer number three until, are you saying for council next week, or do we need a little bit more time? Are you going to refer it until we hear back from what we discussed?
Depending on what we hear back from our discussion in camera.
Okay, and so it will be dependent on that timing. Okay, so back to staff. Is that helpful in terms of direction from Councillor, what that Councillor Paleshi is suggesting? Would that cause any delay in moving forward with what our intention is, considering our discussion in camera and what the information we're waiting for?
Through the chair to the councillor, from my point of view, that would be okay if it was just for one more week, but I will defer to David Batani if that deferral will impact any movement going forward.
Through the chair, it's hard for me to comment as I wasn't participating in the closed session. If we're able to proceed with the preparation of the RFP, and we should have an answer by next week, if we're talking about a week, then there shouldn't necessarily be any delay to the current process. The outcome of those decisions I would have to be briefed on to see what impact there might be to the overall schedule. And I think it would be best for us to reconvene in terms of what the overall schedule looks like with the design and the build.
Okay, since I understand, David, what your point of view is, you don't know what we're talking about, and that's a quick conversation with Marianne will help, but that hasn't happened, so which is okay. I think it's safer. This is only committee, anyways. Let me, Madam Chair, through you, just refer this entire report to council next week.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to refer this report to council next week. Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. That motion carries. I don't believe we have any other business other than adjournment. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct. Oh, sorry, my apologies. We missed receiving correspondence that was added to the meeting from Sylvia Menezes-Roberts when we were dealing with the Metrolink. So I believe that was identified as 14, oh, my apologies, sorry.
10.4.1?
Yes, so we could just have a motion for receipt of that. It would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive correspondence from Sylvia Roberts. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. And now we're at adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet Wednesday, October 13th at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to adjourn today's meeting, that the Committee of Council do now adjourn to meet again on Wednesday, October 13th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Is there anyone opposed? None. Thank you very much. We are now adjourned. Please stay safe, stay healthy, get your vaccination, practice physical distancing, and wear a mask, and make sure you have your certificate ready. Thanks.